There is a banner over the door of the hall where I work, gold thread, 8 feet of it, and it says, "Others rely on talent for foundation establishment. I rely on overtime." Underneath that banner, 12 of us stand around a wheel of black jade the size of a house, and we push. That is the job. That is the entire job. We push, the wheel drives a formation cut into the floor. The formation squeezes thin energy out of the air and packs it into stones, and the stones go upstairs to people who have never once touched that wheel in their lives. 6 hours a day is mandatory. 4 hours after that is overtime, and overtime is paid, and the pay is 1 spirit fragmentation stone per month. Not a spirit stone, a fragmentation stone, which is a dead spirit stone with a scrap of borrowed energy stuffed back into the husk and sold to you as an opportunity. 12 of those a year. I had been doing this for 127 years. There is a second banner on the east wall in case the first one is not enough. Others slack off while I work overtime. Others lie flat while I cultivate. A comeback is just around the corner. That comeback had been just around the corner since before the great-grandfathers of everyone else in that room were born. 2 disciples were talking about me by the west pillar that morning, and neither of them bothered to lower his voice, because you do not lower your voice around furniture. The older one, Wu Xian, tipped his chin at me. "That's Chen Ming," he said, "the famous overtime fanatic of the outer sect. 3 days ago, he pulled such a long shift he fainted face down on the wheel and they had to carry him out." The new one, Guo Wei, looked me over the way you look at a coat in a shop you cannot afford and do not want. How old is he? 145, 7th level of Qi refining, 5 elements mixed roots. Guo Wei actually laughed. 5 roots is the worst draw in the deck. 5 flavors of energy all shoving each other around inside one body, none of them dominant, none of them fast. Then he stopped laughing and went wistful. "If somebody handed me all the stones that man has earned," he said, "I would be at 9th level by now. If somebody handed them to me," said Wu Xian, "I would have foundation establishment." They were right. That is the part that sat in my chest like a swallowed coin. They were completely right, and it was not because they were better than me. A 5 elements body burns energy the way a bonfire burns paper, and I had been feeding a bonfire with 12 scraps a year for over a century, and every person in that sect could see the arithmetic except the man doing the pushing. At 150, Qi refining runs out of lifespan. At 146, the outer sect expels anyone who has not reached foundation establishment because a corpse is bad for morale. I had 1 year. Now here's the thing nobody else in that hall knew, and the thing I would spend the rest of a very long life turning into a weapon. The formation we pushed did not only make stones. Woven into it, quiet as a hand on the back of your neck, there was a restriction. It pumped out warmth, it pumped out purpose, and it scooped the resentment out of the men at the wheel before the resentment could finish turning into a question. That is why nobody had ever revolted. That is why 12 men could push a rock for a century and go home feeling proud of themselves. It did not work on me. I do not know why. Maybe 5 roots is bad for cultivating and good for holding a grudge. Whatever the reason, 127 years of resentment had been piling up in me with nowhere to go. 3 days ago, it finally got heavy enough to crack something open. And what came out of the crack was a man who died at his desk, me, from before. Hour 14 of a project that had already eaten a weekend that was supposed to be mine, coffee gone cold hours earlier, and something behind my ribs quietly decided it was done. There was no white light and no tunnel and no kindly voice explaining the rules. My last complete thought was that I still had 2 tickets left in the queue. That was the whole ending. A man who never once used his vacation days, filed away by his own heart at 2:30 in the morning. And then I woke up in this body, at this wheel, under that banner. Which means I did not escape anything at all. I got transferred. Same job, worse pay, and a hat. So I stood there with my hands on a jade wheel, in a body that had been used as a battery for longer than most countries last, and I thought calmly, the way you think when the horror is too big to shout at. This world is not right. This world is not serious. What kind of cultivation world, with immortals and flying swords and gods in the clouds, runs its economy on unpaid overtime? Even the people who owned me in my last life would have raised a glass to this one. The bell rang for the end of the 6th hour. 11 men adjusted their grips and settled in for the 4 hours of overtime, the way they had every day of my entire second life. I took my hands off the wheel and walked out. Behind me, somebody said my name like a question. I did not turn around. I went to the cafeteria, because Qi refining still has to eat, and immortality is a long way off when your stomach is not. Then I sat down with a bowl of something gray and started running the numbers on how a man with 1 year left builds a cultivation technique from nothing. That was when the fat man found me. He came across the cafeteria at a speed that no one that shape should be able to reach, robes flapping, and he did not sit down. Hu Yeye never sat down when he could loom. He put both hands on my table and he said in a whisper you could hear from the door, "After you finish eating, come to the small woods. We need to talk." The small woods behind the outer sect dormitories is where everyone in the sect went to do the two things the sect pretended did not happen: fights and money. Hu Ye was money. His family ran a merchant house in the mortal world. His cousin ran an inner sect faction, and Hu Ye himself ran the only functioning bank in a place full of immortals, which tells you something about immortals. If you needed stones before payday, you went to Hu Ye and you paid him back with interest, and if you did not, he did not send thugs. He sent gossip. It was worse. I owed him 100 spirit fragmentation stones. I had owed him for 30 years. He waited until we were under the trees. Then this enormous man threw himself forward, wrapped both arms around my leg, and looked up at me with wet eyes. "Grandpa," he said. "You are my own grandpa. 30 years. 30 years, Brother Ming. I am at the 9th level of chi refining, and I need a foundation establishment pill, and that pill costs exactly 100 spirit fragmentation stones. Isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that a beautiful coincidence? So about that debt?" I looked down at him. "I don't have any stones," I said, "but you can have my life. It's used, but it's mostly intact." He let go of my leg and sat back on his heels and studied me with an expression I did not like at all, because it was the expression of a man reaching a conclusion. "Wait," he said. "You walked out of the shift. You have never walked out of a shift in your life. Brother Ming, look at me. Did you find a rich woman in the sect to keep you?" I said nothing. He got to his feet, and he was gathering speed now. "Because I would understand," he said. "I would fully understand. You are tall. You are actually quite handsome when your face isn't gray. And the female elders have needs. Everyone knows this. It's practically a career path. But Brother Ming, you are 145. You are, and I say this with love, a piece of old cured meat. Can the equipment take it?" I stood there in the woods with my forehead going dark and my mouth not moving, because the truly humiliating thing was that some part of my brain had already opened a spreadsheet and started evaluating the offer. I closed the spreadsheet. A man has to leave something for his biography. Then Hu Ye sighed, dug into his robes, and pressed 5 spirit fragmentation stones into my hand. "Take them," he said. "Pay me back when you make it big." We both knew what that meant. It meant he was never getting those 5 back either, and he had done the arithmetic on my remaining lifespan the same as everyone else, and he had handed them over anyway. The old me had done him some kindness 100 years ago, back when he was a new disciple and nobody, and Hu Ye had been quietly overpaying that debt ever since. I closed my fist around the stones. I said, "I'll remember this." He waved it off and waddled away to go ruin someone else's afternoon, and I went to the scripture pavilion. 9 floors. The first floor is free, which is how you can tell what's on it. The second floor costs 10 stones a day. The third floor and up you pay for in contribution points, and contribution points come from working the wheel, which is a very elegant system if you happen to be the one who built it. There were over 100,000 books on the free floor. There were 9 other people reading. This is where the thing that came back with me finally earned its keep. When my soul got dragged across whatever gap separates a cubicle from a stone hall, something happened to it on the way. It picked up a passenger. A thin silver-white membrane wrapped around my soul, and I could feel it there the way you feel a splinter, and when I turned my attention on it, it turned its attention back. It was not a system. It did not talk to me. It did not hand me legendary weapons for logging in. What it gave me was this. I remembered everything I read, exactly, forever. And when I sat down to reason something out, my thinking ran about 5 times faster than it had any right to. The membrane was at 1%, whatever that meant. 1% of a thing I did not understand and could not measure. 1% was enough to eat the entire first floor of the scripture pavilion in 10 days, and somewhere in the middle of that reading, I found the sentence that changed my life. It was in a dry medical text about meridians, and it said that a cultivator opens acupoints as he advances, and a talented one might have several thousand. I checked mine. All 129,600 of them were open, every single one. They had been open since the day I arrived in this body, and nobody had ever thought to check, because why would you check a battery? I spent 10 more days on the deduction, and at the end of it, I had a technique. It was the Sect's 5 elements chi refining method, torn down to the studs and rebuilt around a body with 129,000 open doors instead of a few dozen. I called it version 2. I was very proud of that name at the time. There was only one problem with self-created cultivation techniques, and every book on the floor agreed about it. If you get it wrong, your meridians detonate, your body dies, and your Tao dies with it. I sat with that for about 90 seconds. Cultivating might kill me, I thought. Not cultivating definitely would. The first run put me on my knees. 5 elements went down my meridians at once and immediately started a war in there. Metal against wood, water against fire. I ended up on my own floor, breathing like a man who has just been hit by a bus and is checking whether he is still assembled. Damn it, I said out loud, to nobody. That was almost a one-way trip to meet my great-grandmother. Then I wiped my mouth and did it again. Here is what nobody tells you about having a brain that runs at 5 times speed. It means the pain is data. Every time the technique tore something, I got a very precise, very detailed reading of exactly what had torn and why, and I could feel my mind filing it and cross-referencing it while my body was still busy screaming. 10 days of that. Run the technique, cough blood, heal, adjust, run it again. By day 6, my face had gone the color of old paper and my eyes had sunk into my skull and I had stopped noticing. On the last run, it worked. The QE went where I told it, threaded one acupoint after another like a needle going through beads, and it kept going, and around acupoint 100,000, my dantian ran completely dry. 10,000 short. I was going to fail at 10,000 short. I crushed Hu Yeye's 5 stones in my fist. The energy dumped into me, and the thread ran to the end, and every one of my 129,600 acupoints lit up at once, and for about 3 seconds, the inside of my own body looked like a sky. The membrane around my soul ticked from 1% to 1.2. I was still not at the 8th level of chi refining. That is the part I want to be honest about. I had bled for 20 days and I had not gained a single rank. What I had gained was a technique that ran on its own while I slept, at double efficiency, 3 times faster overall. I had turned a man who could never make it into a man who might. Wang Guang was waiting for me outside with 2 friends, which is how I learned that news travels fast in a place where nothing happens. Wang Guang was the sect's other lender. He was the discount version, the one you went to when Hu Yeye said no, and I owed him 50 stones because a century ago the previous owner of this body had been desperate and bad at reading a room. He had 3 spiritual roots, fire aligned, and he had reached the 8th level, and he had paid his way onto the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion to learn an actual spell. "Are you expecting me," he said, "to collect a debt from a dead man?" 11 months, I said. "I'll get to you." He stepped into my path. He could not do more than that. The sect forbids private duels between outer sect disciples, and the reason is beautiful. It is not that they care whether we hurt each other, it is that an injured disciple cannot push the wheel, and hours lost at the wheel come out of somebody's quota. Violence is a scheduling problem, so I walked around him, and I would have kept walking, except Hu Yeye came down the path at that exact moment with his hands in his sleeves and his nose in the air. "Brother Ming," he announced to the entire courtyard, "is not a person you should worry about. Foundation establishment is a piece of cake for a man like him." Wang Guang's face went the color of wet soot. He had only lent me those 50 stones in the first place because Hu Yeye had lent me 100, and if the fat man was in, the fat man knew something, and now the fat man was standing there implying he still knew it. "Then," said Wang Guang, in the voice of a man who has just decided to be stupid in public, "a match, in the arena. If you win, your 50 is wiped, and I will give you 50 more. Behind him, Hu Yeye's face fell off. He grabbed my sleeve and hissed into my ear with real panic in it. "Brother Ming, he doesn't want a match. He wants an excuse. In the arena, he can beat you half to death in front of a deacon, and it's legal." "I know," I said. I knew a few other things too. I knew Wang Guang had a fire dragon technique, and I had no spells whatsoever. I also knew I had 129,600 open acupoints, which does not give you fireballs, but does give you the ability to move like something the sect had not budgeted for. "Fine," I said. "Tomorrow." Then I went home and turned my brain up to 5 times speed and watched every fight I had ever seen in my old life, 1 frame at a time. The outer sect arena is a raised ring of white stone, and by the time I climbed onto it, there were several thousand people packed around it, and not one of them would open a betting pool. You need 2 sides for a bet. Somebody near the front said loudly, "That fainting spell must have damaged his brain." Wang Guang stood across from me with his arms folded and gave the crowd what he had clearly been polishing all night. "Kowtow to me 3 times, he said, "and shout Grandpa 10 times, and we can settle this without you getting hurt." I took half a step in and cupped my ear. "Sorry," I said. "What was I supposed to call you again?" And Wang Guang, at the absolute top of his lungs, so the back rows could hear it, bellowed, "Grandpa!" I beamed at him. "Hey," I said. "Good grandson, such a good boy." The arena came apart. Hu Yeye went down on one knee holding his stomach. Deacon Shu Yong, who was supposed to be supervising, turned his back on both of us and stood very still with his shoulders shaking. Wang Guang came at me with a fist and no spell because he wanted to do this with his hands. I let the world slow down. His shoulder rotated a fraction before his hip did, which told me where the punch was going a beat before it went there, and my brain served me the counter out of 100 years of half-remembered movie fights and one very patient old man in a park at 6 in the morning. I stepped half a pace left. I put 2 fingers on the inside of his forearm and moved 4 ounces against 1,000 pounds, and his own weight took him past me. Then I kicked him in the backside and he went off the stage. Nobody made a sound. Several thousand people watched a piece of furniture kick a cultivator off a platform, and their brains simply refused delivery. Wang Guang paid the 50 and bet another 50 because there was no version of walking away that he could survive. This time he came up with both hands moving and a 2-meter fire dragon roaring out of his palms. I have been standing in front of a wheel for 127 years. Do you know what that builds? It builds a man who does not flinch at heat. I went under the first dragon and around the second and closed the distance while he was still reaching for a third. Then I slapped him across the face, forehand, with my whole arm behind it. And while his head was still turning, I put my heel in his stomach, and he went off the stage again. The crowd detonated. Somebody was screaming that I had turned it around under the fire dragon technique, which was generous, because what I had actually done was walk at a man in a straight line. And then the sky cracked. I want to be clear that my very first thought was that I had been struck by lightning for winning a bet. The clouds over the Heavenly Revelation sect went the color of spilled ink and silver light started crawling through them, and sect leader Zhou Kai appeared in the air above the peak with 10 elders spaced around him, and every one of them had their hands clenched. Then the sky opened, and there was a river in it. I do not have better words for it than that. A river hung across the whole vault of heaven, and it was made of time. You could see things moving inside the water, faces, cities, a man in armor putting on a helmet, and the same man, older, taking it off. Things that had happened and things that had not happened yet, all sliding past each other in the same current. There were people fighting on it. Several figures, and I could not see their faces, and they were tearing at each other on the surface of that river with the kind of power that makes a golden core elder look like weather. And they were trying to break through the river and come down. They were trying to come down here. I stood on a piece of white stone with a man I had just kicked off it lying at my feet. And I looked up and thought very clearly, what did somebody in the Heavenly Revelation sect do that was so unforgivable that enemies would cross time itself to come back and erase them before it happened? One figure surged. It killed every other thing on that river in the space of a breath. Then it stopped, and it turned, and it looked across the water directly at our mountain. And then it was gone, and the river closed, and the sky was just a sky. Sect leader Zhou Kai lowered his hands and addressed 10,000 terrified disciples in the warm and reassuring voice of a man reading a prepared statement. That was merely powerful experts contending within the river of time, he said. There is no cause for alarm. Let it inspire you. Cultivate diligently, and one day that will be you. All around me, people's blood went up. You could feel it, like heat off a stove. I curled my lip. My old boss used to draw exactly that pie on exactly that whiteboard. Wang Guang paid the second 50. His face went the color of pig liver as he counted them out, and he still counted them out, because a lender who defaults in public is not a lender anymore. Hu Yeye took me to dinner on Wang Guang's money and told me 11 times how he had believed in me from the beginning, and I went back to the free floor of the scripture pavilion and got serious. I decided I was going to be well-rounded. In my old life, there was a joke about a hexagonal warrior, a person maxed out on every axis of the chart, and I had exactly 1 year, so I read every martial manual on that floor. I picked one called The Bronze Skin and Iron Bone Art, which the introduction said takes 30 years to master. I mastered it in an hour. 129,600 open acupoints will do that, so I ate the rest of them. Thousands of manuals, taken apart and boiled down and reassembled into one body refining art of my own, which I named the Indestructible Golden Body, because I was going to be spending a lot of time saying it and it had to sound good. 9 months went by like that. Version 3 of the 5 Elements technique, both arts at perfection, 9th level of chi refining, peak. Then I sat down with 80 spirit fragmentation stones and the 2 known roads to foundation establishment. Road 1. Reach the 9th level and swallow a foundation establishment pill. I could not afford a pill. Road 2. Climb all the way to the 12th level, great perfection, and break through on your own strength. That road is for genuine geniuses. I had 11 months of life left and a bag of defective stones. I took the gamble. 3 hours later, something in me gave way with a sound like a struck bell, and my power came up in a wave, and I sat there in the dark with my hands shaking, and I checked again. 10th level of chi refining. Not foundation establishment. A rank. I had spent everything I had and everything Hu Yeye had given me, and I had bought one single rank. It's over, I said. It's all over. And then, because my brain does not have the decency to let me have a moment, it kept working. The reason came up out of the deduction like a body out of a lake. My 129,000 acupoints had not made me stronger at chi refining. They had changed the shape of the container. The normal rhythm of the breakthrough did not fit me anymore. 9th level would not do it. 12th level great perfection might not do it either. I had 4 years of lifespan and a body that no existing technique could actually break. I sat in the dark and did the only thing I know how to do when the exit is bricked up, which is to look for a wall nobody has tried yet. And I thought about solar panels. I am serious. That is what saved my life. In my last world, we had figured out how to take a thing that falls on everyone for free and turn it into power. And here was a world of people fighting and dying and pushing wheels over energy. Every single day the sun came up over that mountain, and nobody had ever once tried to eat it. Sunlight, moonlight, starlight, free, infinite, falling on the just and the unjust and the outer sect disciple alike. No spirit stones, no formation, no 12 men and a wheel. And if I could catch it, I could store it. My old world called that a battery. I would have to invent one out of talismans and jade, but the principle does not care what it's made of. The membrane around my soul ticked up to 3%, and my thinking got faster again, the way it always did when I climbed. I spent my last 20 stones buying my way onto the second floor of the scripture pavilion, where they keep artifact refining, and spells. I want you to remember the spells. They matter later. They expelled me on a Tuesday. The Heavenly Revelation Plaza holds a lot of people. There were over 100 of us being thrown out that day, a whole crop of disciples who had failed to become profitable, and the rest of the sect came out to watch, the way you do. Hu Yeye shoved through the crowd sideways like a barge and pushed 20 more stones into my hands. 20 is nothing to me, he said before I could speak. I'll earn it back by next month. But for you, it might be the thing that does it. He would not look at me while he said it. I will remember this favor, I said. Then a flying boat came down onto the plaza, 300 meters of white wood and silver formation lines, and the crowd made a noise it had not made for the river of time. Xuan Ruolin came down the ramp in white, mutated ice spiritual route. Went from the 12th level straight through Foundation establishment without breaking stride, and 20 years later she was already in the Golden Core realm, and every man in the outer sect had a version of her living rent-free somewhere behind his eyes. She did not look at any of us. She had the specific stillness of a person who has never once in her life had to wonder whether she would be allowed to stay. And behind her, coming down that ramp, were 100 and some brand new disciples with their heads on swivels and their eyes shining, standing on exactly the flagstones I had stood on 128 years ago. I watched them arrive and I watched us leave, and I understood that I was looking at one full rotation of a machine. They would push the wheel. 12 of them would be told they had the innate laborer saint body. They would work overtime because the banner told them to, and the restriction would scoop the anger out of them before it could become a sentence. And in a century, the ones who were left would be standing in a line on this plaza while the next 100 came down the ramp. Something in me went very quiet and very cold. I don't accept this, I thought. Why should they get to stand up there? I am going to drag every one of them down out of the clouds, and I am going to make them roll in the mud with the rest of us ants. Xuan Roland's head turned. For about half a second, across a plaza with 10,000 people in it, that woman looked directly at me. Then she looked away, and her voice came out flat and cold and carrying. Disciples who have been expelled from the sect board the flying boat immediately. Stepping off that boat felt like being strangled. I had never left the mountain. I had spent 127 years marinating in the thickest ambient energy in the province, and I stepped off the ramp into the Jin state, and the air was empty. 1%. It was like a man who has lived at sea level being dropped on a plateau, and my body kept reaching for something that simply was not in the air anymore. Yunping City had walls and a market and about 40,000 people, and I walked into it and started counting things I could not stop seeing. Sallow faces, rags with the color washed out of them, beggars stacked against the wall of the granary in a row, like sandbags. And in the square by the east gate, a dozen people sitting on the ground with straw stalks stuck in their collars, which is what you do here when you are selling yourself, not selling a thing, selling the person. I spent almost everything I had on steamed buns and handed them out until my hands were empty. It did not fix anything. I want to be clear about that, because I could feel my brain trying to sell me the story where it did. At the gate of the Wang mansion, a servant was on his knees on the stone, knocking his forehead against it hard enough to leave a wet mark, and saying, "Please, I have guarded this gate for 3 years. I sleep 2 hours a night, please." And the steward came out, glanced at him the way you glance at a wet leaf, and said, "Drag him off and give him 20 strokes. 20 strokes would have killed him. You could see his shoulder blades through his shirt." I stood in the street, and I noticed the shape of the thought forming in my head, which was, at least the sect fed us, and I took that thought out behind my own eyes and killed it. And that is the moment, right there, in a filthy street in a nothing city, watching a man get beaten for being tired. The system, I thought. Not the kind from the stories I used to read at 2 in the morning, where a voice congratulates you for killing a rabbit. Something else. An operating system, running inside the minds of ordinary people, owned by no sect, licensed by no noble house, sitting outside the reach of every single person who had ever decided what a life was worth around here. I put the idea down carefully, the way you put down something you intend to come back for. Foundation establishment first, I told myself. Then I break the world open. That night I went and found the traffickers. I had marked 3 of their operations that afternoon without letting them see me do it. There is a specific way a man watches a child in a crowded market, and once you have seen it, you can pick it out from 50 meters. I put a cloth over my face and kicked their courtyard gate off its hinges. There were about 20 of them. It took me a little under a minute, and I left 3 of them breathing, and I put my hand on the leader's forehead and used a technique from the free floor of the pavilion that persuades a man to remember things very vividly and at great speed. He told me there was no mastermind. They took children. They sold them to wealthy houses or to brothels, or they broke their arms and legs and put them out on the road with a bowl because a whole child does not earn. Then I opened the door to the back room. There were 13 of them in iron cages, and the smell in that room is a thing I will not put in your head. 3 of the children had already been broken. I stood in the doorway with my killing intent coming off me hard enough to move the air, and I thought, I was too kind out there. I let those men die too easily. Then I crouched down so my face was level with the bars, and I made my voice as ordinary as I could get it. Don't be afraid, I said. I'm here to take you out. I opened every cage. I carried the ones who could not walk. The 3 broken ones were fresh, which is the only mercy in the whole story, because bones that have not set can be set, and I had read every medical text on the first floor and remembered all of it. I put them back together on the floor of that courtyard while the others watched. Then I split the trafficker's gold 13 ways, and I spent the rest of the night walking every single one of those children to a door and knocking on it and standing back in the dark until somebody screamed and pulled them inside. The sun was coming up when I finished, and then I went back for the 3 men I had left alive because I am not a good person. I am a man with 1 year to live and a technique that needs testing. Hello, I said, crouching down in front of them. Do you want to know the meaning of life? Do you want to contribute to the great cause of cultivation? I have a technique here. If you can successfully cultivate it, I'll let you go. All 3 of them begged for the chance. They fell over themselves for it. Sun-devouring art, version 1, was a technique for absorbing solar energy directly into the meridians. I had spent 3 days deducing it, and I was quite pleased with it. The first subject turned bright red, produced a great deal of white smoke, made a sound, and became a small amount of ash. I rubbed my chin and wrote down everything the failure had told me. 30 minutes later, I had version 2. I picked up the second man by the collar. Your turn. 1 hour after that, I had version 4, and I had run out of test subjects, and I remember standing in that courtyard genuinely annoyed with myself, thinking, it really is a pity there were so few. If I had known this morning what I know now, I should not have been so hasty with the other 20. I would like to tell you that thought worried me. It did not. It has never worried me. Somewhere between the office chair and the wheel, the part of me that flinches got left behind, and honestly, given what came next, that was for the best. 3 months later, I was at the 11th level of chi refining. The membrane was at 3.2%, and the sun-devouring art was at version 50. Version 50 no longer caused spontaneous human combustion, which I considered a real milestone. Yunping City had started telling a story about a masked hero who killed traffickers, and then the story caused me a problem I genuinely had not anticipated, which is that crime dropped so far, so fast, that I ran out of villains. I could not test a technique on farmers, so I packed up and left the city and went looking for a rougher one. I found one on the road, which is the nice thing about this world. If you walk in any direction long enough, somebody will try to rob somebody in front of you. There were 30-odd mountain bandits swarming a merchant caravan in a pass, and the caravan's wagons had a banner on them that read, Wongsing Commerce, and I stopped walking. Wongsing Commerce is the Chen family. That is Hu Yeye's house. The bandit chief was a big man with a big saber, and he was in the middle of a very confident speech when I hit him with the 5 elements fist. That one is mine. It layers all 5 of my rampaging, useless, worst draw in the deck elements into one point, so instead of 5 energies fighting each other in my body, they get to fight something else. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth runes turned over each other on my knuckles, and the chief stopped talking permanently. The rest took about as long as it takes to describe. A man in silk climbed down off the lead wagon, still shaking, and bowed properly. Hu Fan of the Qian family, cousin to Hu Yeye. He started on a speech about how he would repay this kindness. I only helped you for Hu Yeye's sake, I said, which was true, and also saved us both 20 minutes. Then I looked at the 15 bandits who were still breathing, and I got a warm feeling in my chest that I want to be honest about, because the warm feeling was not mercy. I poisoned all 15, told them the antidote came monthly, and only from me, and acquired a research department. Hu Fan was left to deal with the bodies, which he did with the calm of a man who has been in trade a long time. Then I went and took their stronghold, which had 18 more of them in it, and looted it. And under the chief's bed there was a wooden box, and in the box were 100 low-grade spirit stones and 20 mid-grade ones. Actual spirit stones, not fragments, not husks with a scrap of borrowed energy sold back to you as an opportunity. The real thing. I sat on a dead bandit's bed holding that box and said, out loud, I'm rich. They had dug them out of a cave behind the stronghold. I spent 3 months in that cave with a pick, and in the first month I found 12 more low-grade stones, and after that I found rock. It was a dead vein. Somebody had been mining a corpse for years and calling it a fortune. Still, 80 stones went into my dantian, and I came out at the 12th level of chi refining, and the membrane on my soul went to 5.6%, and my thinking doubled again. 33 test subjects went into the sun-devouring art, and it came out at version 80. Version 80 worked. The problem with version 80 was that solar energy taken raw is violent, and a body that drinks it straight is a body with opinions. The energy storage device made it to a prototype that absorbed sunlight beautifully and could not gentle it at all, so what I had built was less a battery and more a jar of something angry, and I refined my first cheat brain. I should explain that because it sounds insane, and it is. My deduction ran on my own mind, and my own mind was the bottleneck. In my old life, when a person's brain was the bottleneck, we did not make the person smarter. We built a machine and made it think alongside us. So I took jade and talisman ink and a very old artifact refining manual, and I built something that mimicked a processor. A little slab that could hold a chain of reasoning for me while I ran a different one. It worked. It also consumed so much of my spiritual energy to run that using it made me slower overall, which is the single most familiar engineering result in either of my lives. Around then, 2 heroes turned up to save the village from the bandits I had already killed 3 months earlier. A man in black with a black sword, a woman in white with a white sword. They introduced themselves as the Black and White Swords, and the woman looked at my clothes and my dead-eyed face and concluded out loud that I was a bandit in disguise. The man came at me with the black sword. I flicked a finger, not at him, at a point about 3 inches from his sword tip, because that is where the tip was going to be, and that is a thing my brain does now. His sword left his hand. I had him off the ground by the throat before the blade landed, and when the woman moved, I put 2 fingers on the side of her neck, and she folded up on the grass. Both of your lives are in my hands, I said. Tell me what you're going to give me for them. The man in black, purple in the face, gasped out that he had something. It was a roll of animal hide cracked with age, and what was written on it was a cultivation method for the primordial spirit, the soul itself. The heavenly revelation sect, with its 9 floors and its contribution points, did not have anything like it on any floor I had ever been allowed to see. Soul shifting and spirit refining great method. I read the first 3 lines and put them both down and stepped back. Don't be so reckless in future, I said, and let them go, and I want you to know that I meant it kindly, and they absolutely did not take it that way. A year went past, 13th level of chi refining, peak, membrane at 8%, deduction running about 20 times what I started with. Sun-devouring art at version 140, safe and efficient and quiet. Energy storage device version 20, cheat brain version 15, 2 years of lifespan left, and I went home. I had not been back to Liu family village in 130 years. It looked exactly the same, which was somehow worse. Same thatched roofs, same crooked lane, same well. Every face in it was a stranger. I went up the hill behind it to where the graves are, and I found 3, my parents, and my elder brother, Liu Qin. I want to be careful here, because I have to tell you something odd. The grief that came up out of my chest at those 3 stones was not mine. It belonged to the man whose body I was walking around in, the one who pushed a wheel for 127 years without ever once being allowed to be angry about it. He had never come home. He had been saving up for it. That is what the overtime was for at the beginning, before the banners and the restriction turned it into something else. He had been sending money home to a family that had already been dead for 80 years. So I burned incense for all 3 of them, and I burned paper money, and I knelt on that hill for a while and let him have it. When the last of the paper went out, the weight lifted off my chest, and it did not come back. He was gone. From that morning on, everything in me was mine. I went down and looked at the old house. Nothing left of it but the jujube tree in the yard, still growing at the same drunk angle, and the bark still marked where a boy had gone up it 1,000 times. 2 children were chasing each other around the trunk, 6 or 7 years old, and both of them had spiritual energy in their eyes, and neither of them would ever be tested for it. An old man with white hair and a cane came out and asked me who I was. Liu Yi, great-grandson of Liu Qin. I have known your ancestor for many years, I said. I once received a favor from him. I have come today to repay it. Then I put a money bag in his hands that was heavy enough to bend his wrist, and I turned and walked out of the village before he could get a single question out, because there was no answer to any of them that would not have been cruel. On the road out I heard about the Black Wind Fortress, bandits, hundreds of them, hitting villages up and down the valley, and they had already broken 1 government suppression force. And about a mile past the last field, lying in the dirt at the edge of the road, there was a dog. It was a scrawny yellow thing with its ribs showing, and it lifted its head when my shadow crossed it and produced one small noise that was trying very hard to be a bark. It did not get up. It just looked at me with the flattest, most exhausted, most completely defeated eyes I have ever seen on anything, and I recognized them instantly because they were the eyes I had been wearing in a mirror for 127 years. It was a common yellow country dog. We had them everywhere in my last life. I fed it. It ate like it had opinions about whether I was going to change my mind. You're all alone, I told it. I'm also all alone. How about I become your master? It thought about this, and then leaned its entire weight against my shin, which I took as a signature. I called him Ah Mao, Tiny Gold. I have never once regretted the dog, and I have regretted the name daily for a very long time. Come on, I said, picking him up. Today your master is going to take you out to punish evil, promote good, and generally behave heroically. I should tell you what was happening under the Black Wind Fortress while I was saying that. There was a chamber cut into the rock, and in the middle of it a pool of blood 10 meters across, and hanging above the pool on iron hooks were 60 bodies. In the center of the pool, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged with his eyes shut while ropes of blood came up out of the surface and went into him. The blood demon art. I did not know the name yet. I learned it later, and when I learned it, I understood exactly what I had been looking at. So let me just tell you now. Some genius in an age of thinning spiritual energy did the same thing I was doing. He looked at a world running out of fuel and he asked what else could burn. He found an answer. His answer was people. It kicked off a war between every righteous sect and every demonic one that ended with the man dead and half the sects in the world hollowed out. He is supposed to have died about 10,000 years ago. I parked Amao in the long grass with strict instructions, walked up to the front gate of the Black Wind Fortress, and knocked it flat. I did not kill them. That is not a moral position. 200 bandits is 200 test subjects, and I have never in my life been able to look at a large group of terrible people without doing inventory. They came at me in waves, and I put them down in waves. A house fell over from the wind off one of my punches, which surprised both of us. Then somebody in the back screamed, "Go and invite the fortress master," and the ground under the courtyard cracked open, and a crimson beam came up out of it. "You ignorant ant," said Zishur, coming out of the earth in a robe soaked to the elbows. "My divine skill has only just been perfected. I will use you to consecrate the banner." I punched the beam and got driven back 3 full steps, which had not happened to me in years, and my brain gave me the reading before my feet had stopped sliding. Foundation establishment. This man was a full realm above me. Well, I said, I really should have consulted the almanac before leaving the house today. We hit each other several hundred times. I want to convey what that was like without a list of injuries, so I will put it this way. Every time I opened him up, the wound closed. Not slowly. It closed the way water closes over a dropped stone. And while it closed, the blood in that pool downstairs went thinner. He was not healing. He was withdrawing from an account. I was spitting blood and running out of account. Then he stopped and held up a hand and offered a truce, and told me we were both reasonable men, and I said, fine. Then I hit him in the middle of the word, fine. Despicable, he screamed. Shameless, I agreed, and hit him again. That is when he bit through his own tongue and spat, and the vital essence blood went out of his mouth in a red line, and he roared, with my vital essence as the guide. All blood returns to one, appear. Every drop in that pool came up. Every drop in the 60 hanging bodies came up. And then, because he had never once in his life met a line he would not cross, every drop in the 200 living bandits lying unconscious in his own courtyard came up too, out through their skin, and joined the rest. It became a saber, 100 meters of it, hanging over the fortress, and it started to come down on my head. Here is the thing about the Earth Escape technique. It is a second floor spell, and I bought my way onto the second floor with my last 20 stones on the day before I got expelled, and Zishur did not know that, because on the surface I was a man who punched things. My body went to sand and poured into the ground, and the saber's lock slid off nothing. I came up behind him. Immobilization technique. It is a beginner's spell. Against an expert, it holds for a few breaths and nothing more, and against an expert, a few breaths is the entire conversation. Then I raised my hand and cast Fire Dragon technique. I want to note, for the record, that this is the exact spell Wang Guang used to try and beat me to death in the arena, and that I learned it out of pure spite, and that spite is the most reliable fuel I have ever found. My dragon was 50 meters long. I put a chain of immobilization on him and dropped a dragon on him. Then another chain and another dragon, 20 times. When the smoke cleared, there was a crater 200 meters wide and the fortress was gone. You would not expect it, I told the crater, breathing hard. On the surface, I am a martial artist. In reality, I am a spellcaster. Zishur was not in the crater. What was in the crater, lying at the bottom of the glass where the sand had melted, was a book. It was glowing a dull red and it was not burned at all. I picked it up and opened it, and it tried to eat me. There is no better way to say it. The pages had a pull in them. They wanted to be read, they wanted to be understood, they wanted to be practiced, and the wanting was not coming from me. The only reason I did not spend the next 20 minutes cheerfully working out how many villagers I would need was the silver membrane wrapped around my soul, which turns out to be very good at exactly one thing, and that thing is telling other minds no. I read it at arm's length, the way you read a warrant. The ceiling on it was somewhere around the nascent soul realm, which is higher than anything the Heavenly Revelation sect owns. And the QE and blood theory in it was, I have to say this, magnificent. Whoever wrote that book understood the human body better than any medical text I had ever eaten. I was going to be using several of his ideas for the rest of my life. The book itself, though, the book could not be allowed to exist. I tried to burn it. I tried to break it. I tried 3 separate things I will not describe because none of them worked. So I walked out into empty wasteland, and I dug a pit deeper than a well, and I dropped it in and filled it and flattened it. Since I can't destroy you, I told the dirt, I'll keep you here. And while I was standing over that hole with blood drying on my chin, the last piece finally came together in my head. I had been thinking too small. I had been trying to survive, a technique to survive, a battery to survive, one more rank to survive. But there was a man who had solved the energy crisis of an entire era by deciding that people were fuel, and the whole world had spent 10,000 years fighting about it and had never once produced a second answer. I had a second answer sitting in my chest. Once I make foundation establishment, I thought, and buy myself some lifespan, I am not going to join a sect. I am going to build a system. My own cultivation system, from the ground up, with my own realms and my own methods, and then a real one, running in people's heads. Who does not dream of founding a sect and being the ancestor? Fine, I will be the Tao ancestor. Then I laughed, and the laugh tore something in my chest, and I said hiss and went to go find my dog. I opened a clinic. The world-saving medical hall in Qingshan town, and I would like to say it was a noble impulse. It was cover. A doctor gets to put his hands on people. A doctor gets to feel 100 different meridian systems and take readings on qi and blood in 100 different bodies, and if you are building a cultivation system that ordinary human beings are supposed to be able to survive, that data is the whole job. Business was slow because I look about 25 and nobody wants a 25-year-old physician. This suited me exactly. Amao learned to close the shop doors at night. He would get up on his hind legs and walk them shut one at a time, and I once watched him do the whole sequence without a single wasted motion and thought, with genuine unease, that was smooth. At night, I went out and hunted the town's worst people, and the town's crime rate fell off a cliff, and within 4 months, Qingshan town was also telling stories about a mysterious hero. I was becoming a folk legend in a second consecutive municipality on a strictly research basis. The moon-devouring art came out of the same math as the sun. The star-swallowing art took longer because starlight is thin and far away and does not want to be caught. And then I fused all 3. 5 elements, Qi refining technique, version 5. By day, sunlight came down on me and went solid on the way. Gold poured into my meridians in a column. At night, moonlight came in like white silk and starlight came in like wire. It took over 1,000 experiments and better than 10,000 deductions, and I stood up in my own courtyard with my arms out and shouted at nobody in particular, "Ha, I've done it. Now understand what I actually had." It was more efficient than cultivating on the ambient energy at the Heavenly Revelation sect. It ran passively, which means that standing in the sun made me stronger. It cost nothing. It needed no spirit stones, no elder's permission, no contribution points, and no formation, which means it needed no wheel, which means it needed no 12 men. I stood in my courtyard in the sun and understood that I had just personally deleted the reason that place had done that to me. I took Amao to the Zuichun pavilion that night to celebrate, for research. The nightlife of an ancient city is a fascinating window into the material conditions of the era. I ate a great deal of very good food. Mao was given his own cushion and his own plate, and I remember watching him being hand-fed by a woman in green silk and feeling a faint, specific dread I could not name at the time. Note that, it comes back. 2 months later, I built a working battery. The trick was rotation. Raw solar and lunar and stellar energy is violent, and you cannot pour it into a person any more than you can pour lightning into a lamp. So I built a small conversion formation on the yin and yang cycle that took the violence out on the way in. Gentle energy, storable energy. I charged 100 of them. I laid them out around me in a ring in a sealed room with my last 20 mid-grade spirit stones stacked at my knee, and Amao sat down at the door facing outward with his ears up, on guard, without being told, and I want that in the record. I broke through using the sect's own unmodified foundation establishment method because that one part was too dangerous to improvise. The ambient energy in the room lasted about 4 seconds. The 20 mid-grade stones went in a blink, all of them, gone like paper in a furnace. Then the batteries started to drain, and they drained fast, one after another around the ring. I watched them go dark and thought, this is not going to be enough, this is not going to be enough. And on the 98th one, something in my dantian turned over with a sound like a bell in deep water. Foundation establishment. 150 more years of life, handed to me in a single breath, in a rented room over a medical hall, with a dog asleep against the door. Ha 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 ha, I said, to the empty room. I have been reborn. I borrowed another 150 years off the heavens. Then, quieter, because I was thinking about a plaza with a flying boat on it. Just wait. I am going to show all of you what a shock from another world looks like. Ah Mao came off the door and bounced around me in a circle with his tail going like a rattle drum, and I sat on the floor and let him, and I checked my strength. It had barely moved. Foundation establishment is supposed to multiply you. It had given me almost nothing, and the reason was the same reason as always. The Sect's technique cannot open 129,600 acupoints. It does not know they are there. I had climbed a whole realm inside a system that was not built for my body, and I had come out the other side holding a container I still could not fill. Fine, I thought. Then no more of their techniques. I will build my own realms. The membrane on my soul stood at 10%, and my thinking went, as I put it to myself at the time, from a bicycle to an electric scooter. And in the same hour, the system finally took its true shape in my head. The battery and the cheat brain were not two projects. They were one. If I fused them into the system I was designing, then energy itself becomes the currency. The system sits in a host's mind and charges itself off the ambient energy of the world, day and night, for free. The host spends that energy to cultivate. And the surplus, the part the host does not burn, comes back to me. Every person who binds it makes me stronger. Every person who binds it also stops needing a sect. I did not have the laws yet, so what I could build was a knockoff, a back alley version. I called it that in my own head, and it kept me humble. Then I refined 100 cheat brains and wired them together. 100 little jade processors in series, linked through my divine sense, all thinking at once. My deduction speed went up 10 times the moment the last one came online. It also drained all 129,000 of my acupoints dry in under a day, which capped me at 5 hours of full power thinking, which is still 4 hours and 30 minutes more clear thinking than I ever got in an office. In those 5 hours, I designed the Tao Seed martial arts cultivation system. 4 things in one. Essence, Qi, Spirit, and Tao, developed together instead of one at a time, with the body treated as a small self-sufficient heaven and earth that grows as your understanding grows. Realm 1, body tempering, in 6 steps, refining the flesh, refining the skin, transforming the tendons, forging the bones, internal strengthening, and Qi and blood. At the end of it, your body becomes a furnace that takes in and does not give out, and everything after that runs at double speed. Realm 2, innate. You link the governor and conception meridians and condense innate true Qi. Realm 3, divine C. This is their foundation establishment. True Qi liquefies, and here is where you choose. You pick your direction and you take hold of a concept. Realm 4, Tao Seed. This is their golden core, except a core is a rock and a seed is a thing that grows. You fuse a law into your true force and you plant it. And under all of it, the base method, which I called the martial scripture, so that a farmer with no roots at all could start on day 1. Then, I picked my own road. I decided to cultivate the great Tao of the world, condense my Tao seed into a world seed, and eventually split open heaven and earth and make a world of my own. I am aware of how that sounds. Hold on to it. It stops being a metaphor. 2 years went by in the courtyard behind the medical hall. Divine C, peak, traces of the law of time and the law of space in my hands. The 5 elements law, the law of yin and yang, and the first embryo of the great Tao of the world taking shape somewhere behind my sternum. Also, in those 2 years, my dog went bad. I had been feeding Ah Mao rare medicinal herbs because I had them and combing out his tendons with true force because it was good practice. The result was a dog the size of a calf with awakened spiritual intelligence and an increasingly sophisticated understanding of money. I found him at the Zuichun Pavilion. He was on a soft cushion. 2 women were massaging his shoulders. A third was feeding delicacies directly into his mouth. His eyes were locked on the dancer's sleeves with an expression of complete philosophical satisfaction. Stinky Ah Mao, I said. You have learned to enjoy yourself more than I do. He did not even have the decency to look guilty. And you are doing it with my money. I told him that if he came back here again, I would find him a large group of female dogs and let nature take its course. His head went side to side like a rattle drum. I told him that if he came back here again, I would hang him up and whip him. He agreed to this readily. My real problem, and I want you to appreciate the shape of it, is that my reputation in Qingshan town was now that of a lecherous old physician, on the evidence that even his dog is irregular. I would like to say the situation improved. It did not. It got worse for about the next 200 years. Then a fake immortal came to town. There were 1,000 people packed into the town square around a man floating 3 meters up in dark cyan Taoist robes, and they were screaming at him, "Immortal Master, test me. Immortal Master, check my son. Immortal Master, do I have the aptitude?" I read him on the way past without breaking stride. Golden core, freshly reached, realm not stable, and the energy in him was not his. He was also not a heavenly revelation disciple, which mattered, because recruiting inside the Jinn state is their territory and doing it openly is a slap. Then he said, "That mortal carrying the dog, stop right there." I stopped. "Mortal," he said, looking down at Amao, "that puppy has considerable spiritual nature. Hand it over." And the crowd turned on me. That is the part I want you to hear. Not the cultivator. The crowd. 1,000 people who had been begging a stranger for a future spun around in one movement and started shouting at me. "It is your great blessing that the immortal master has taken a fancy to your dog. Dr. Chen, I will give you 10 taels for the dog, and I will present it to the immortal master myself." Ah Mao's fur stood straight up and he showed every tooth he had. I made a note. I am not being cute. I have a notebook. When I was collecting test subjects, I thought, how on earth did I miss this many candidates? Then I put on a face. Since the immortal master likes Ah Mao so much, I said, how could I refuse? Although, would the immortal master be willing to test me as well? I stepped forward with the dog held out in both arms like an offering, and he leaned down with his hand out and his guard entirely absent because a mortal was giving him a present. I threw the dog clear. Then I caught the man's wrist, and I put my fist through his head. "A squishy caster," I said, letting the wrist go. "Who lets a martial artist get within arm's reach? If you don't die, who should?" He had a thick earth technique on him, a fair amount of gold, and a manual called the Spirit Seizing Great Method. He also had a golden core, which I dug out of his dantian with 2 fingers. It came out about the size of a soybean. I wiped my hand off on his robe. Then I turned around to 1,000 completely silent people and gave them my friendliest smile. "You all saw it," I said. "This immortal master was a fake. An ordinary man punched him to death in the street. Please stop believing them." I read the Spirit Seizing Great Method that night, and the aptitude tests stopped being a mystery. He had not been recruiting, he had been shopping. The method lets you tear the spiritual root out of a living person and graft it into yourself, which is how a nobody reaches golden core in a hurry, and the person you take it from does not die quickly. Every child that man tested and praised, he was pricing. And my reaction, and I have thought about this a great deal since, was to sit back with the manual open on my knee and think, genuinely, that is a stroke of genius. I would love to have a conversation with whoever came up with that. I did eventually meet him. That took about 200 years, and he turned out to be a delight. But that night, sitting in my courtyard with a dead man's manual and a dog sulking under the table, I had the thought that actually started the war. Do not steal spiritual roots. Manufacture them. Think about what a spiritual root actually is for a second. Everybody in this world treats it like a soul, like a birthright, like proof that heaven looked at you on the day you were born and nodded. It is not. It is an organ. It is a piece of tissue whose only job is to hold a conversation with the energy in the air, and I had spent 4 years refining artifacts. The essence of a spiritual root, I wrote that night, is a medium for communicating with heaven and earth. If I can achieve the attribute resonance, why would I care what shape the thing comes in? I turned my attention inward and looked at my own. 5 clusters of colored light netted through my body like fishing floats in water, and every one of them a piece of hardware I could now describe in engineering terms. I could build these, I could build better ones. And then I sat in the dark for a while with the second half of the idea, which is the half that actually matters, and which I want to lay out plainly because it is the most useful thing I have ever thought of. If I put artificial heavenly spiritual roots in the system store, every cultivator in the world will come for them. Not some, all of them. Aptitude is the only currency their entire civilization runs on, and I would be selling it by the unit. And the moment they buy, 2 things happen at once. They are inside my system. They are hosts. They are computing for me and paying me energy every day of their lives, and the ones who were born with good roots will despise the ones who bought them. That is the part I want you to sit with. I was not planning to fight the cultivation world. I have read enough history from 2 worlds to know how that ends. I was going to hand them a brand new thing to hate each other about, and then let them get on with it, because a world busy with a class war inside its own sects does not have the attention span to unite against me. When you want to beat something bigger than you do not push on the outside. You get inside and take the load off the walls. I filed the project. Realm first. I took Amao and every battery I owned into a valley, raised a 5 elements defense formation across the mouth of it, and told him to sit outside and not let anything through. He sat down facing the world with his back to me for 3 months. I never had to ask twice. Then I built a furnace in my own belly. Heaven and earth serve as the furnace, and creation as the artisan. Yin and yang serve as the charcoal, and the great Tao of the world and my own true force serve as the bronze. Everyone who reaches this realm condenses one Tao seed. 1. A single core in the Dantian, the fruit of a lifetime. I have 129,600 acupoints, so I condensed a world seed in every single one of them. It took 3 months. Each seed cost me a full battery, and I would set one and drain a battery and set the next, and there was no drama to it at all. It was just the longest and most boring act of violence I have ever committed against my own body. Seed 100,000, seed 120,000, seed 129,599. When the last one closed, all of them lit at once. Chaos-colored light came up out of my skin. Outside my body, a furnace the size of a hill assembled itself out of nothing, opened its mouth, and drank the sun and the moon and the stars at once, in the same instant. At midday, which is not a thing the sky is supposed to permit, a cocoon closed over me. I have no memory of the inside of it. When it broke the way I imagined the first morning broke, and I opened my eyes with a small chaotic world turning behind each one, and I put my head back and roared, and birds came off the mountains for miles in every direction. Tao Seed Realm. The membrane on my soul stood at 15%. I dropped the formation and Amao came around the corner at full speed and spun around me 4 times before he could stop. I looked down at this dog who had guarded a valley mouth for 3 months through wind and sun without one complaint, and I said the kindest thing I could think of. Amao, during my 3 months of seclusion, have you kept up with your homework? I intend to test you thoroughly. His tail hit the ground like a dropped rope. I should explain the homework. When his intelligence woke up, I started teaching him to read, which was originally an act of scientific curiosity and became very quickly a containment policy. A literate dog with assignments is a dog who is not at the brothel. I had doubled his workload the previous spring for exactly this reason, and I had never once regretted it. You guarded this valley for 3 months, I said, watching him wilt. Enduring wind and sun. You have worked hard. I will let it go this time. His ears came up. But if you slack again, the homework doubles. They went straight back down. Then I spent 3 more months with 100 cheat brains running at full burn, comprehending exactly 1 thread of the law of wind. 1. In 3 months. That is the number that changed my whole strategy, so let me put it against the wall. There are 3,000 great Daos. At 1 thread per season, I would still be working on it when the 500 years of lifespan that the Tao Seed Realm had just handed me ran out. I would die of old age partway through the alphabet. I could not think my way there, not alone, not with 100 jade bricks, only by gathering the wisdom of every living thing, I wrote. Can this go faster? The system had to be built now, not after. Now. Which meant I needed the law of karma, because you cannot run a communication network on hope, and it also meant I needed the single most boring and most important tool in the entire project, literacy. I sat down and converted the phonetic reading primer from my past life into this world's characters, so that any person on Earth could go from illiterate to reading in one sitting. My head hurts, I wrote in the margin. There are simply too many things to do. Then I handed Amao 3 books, 3 years of Sea of Consciousness and 5 years of Tao Seed practice papers. How to be a cultured, moral, and quality dog. How to become a model dog in 3 respects. I will examine you in a month, I said. If you fail, no meat for a month. He held them in his front paws and looked at me with an expression of total intellectual devastation, and I went back to work. Half a year later, I had it. The Fairness System, version 1. It was the size of a bean. It was woven out of my own soul power and threads of the law of time and the law of space and the law of yin and yang, and folded into it were the 2 things I had been building since the day I got expelled. The cheat brain, so it could think. The battery, so it could feed. It pulls ambient energy out of the air all day, forever, for free. It converts that energy into a usable currency, and it splits the take with the host, 50-50. I want to note that I could have taken all of it. The host would never have known. I did the math on both versions, and then I chose the 50, and I would like to tell you it was ethics. It was mostly that greed looks so unbelievably ugly on a founder, and I had plans. Range, 1,000 kilometers, with relay. Every system is a base station, so the more of them there are, the further the network reaches, and it grows its own coverage the way moss grows. The prompt, when it opens in your mind, says this. Do you want to know the meaning of life? Do you want to become stronger? The Fairness System provides services for you. Do you wish to bind? I called it fairness, knowing perfectly well that absolute fairness does not exist and cannot exist and has never existed in any world I have been dropped into. I did not name it after a promise. I named it after a direction because names shape the things that carry them, and I wanted every single person who ever opened that interface to be holding the word in their hands. The interface itself looks like a computer desktop because I only know how to build the one thing. Profile, mall, forum. My own profile read Chen Ming. 151 years old. 5 elements spiritual roots. Tao seed realm. Progress 5%. Energy value 0. The free tier of the mall had 3 things on it, and those 3 things were the whole war. 1. A body forging method that takes an ordinary person from nothing to the innate realm on nothing but their own body. 2. The old farmer's art. This one I am proud of. It fuses ordinary labor movements with martial technique so that hoeing a field, hauling water, and carrying a load are cultivation. You do not stop working to cultivate. The working is the cultivating. And critically, it does not increase your food intake because it draws its energy from outside the body, because a starving man cannot cultivate a technique that makes him hungrier, and I had actually thought about that. 3. The literacy primer. Transmitted straight into the soul. The paid tier had the real techniques, the whole Tao seed ladder, every one of them running on sunlight and moonlight and starlight, and all of them written in plain language. No hidden terms, no coded phrasing, no 3 layers of poetry you need a master to unlock for you. That last thing is not a convenience. In this world, the elite do not only own the resources, they own the meanings. They control what the characters say, and they revise what the characters say whenever it suits them, and a man who cannot read cannot check. So when I built the literacy primer, I restored the original meanings. All of them. I was not teaching people to read. I was taking away the right of interpretation, and there is no faster way to pull a ruling class off its foundation. I found Mao flipping listlessly through his practice papers. Half a year, and he had never once passed. All day, I said, hitting him lightly on the head, you only know how to run to the brothel. The entire town of Qingshan now knows that the dog Dr. Chen raises is a brothel regular, and I never gave you a single copper, which means you have been sneaking out to take on freelance work to fund it. He would not meet my eye. And the most infuriating part, I said, is that you went and you did not invite me. We went to the Yuelai restaurant to celebrate the launch. I ordered 11 dishes. Mao got a basin of plain white rice. I said I was going to eat a big feast, I told him. I never said you had a share. You watch. I eat. Between us, a big feast is being eaten. He put his head down on the table next to the rice and did not move for the entire meal. I picked the first host on purpose. Shu Family Village, because the countryside is closed. Information does not leak out of a village the way it leaks out of a city, and if my first system did something horrifying, I wanted it to happen where I could still put the lid on. Encircle the cities from the countryside. I did not invent that phrase either. Mo Ling was 15. His parents had died a year earlier, and the village bully Mo Kang had taken the family's farmland in the 2 weeks after the funeral, and the boy had been living off firewood and whatever he could trap. I watched him for 4 days before I picked him, and I want to be honest about the criteria, because they were not kind ones. Outstanding martial talent, a clear head for who had done what to him, the patience to wait, enough caution not to talk, and a deep, well-organized, load-bearing hatred. He had all the basic conditions to be a protagonist, so I made him one. I flicked the seed into him from 400 meters like a falling star, and then I sat on a roof and watched. He was illiterate. He read the gilded prompt anyway, because it does not go through your eyes. Agree, he said. Profile. 15 years old. Lightning spiritual root. Realm, mortal. Energy points, 0. Lightning. In a village. Chopping firewood. How many are out there, I thought, sitting on that roof? How many are buried under fields right now with nobody who will ever check? He found the literacy primer inside the first minute because a boy who cannot read notices the word first, and he took it, and I watched a 15-year-old become literate in the time it takes to yawn. Then he stood up in the middle of his own dirt yard and said out loud to nobody, Mo Kang, just you wait. I have waited a year for exactly one opportunity. Whatever I lost, I am going to take back. I seeded 100 more across the surrounding villages. 3 months later, all 100 were cultivating, and the forum had 0 posts on it, not one, because I had selected for careful, quiet, friendless people who do not talk, and I had gotten exactly what I asked for, which is the oldest joke in engineering. So I shipped version 2, which detected talent better, converted energy faster, and added a field for a nickname. Mo Ling chose Anlei, which means safe and sound. Then he wrote the first message ever posted on the network, and I want it read exactly as it stands, because it is the actual beginning of everything that came after. Hello everyone. Is anyone there? There was. Within a day, the forum was alive. I expanded to 1,000 seeds and went to go get the law of karma, for 2 reasons. 1. Karma is what long-range communication is actually made of. 2. I wanted to cut my own karmic link to the hosts, because the bodhisattva fears the cause and the mortal fears the effect, and I was about to become the cause of several 100 million people's entire lives. Half a year. Karma, and contract law with it. 20 great Tao laws sitting on my Tao seed now, and I noticed something in the numbers that made me sit up. My deduction had gotten faster, not from the cheat brains, from the hosts. 1,100 systems, sitting in 1,100 heads, each one running a small idle process. It was not much per person, but it was 1,100 people. I checked the backend on Mo Ling. Innate realm. He had bought the 9 Heavens Heavenly Thunder art with points earned from spreading seeds. He had gone to Mo Kang's house, and he had killed him and taken back his father's land. And then he had gone through Mo Kang's deeds, found every other piece of land the man had taken over the years, and given all of it back to the families it came from. 15 years old. That was also the day I got scared of my own product, because if a boy like that can get the system, so can the man who broke 3 children's arms in a courtyard in Yunping City, and if he does, that is not his fault, that is mine. Version 3 took 30 attempts, 29 of them failed, the 30th one worked, and version 3 had the lock in it, good and evil identification. A person past a certain line cannot bind the system at all, and a bound host who crosses that line afterward is unbound, automatically, on the spot. I wanted the punishment to be worse than unbinding. I wrote 3 versions where it was. Then I thought about a farmer somewhere finding out that this thing in his head could execute him if it disagreed with him, and I deleted all 3 because a system people are frightened of is a system nobody spreads, and I set the bar low on purpose. It is not sainthood, it is not virtue. The condition is only that you are not extremely vicious and devoid of human nature. Almost every person alive clears it. Almost. Version 3 also brought messaging, a mission hall, payment by scan code, pictures and video on the forum, and seed vouchers in the mall, so that for 100 energy points anyone could buy a seed and hand it to whoever they liked. And the law of karma let me do the thing I had wanted since the beginning. It split the system away from me into an origin system, standing between us so that the karma of every host lands there and not on my head. This is trading a bird gun for a cannon, I wrote in my notes that night. Version 3 finally looks like a real system. It is still the back alley edition, but at least it is no longer the beggar edition. The forum went off like a dropped jar. Version 3 trended for a week. People argued for 4 days about whether spreading it destroyed your own advantage. The conclusion the hosts reached without any help from me was the correct one. You spread it to your own family first, and you spread it fast, because being early is the only advantage that compounds. And they were right. It was already becoming a race. I came out of meditation one morning to find Ah Mao in a horse stance in the courtyard with a bowl of water balanced on each front paw and his food basin on his head, holding a face of pure existential despair. I looked at him for a while. Tired, I said. Let's just destroy everything. The brothel situation had by then done real damage. Women would not come to my clinic. Wives forbade their husbands. My entire human meridian data collection program had collapsed because the dog I owned had a reputation, and by extension so did I. Dr. Chen is an old lecher. Even his dog is a lecherous dog. I checked my profile. Nickname, Little Doctor Who Saves the World, which I had chosen in a good mood and now could not change. 152 years old. Dao Seed Realm, 10%. Energy value, 115 million. Over 3,000 hosts. Liu Family Village was flagged in my backend as a key target of care, which is a phrase I wrote myself and have never been able to say without smiling. Every person in old Liu Hai's household had a system. Liu Hai, who had been counting his remaining days on one hand when I gave him that money bag, was upright and thickening. The 2 children who had been chasing each other around the jujube tree were 10 years old and already body tempering. The good days are ending, I told the ceiling. For all of you high and mighty gentlemen, are you ready? The storm is nearly here. Then I posted the promotion task. There is much unfairness in the world. The fairness system makes the world better. Let us make it fairer together. 200 energy points for every system shared, with no upper limit. A seed costs 100 points. The bounty pays 200. Every single person on that forum became a salesman inside a quarter of an hour, and in that quarter hour I gained 1,000 hosts. And then the thing I had not planned for happened, and it was the best thing that has ever happened to me. A merchant named Lin Yuan set up a platform in the middle of Qingshan town and stood on it and shouted, I am buying energy points. 1 energy point for 1 copper coin. I will take every point you have. People came with their scan codes. He paid in cash. The beggars lined up. I stood at the back of that square and watched men who had been sitting against the granary wall like sandbags walk up onto a platform and sell an hour of their own idle thought for money, and I did the arithmetic, and I had to go and sit down. Nobody in this town is going to starve to death in the street again. Not because I fed them, because the thing running in their heads is worth something, and it charges itself while they sleep. 3 million hosts inside a month. I was barely breaking even on the referral bounties, and I did not care even slightly because I had realized what I was actually building, so I dumped everything I had. Every scrap of agriculture and animal breeding and basic engineering from my last life uploaded to the mall for free, and then I posted bounties, vehicles, food, cement, electricity. I could not invent all of it. There were 3 million of them. The forum's front page that week was a thread titled Youth Gets System, Revenge Successful. A boy named Wei Tian in Changling County, whose family had been destroyed by the Black Tiger Gang, had bound a system and gone and erased the Black Tiger Gang by himself. The comments underneath were the thing I actually read twice. With the fairness system, anyone can learn a skill. And bad people cannot even bind it. I was dirt poor and my child got sick and I had no money for a physician, so I sold energy points and bought the medicine. Points are getting harder to earn. Demand is outrunning supply. And one man bragging that he had run to a prefecture nobody had reached yet and banked $1 million. The invention bounty went up the same week. 1 million to 100 million energy points for anything that measurably improves how people live. No restrictions on the field. I did not tell them what to invent, because the entire point of having 3 million minds is that you do not know what is in them, which is how the Divine Farmer Sect walked into my trap without me ever setting one. Elder Du Heng came into Changling County with his senior brother Qin Hao and his disciple Liu Yi on foot, the way his sect has always traveled, and by the time he reached the market square he had stopped talking. Everyone on the street had martial arts, not swagger, actual technique, in the way they carried water and stepped around each other. There were no beggars, there were no bandits on the road in, which for a rural county is roughly as normal as no weather. And there were wealthy men standing on platforms bellowing that they would buy something called energy points at any quantity offered. Then he got to the fields, and that is where he came apart. Farmers were swinging hoes fast enough to blur. One man transplanting rice was moving down the flooded row with a footwork pattern that looked like walking on waves, both hands going, dropping seedlings in a line as straight as a ruled edge. Our sect has studied planting for 400 years, Du Heng said out loud, in the mud. We have never seen this. He walked out into the paddy and grabbed a farmer by the shoulder to test him. The farmer was called Shugan. Middle-aged, honest, innate realm, and completely unaware that he was being tested by an elder. Du Heng poured Grandmaster-level power down his arm, and Shugan, thinking a stranger had challenged him to a friendly contest of strength, cheerfully ran the exertion method out of the martial codex and threw a Grandmaster 3 steps backward into the water. You are really not a man of the Jianghu, said Du Heng, from the mud. Then where did those martial arts come from? From the system, said Shugan. I have only been at it a few months. Farming got much easier once I learned them. Then Shugan remembered the referral bounty, and his face lit up, and he said, I happen to have a system seed on me. Du Heng bound it, and for the next quarter hour, he made noises. It spans any distance, he said, discovering the messaging function. It connects everyone. This is the work of an immortal. Then he found them all, and the noises stopped. He read that cultivating to the Tao seed realm grants 500 years of lifespan. He read the technique descriptions. He compared them silently to the legacy his sect had guarded for 4 centuries. Compared to these, he said, our Divine Farmer Sect's inheritance is too far behind. Qin Hao and Liu Yi bound too, and took it much worse than he did. Then Du Heng did something that tells you everything about the kind of man he is. He wanted the evergreen spring technique, wood attribute, compatible with his own foundation, cultivable all the way to Tao seed. So he sold every technique he personally knew to my store, everything except his sect's core legacy, plus his entire lifetime of herbal cultivation research, 130,000 energy points. He bought the first 3 realms and had 20,000 left, and he needed 100,000 more for the next tier. And this 400-year-old elder of a recognized sect sat down on the edge of a rice paddy and said, with real feeling, poor. Truly, truly, too poor. He also worked out, on his own, why a grandmaster had lost to a farmer. My innate realm is not their innate. The whole ladder is built differently. Their grandmaster is standing on a rung of a ladder I threw away, so the 3 of them stayed. An elder of the Divine Farmer Sect and his 2 students moved into Changling County to breed a better rice because the food improvement bounty was still open, and because, as Liu Yi pointed out, this reward is not one time. If we keep improving it, we keep getting paid. Meanwhile, over in Jiangling Prefecture, my product got its first advertisement, and I did not pay for it. Sun Zi was ranked 10th of the 10 great young experts. Wu Tao was ranked 1st, and had beaten Sun Zi publicly a few months earlier. Sun Zi issued a challenge. The gambling houses opened a book on it, and nobody bet on Sun Zi because the odds were not a question, they were an insult. Among the younger generation of Jiangling Prefecture, said Wu Tao, standing on the platform, I am invincible. Invincibility is just your excessive confidence, said Sun Zi. Today I am going to grant you a defeat. Then he opened with the blazing sun star shattering palm, which he had bought from my mall 11 days earlier. A sun came up over that platform. Wu Tao brought out the profound ice-cold night saber, a family heirloom, the pride of the Gu household, and it went soft like thin snow dropped into boiling soup. His hand split open. He got driven back 3 steps, then disarmed, then hit off the platform and about 30 meters down the street. 10 moves. The whole thing took 10 moves. Who am I? Said Wu Tao, sitting in the road. Where am I? Then his eyes went red, and he screamed that Sun Zi must have used some shameful method because nobody could get that strong that fast. And Sun Zi gave the answer that I could not have written better if I had paid him, which I want to point out that I did not. If you are weak, practice more, he said. You used to beat me because your family's technique was better than my family's technique. That was all it ever was. If we fought now, you would not be able to touch the corner of my clothes. Wu Tao vomited blood. His father, Wu Haiming, head of the Gu family, came down out of the crowd, knocked his own son unconscious with one finger to save him from having to hear any more, and carried him away with a look on his face like a drawn blade. And then the whole thing collapsed into farce, which is how I knew it was working, because Sun Zi's actual plan had been to use the duel as marketing. He had reached the top of the platform and drawn breath to make his pitch when a complete stranger named Chen Lei vaulted into the front row and got there first, screaming, "I have system seeds here, free of charge, form a line." Sun Zi dropped 400 years of martial dignity in half a second. "The seeds over here," he shouted, "are the authentic ones. Seize the opportunity," Chen Lei bellowed back. "First come first served. One step late is losing at the starting line." Somebody in the crowd bound a seed, screamed, and then went quiet, and I watched the back end as he opened the mall and worked out the arbitrage in under a minute. Sell your family technique to the store, use the proceeds to buy seeds, give the seeds away for the referral bounty. Repeat. Within the hour, the entire prefecture city was a seed market, and men were running, actually running, on foot toward districts nobody had reached yet. Wu Haiming called a meeting. The 4 great families of Jiangling Prefecture, all 4 heads at one table. Wu Haiming, He Yun, Zhang Chao, Xiao Ru. His plan was to poison the well. "We spread a rumor," he said, "that binding the system allows the caster to take possession of your mind and control you. People will unbind voluntarily, then the system remains in our hands alone. Those ant-like commoners do not deserve to possess it." He Yun let that sit for a beat, and then asked very politely, the question. "Family head Gu," he said, "do you actually understand the system? Surely you have not failed to bind it yourself?" Wu Haiming's eyes stopped moving. The other 3 looked at each other and stood up and left. He threw a teacup at the wall and shouted that these juniors were not worth conspiring with, and I do not think he had yet understood what had just happened to him, so let me explain it since I was reading the transcript. The bar is set at not extremely vicious and devoid of human nature. He could not clear it. The other 3 got outside the gate and immediately said, "Let us add each other on messaging," and made a group chat. And in that group chat, they reached 3 conclusions in about 11 minutes. That Wu Haiming cannot bind because the Gu family has done too much. That this is the moment to break the Gu family's grip on the prefecture's resources. And that commoners with systems would simply farm energy points that the 3 of them could then buy. Then Jiang Chao typed, "I recorded that entire conversation. I am editing it now and posting it to the forum." I opened the forum an hour later to a thread called "Wu Haiming Conspiracy Exposed" sitting at the top of the hot list, and I laughed until my eyes watered. "Refreshing," I said. Under the wave, they are completely powerless. All they can do is follow. My backend that evening read 35,160,000 hosts. Jiangling Prefecture has about 70 million people in it. I had half a province. Energy value, 130 billion. And that night, I did the thing I had been building towards since the very first Jade Brick. I connected every subsystem in the network and started their idle cycles. 35 million systems. 35 million sitting in 35 million heads, every one of them running a thread for me while its owner slept or ate or argued on the forum about seed prices. It was like switching on 35 million cheat brains at once. I had a supercomputer, and it was made out of poor people, and every one of them was being paid. I sat in a courtyard in Qingshan town with a dog asleep against my leg and felt the whole thing come online behind my eyes. I want to be very clear that I did not feel guilty about it, and I still do not. There, half of the split was buying medicine in Changling County that week. 3 days of deduction on that matrix gave me version 4, storage and conversion up 100-fold, short video, map navigation, voice and video calls, and 2 features that changed what the system was for. The first is the enlightenment space. 100,000 energy points buys you 10 seconds inside it. 10. And in those 10 seconds, you are standing inside a space where every great Dao law I have personally comprehended hangs in the air around you like weather, with a live link into the computing matrix. And the difference it makes to comprehension is not a percentage, it is a different activity. And every insight anybody has in there comes back to me, every single one. 100 million people paying me for the privilege of thinking about the Dao on my behalf. I wrote in my notes, this is like making every host a helper in my own comprehension. Win and win. I have reread that line many times. I stand by it. I also notice what it is. The second feature was a storage space. 100,000 points for the first cubic meter, 1,000,000 for everyone after. The reactions came in over the next day, and they were all the same reaction. Du Heng dropped his hoe face down in the mud. With this, breaking through a realm would be as easy as turning your hand over. It is a pity that I am dirt poor, He Yun, a man sitting on several hundred million in hard assets, wrote in his group chat. What the hell? This is the first time in my life I have felt like a poor wretch. I have finally understood. In the system, energy points are strength. And Mo Ling, now at the peak of the innate realm, quoted the forum's own slogan back at it. Great era of contention. One step slow, every step slow. Then he packed a bag and left his village to go open territory nobody had touched. The whole prefecture stopped talking about anything except how to earn. I walked through Changling County that week to look at it with my own eyes. No beggars. No street toughs, because when everybody knows martial arts, the local bully gets his teeth scattered by a grandmother, faces with color in them, people walking fast, and on a corner, an old man saying to his neighbor that he wished there were something in the mall that could regrow his son's crippled hand. The neighbor told him not to be foolish, only some impossibly high realm could do that. I stood 2 meters away, unrecognized, in my own city, and thought, fine. Then I went home and started deducing it. Turns out changing the world makes a person quite proud of himself. The next part is embarrassing, and I am including it because leaving it out would be dishonest. I came out of the Drunken Spring Pavilion after 3 straight days of deduction, having gone in strictly for a massage, and I want that on the record, and I walked directly into Ah Mao coming the other way. I went on the offensive immediately. I even searched the whole building for you, I said. He did not answer. He put his nose in the air, caught the scent of women's face powder all over my collar, and began barking, loudly. Ears up, tail up, in the middle of a busy street, at his master, in public. People stopped to watch. Somebody laughed. Fortunately, at that point, he still could not talk. Anyway, around that time I built my weapons. I had the laws now, and laws are not knowledge, they are tools, and I had been sitting on a workbench full of them. 5-colored divine light, which I lifted wholesale from a legend in my old world, a technique that sweeps anything of the 5 elements into a pocket of space, whether it consents or not. The great 5 elements destruction light, which runs the generation cycle backwards. The great yin-yang annihilation light, which simply inverts the balance in a thing until the thing stops being a thing. The yin-yang taiji diagram, for dissolving and shielding. The space-time divine art, which moves me short distances without crossing the space between. And the heaven and earth creation technique, which heals by treating the wound as an unfinished draft. I field-tested the 5-colored divine light on my dog's food bowl. It vanished. It came back. It vanished. It came back. I did that about a dozen times while Amao tracked it with his head, and his fur slowly stood up along his spine, and then for completeness, I swept up the dog. He came out of the divine ability space about 4 seconds later and hit the flagstones with a thud. All right, I said. Stop being angry and go and eat. I was testing a new divine ability. He sat down in front of me with his ears back and barked at me in a specific pattern I had learned to read, and what he wanted was the system. He wanted to bind it. He wanted to learn faster, reach the divine sea realm sooner, and most of all, he wanted to be able to talk. I looked at this dog, who had never once passed a practice paper in his life, expressing sudden, intense enthusiasm for study. You will cultivate seriously, I said, and reach divine sea as fast as you can. If you cannot manage it, I will uninstall it. He nodded so hard his ears flapped. And, I said, you must never, under any circumstances, let anyone on the system find out that you are a dog. He agreed to this with great sincerity, and I flicked a modified seed into his forehead, and I want to state for the record that this decision produced more chaos over the following 2 centuries than the artificial spiritual roots did. Mo Ling, meanwhile, nearly got himself killed in a town square. He had reached Zhongyang town, on the border of Chongqing and Zhongling, and he was handing out seeds to a large and extremely enthusiastic crowd, and he was doing it well, which was the problem. Mo Feng was coming home, great grandmaster, 8th-ranked expert in the entire Jin state. He had been away wandering for years, and he walked into his own hometown and saw a teenager standing on a crate distributing a mysterious object to a mob of ecstatic commoners who were shouting about eternal life. He had spent his career watching cults do exactly that, and watching what was left of the families afterward. How daring, he said, coming down the street. You dare to spread a cult in Zhongyang town. Did you not ask around first? This is the hometown of Mo Feng. The crowd immediately closed ranks around Mo Ling and started explaining that the young master was a good person, which as far as Mo Feng was concerned confirmed that all of them were bewitched, so he swung. Mo Ling had reached the divine sea realm 11 days earlier and had been aching for something to hit. They cracked the flagstones for 100 meters. And I want to note the one detail that made me proud of the boy, which is that both of them, mid-fight, kept steering the damage away from the crowd. Two men trying to kill each other while politely not wrecking the neighborhood. Mo Feng went down on one knee, coughing blood, beaten by a kid under 20. Great hero Shu, said Mo Ling, bowing properly. I accept your concession. I really am not from a cult. I am only handing out system seeds. You might as well try binding one. Mo Feng bound it. His eyes came out on stalks. With this system, he said, after about a minute, even a pig could cultivate into a flying heavenly god pig. Then he sold every technique he owned, bought the 9 Yang heaven-burning art, checked his balance, and arrived at the destination that every single person in this world eventually arrives at. Poor ghosts are not worthy of cultivating, he said. Poor. Too poor. I need a large quantity of energy points. And then the 8th-ranked expert in the Jin state turned around, apologized sincerely to the boy he had just tried to kill, filled his arms with seeds, and roared at the square, fellow villagers. I also have free system seeds here. As to whether handing out seeds cost a great grandmaster his face, he did not care in the slightest. He had run the numbers. How many energy points is a great grandmaster's face actually worth? Mo Ling's mouth twitched. Another competitor. 2 months after that, Du Heng hit 1,000 caddies per mu. I need you to understand what that number is. It is roughly double what good land in that region had ever produced, in any year, with any luck. He found out in the field. 3 of them checked it 4 times. And then a 400-year-old elder of the divine farmer sect climbed onto the ridge between 2 paddies covered in mud to the thigh and danced, while his disciple Liu Yi jumped up and down beside him with her braids swinging. They uploaded the video, the data, and the full method to the mission hall. I verified it against the back-end monitoring, and then I stood up. Food is the heaven of the people. That is not a slogan I made up either. It is just true in every world I have lived in, and it was true in the one where I died at a desk. I paid out 100 million energy points. I attached a system-wide commendation with auspicious clouds and celestial music, because presentation is not decoration, presentation is the incentive. And I named the rice after him, Du Heng Rice. Let him have the fame and the money both, I wrote, so that more people will want this. The commendation went to over 80 million hosts. The forum went insane. Half of it was congratulations and the other half was some of the purest envy I have ever read. I have worked my fingers to the bone selling seeds in Changxing Prefecture, and I have not cleared 10 million, and they got 100 million in one go. I am publicly envious. There was always enough food. It was monopolized. Now a beggar can survive by selling energy points. They named the rice after him. He will be in the histories. If I could do something like that, I would be willing to die tomorrow. Du Heng went from being known to about 100,000 people to being known to every host alive. 3 months later, sect leader Wang Xuan of the Divine Farmer sect bound a system, spent one afternoon reading, and slammed his palm on the table in front of 7 elders. Today, he said, I am going to make a decision that betrays my ancestors. We are going to upload and sell every cultivation technique this sect owns, including the legacy technique. Not one elder argued. Not one. Because they had all read them all by then, and they had all had the same quiet, humiliating realization. 400 years of guarded inheritance was worth less than the free tier. And if they did not sell it, somebody else would upload it eventually, and they would not even get paid. And in the middle of all of that, on an ordinary afternoon, Ah Mao broke through to the Divine Sea realm. He came into the courtyard, opened his mouth, and said, Master. Then he went around me in circles at speed, shouting, Master, Ah Mao can really talk, Master. I can talk. I let him have about 4 seconds of that. You must never speak outside this courtyard, I said. If somebody mistakes you for a dog demon and beats you to death, that would be such a wrongful way to go. He stopped mid-circle and thought about it and agreed, and then asked whether he could talk on the system instead, and I said no, and we both knew he was going to anyway. Then a short video came up my feed of a tomb. An earthquake in Changxing Prefecture had cracked a hillside open, and what came out of the hillside was a doorway covered in runes, and those runes were not martial arts, they were cultivator work. I had 512 great Dao laws on my world seed by then, and I had hit the ceiling of what my own reasoning could give me without new material. I needed a cultivator's library, anybody's. Ah Mao arrived for the trip in bright floral trousers. Can you take those off? I said. Dressing like that is far too eye-catching. He drew himself up. I have been studying how to be a cultured, moral, and qualified dog, he said, and how to become a model dog in 3 respects, and I am striving to be a dog with etiquette and style. You are right, I said after a long pause. Let's go. We got 100% head turn rate the entire way. Every village. Every single person. There were about 1,000 people at the tomb by the time we arrived, and most of them were hosts who had read the same video I had and had come to get rich. I saw faces I knew from the back end. Mo Ling, Wei Tian, the boy who erased the Black Tiger Gang, Sun Zi, Mo Feng, all 4 of them at Divine Sea now. And 3 people who had not bound anything, Gao Xuan, the sword god, 3rd ranked in the Jin state, Kui Wang, the spear king, 5th, and Wei Yanhua, called immortal Linghua, 10th. All 3 great grandmasters, all 3 standing slightly apart from the crowd the way people do when they have not yet worked out that the ground has moved. Everyone hit the defensive formation together. I quietly put my palm on the one flaw I had spotted from 300 meters out, and the whole thing came apart, and 1,000 people stampeded through the doorway. I strolled. Master, Amao typed at me frantically. Hurry up, any slower and the treasures will all be gone. They went in first, I said. They are scouting the path for us, and if somebody really does find an immortal cultivation technique, we can simply take it off them afterward. The corridor beyond the door had arrows in it as thick as a bowl, and by the time we walked down it there were several dozen people pinned to the walls. Master is wise, said Amao, with his fur standing straight up. Thank goodness these people helped us step on the mines. Then the antechamber and the illusion formation. Hundreds of people lost their minds in about 4 seconds. Some of them froze mid-stride. Some started fighting things that were not there. 2 men cut each other apart while both of them were smiling. It did not touch me. Nothing that works on a mind has ever touched me, and beside me my dog was standing perfectly still with his eyes squeezed shut and his tail going like a metronome, saying, out loud, "Wonderful. This technique is peerless. Use more strength. This lord will certainly reward you handsomely afterward." A vein came up on my forehead. He was in a brothel, in the middle of a death trap, in an ancient cultivator's tomb, surrounded by men bleeding out on the flagstones. My dog's soul had gone directly to a massage. I flicked the illusion out of his skull with 2 fingers. Master, he said, blinking, with the expression of a creature who knows he has been caught but not what he has been caught at. What just happened to me? I decided to save the rest of them, and I am going to be honest about the thought I actually had, because I have promised myself I would be honest about these, and this is one of the worst ones. I looked at 800 screaming people and I thought, they are all lush green leeks. Then I corrected myself. Wrong. They are beloved friends, brothers of flesh and blood. I will keep them around so that they may shine and generate heat for the cause. I have never been sure which of those 2 sentences was the joke. I read the formation, found the 4 eyes it was anchored on, and hit all 4. The thing came down, and 800 and some people came back to themselves, and about 200 did not, because 200 were already dead. It had taken minutes. Quiet, I said, into the noise. You were in an illusion formation. Wei Yanhua came forward first and bowed properly. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. I filed something away as she said it. She is a great grandmaster and she got caught, while men far weaker than her walk through untouched. That is not a power problem. That is a hole in her state of mind, and I made a note to remember which of these people had one. Then the crowd started on me. Young hero this, leader of the martial world that. And I stood there and let them do it, and I noticed with genuine alarm how much I was enjoying it. No wonder those emperors always ended up surrounded by flatterers, I thought. Praise is extremely comfortable. The next chamber had 8 bronze puppets in it, humanoid, foundation establishment strength each, and they were methodically taking the 3 unbound great grandmasters apart. Gao Shen had a shoulder open. Kui Wang was bleeding from the waist. Everyone, Kui Wang shouted, together, on my count. And the entire crowd turned to look at me, not at him, at me, waiting. Kui Wang's pupils shrank down to points, and I could read his face like a page. Who is this young man? Why does every person in this tomb treat him as the one who decides? I killed all 8 of them. 1 palm each. There is a particular silence that comes after that, and I have grown to like it, because everyone in that room did the same arithmetic at the same moment, which is that a bronze puppet at Foundation Establishment took 1 palm, and so would they. My name is Chen Ming, I said. We are all here for treasure. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Then I swept up 10 puppet corpses and put them into my storage space in front of everybody. I had not planned that as a demonstration. It became one. It was the first time anyone outside the system had watched a cubic meter of nothing eat a bronze statue, and I could see the hosts in the crowd silently rewriting their savings plans on the spot. The main chamber had a coffin in it, the size of a small house, covered in runes, and 2 golden puppets waking up on either side of it at golden core strength. Sun Zi went white. Master, said Amao, can you handle those? Shall we withdraw and consider our options? They are golden core, I said. I can handle it. It is a good chance to test a divine ability. I had 2 options. One would have trapped them. I picked the Great 5 Elements Destruction Divine Light instead because I wanted to see it work, and both puppets lost everything above the waist before either of them finished standing up. Then I read the coffin. It was a corpse refining formation. The man inside had given up on the immortal Tao at some point, and decided that if he could not live forever as a person, he would do it as something else, and he had refined himself into an undying corpse. I flicked the lid off. Corpse energy came out of it like a black dragon and stood up into a 2-meter figure with an ash-gray face twisted out of any expression a person could hold, white fangs and one arm made of metal, gears, a visible skeleton of jointed steel running up into the rotted flesh of the shoulder. I stood there for a second, genuinely delighted, and thought, this styling is truly bizarre. It has a faintly cyberpunk flavor. My working theory is that he tried to refine himself into a puppet first, failed, settled for zombie, failed at that too, and lost his mind somewhere in the middle. There is a lesson in there about scope creep. 2 exchanges of the great yin-yang annihilation divine light. The first took the metal arm and the entire left half of him. The second took the right arm and then everything else down to dust. And then I sat down because both of those divine abilities cost more true force than I had budgeted for. If an ordinary Dao seed cultivator tried one of them, they would not manage it, and if they forced it, they would come out the other side as a dried husk. Those 2 are trump cards, not tools. The loot was a jade slip. 1,000 mechanisms. Puppet true interpretation, metal attribute, an immortal cultivation technique that runs all the way to nascent soul, with the full puppet-making methods attached. Every person in the chamber went very still. I will upload this to the system store, I said. If you want it, go and buy it yourselves. That was not generosity. It is metal attribute only, so it is useless to almost everyone, and putting a genuine immortal technique on my shelf next to my own techniques is the single best advertisement I could have bought. Wei Yanhua, Gao Xuan, and Kui Wang bound seeds on the spot, all 3 of them, right there on the floor of a tomb. Then all 3 of them opened them all, looked at the price, checked their balance, and hit the wall that every single person in this world hits within 4 minutes of arriving. Mo Feng finally asked the thing they had all been circling. Might I ask, he said, whether you have already cultivated to the Dao seed realm? I have, I said, and then I sold it, because I am always selling. The Dao seed martial arts cultivation system is stronger than the immortal cultivation system, I said, and it has no aptitude requirement at all. Anybody can cultivate it. Anybody. Every person in that tomb was the head of something. That is what a treasure crowd is. They went home to their prefectures and their sects and their families, and they took the story with them. Merchants started buying storage space in bulk, because a merchant with a cubic meter of pocket space loses nothing in transit and needs no guards, and every courier he hires now knows martial arts. Seeds went out across the whole of the Jin state and then across the borders into countries I had never been to. 1 month later, I had 3 billion hosts, and I was gaining 100 million a day. I spent most of that month lying in a rocking chair scrolling short videos, which felt so exactly like being back on Earth that it made my chest hurt. I found videos of myself. Somebody had recorded the tomb, and there was a clip of me killing a bronze puppet with one palm doing extremely well, and the comments had decided I was the strongest host alive. I did not take it down. If you want to hide the fact that you are the master of the system, the best place to stand is in the middle of the crowd, being famous for something else. Everything was moving now. Cement. Better grain. Glass. And vehicles, which I want to describe because I did not invent them, and I still cannot quite believe them. Somebody built a carriage that runs on formations and mechanisms and needs neither fuel nor lightning, steered by thought, powered by your own true force, or straight from energy points. I paid the bounty in public with the man's name attached, the way I had with the rice, because that is the entire trick. Reward it loudly, and everybody wants to be next. A silent, earth-shaking revolution, moving with no brakes on it. Space-time control at 20%, laws pushing toward 1,000, and then the counterattack came, and it came exactly where I expected. The Blazing Sun Sect is the first sect of the Jin state. Its director, Xu Lei, took the system to Chen Guoji, who is the single strongest human being in the country, and Xu Lei did the smart thing. He laid it out honestly, and then suggested very carefully that perhaps the whole sect should bind it and get stronger. Chen Guozi was in a hurry to get back into seclusion. Our martial arts are already profound enough, he said. Could the manuals peddled by that shabby little system possibly be stronger than ours? They sell secret manuals openly. They break the rules. It is to be banned. Any disciple who binds it secretly will be handled under sect law. Xu Lei's fingernails went into his own palms. He did it anyway, because Chen Guoji is the pillar the roof sits on. And then every faction and every family whose position the system threatened saw the Blazing Sun Sect ban it and copied the ban within the month, because that is what people do. And then they started beheading people for handing out seeds. I was in seclusion when that started. I came out with 1,213 Great Dao laws on my world seed, having intended to stop at 1,000 and overshot by 200, which is a thing that happens to me. Then I opened the forum and read 4 days of it. My face stopped moving. I could have removed them, personally, in an afternoon. I did not, and the reason is not mercy. If the master of the system reaches out of the sky and erases a sect, then every host on the network learns there is a hand above them that does that. My whole thing stops being a system and starts being a god. And gods get prayed to and hidden from, not used. So I did two things instead. First, I force unbound every member of every faction that had issued a ban, all of them, at once. My backend at that moment read over 10 billion hosts, 2 billion of them in the Jin state, and 2 trillion energy points. Second, I posted a mission. Forces such as the Blazing Sun Sect prohibit the spreading of the system and have killed system hosts. This challenges the majesty of the system. A mission is hereby issued to exterminate them. Anyone at innate realm or above may sign up. On completion, participants will divide 300 billion energy points according to contribution. The forum did not debate it. The forum organized. This will cost millions of lives. However many die, I have long found them unpleasant to look at. I am already on the road. Low difficulty, enormous reward. If I am late, I will not even get to drink the broth. Ah Mao was more offended than I was, and his complaint was the best summary anyone produced. What is truly infuriating, he said, is that they were using the system the whole time and sabotaging it at the same time. It is eating out of the bowl and then smashing the pot. I walked through Qingshan town on my way out, and I had to stop in the middle of the street. There was a cement road under my feet. The thatch was gone. The whole street was brick and tile now. A car went past with 6 people in it, all of them arguing about something. The noodle stall on the corner was taking payment by scan code, and the owner was kneading his dough with a martial technique, folding it over on itself faster than my eye wanted to follow. 2 worlds had been poured into the same cup, and neither of them had noticed. I bought a car on the way out of town. The Lin family carriage shop had them lined up along the wall, some shaped like sedans, some big enough to sleep in. No fuel, no lightning, just formations and mechanisms and your own true force, or straight energy points if you would rather pay. Dr. Chen, said the shopkeeper, recognizing me, would you like to take one for a test drive? 10,000 taels in silver, 5,000 in energy points. Give me one, I said. I will pay with points. I had nothing else. I was, at that moment, one of the wealthiest entities in the world and completely broke in every currency older than 4 years. I drove it out of town at a leisurely speed and enjoyed the envy on every face I passed, and I would like to report that this feeling is exactly as good as I always suspected it was for the men who used to drive past me in my last life. Past the cement, the road turned back into mud, and the ride did not change at all, and I stopped and got underneath to look, and somebody had built a lightness formation into the suspension. Nobody told them to. Nobody paid a bounty for that. Some anonymous wheelwright in a village had simply thought of it. The wisdom of ordinary people, I said out loud, lying on my back in the mud under my own car, is immeasurable. Then the fields. Golden to the horizon, both sides of the road, all the way out. And in them, farmers taking an entire acre in a blink. A man shaking the grain off the ears with a burst of force straight into a sack. A woman breaking soil into powder with a hoe. Seedlings going into a flooded paddy in a long, scattering arc, all landing upright, all evenly spaced. It was more efficient than mechanized farming. I had seen mechanized farming. This was faster. The yield is at 2,000 caddies a moo now, said Ah Mao, who read the forum every morning like a man with a newspaper. They are working on a variety that does 3,000. The purge took about 4 months. Tens of millions of hosts at innate or above took the mission, and I want to be clear that the mission was not what created that. The resentment was already there. It had been there for 1,000 years. The bans just told everyone where to put it. Every day my feed carried another manor. Mo Ling took the Wang estate with tens of thousands behind him. How dare you come and provoke my Wang family, said Wang Heng, 7th-ranked expert of the Jin state, standing on his own wall. Do not imagine, said Mo Ling, that quietly evacuating your disciples out the back was hidden from us. They are already dead. One exchange of palms, and the 7th-ranked expert in the country was on the ground in his own courtyard. I am the 7th expert of the Jin state, he said, from the flagstones. You are a junior. How can you possibly be this strong? His household started shouting surrender. Nobody stopped. To the hosts, and I am quoting the forum here because they said it themselves, these people were walking energy points, and Wang Heng, with his ribs caved in, spent his last breath on this. My Wang family deserves to ride on the heads of the masses generation after generation. Those lowly common people are not worthy of sitting on equal footing with us. Then a thunderpalm came down, and there was no more Wang family. That was Mo Ling's 3rd faction, 30 million points, which was finally enough for a Dao seed tier technique. About 1 million people died across the whole purge. I am not going to soften that number, and I am not going to pretend I did not cause it. Every obstructing force in the Jin state was gone inside a season. Everyone except the Blazing Sun Sect, which was not worried because Chen Guoji was the strongest man alive, and because nobody had told them that 100,000 hosts were already lying in the hills around their mountain gate. Mo Feng opened. Chen Guoji, he bellowed at the peak. Come out here, today your father is going to meet you. There was history there. Years back, Chen Guoji had turned a friendly exchange with him into a serious attempt at murder, and Mo Feng had never gotten over it, and I do not blame him. Chen Guoji came out and released his aura, and it was a full realm above every single person on that mountain, and 100,000 people felt their knees go soft. Wei Yanhua answered him, and she did it calmly, which is what made it land. Under your leadership, she said, it would be a wonder if the Blazing Sun Sect did not perish. In front of the system, we are insignificantly small, and do not imagine that we few are the strongest hosts. There are plenty of people far above us. Some of them could erase everyone standing on this mountain in one move. What system? Said Chen Guoji. Some evil path that dares to sell secret manuals in a shop. Then Mo Feng ran the Nine Yang Heaven burning art, and turned into a sun. One exchange of palms sent the strongest man in the Jin state backwards through the air with blood coming out of his mouth. What martial art is that? He said when he landed. How can it possibly have that much power? This, said Mo Feng, is the cultivation technique sold in the system that you look down upon. I have replayed that clip more times than I will admit to. Regret arrived on Chen Guoji's face, and it arrived far too late, and then he came apart, and the first sect of the Jin state stopped existing in about the time it takes to brew tea. Mo Feng cleared 100 million points. The others took tens of millions each. I built version 5 out of those 1,213 laws. 3 things went in: a system intelligence, an actual mind, to screen for ingratitude, moderate the forum, and pre-review missions. And I want to note that I gave it deliberately low authority and no access to the core, because I have read what happens in the stories where a man builds a thinking thing and then hands it the keys, and I did not fancy being the cautionary tale. Live streaming, with tips. Remember that one. It gets away from me later. And the trial tower. 3,000 floors. Beat the gatekeeper, take the next floor. The terrain and the difficulty climb the whole way, and I keep a combat power ranking for every realm, top 3,000 each, publicly. Anybody who does something impressive on the way up gets copied and installed as a gatekeeper for the people behind them. At launch, there were only 100 gatekeepers, and I had shaped every one of them personally. Here is the part I am proud of. The tower condenses a body for you out of a thread of your own mental energy, and then it blocks your awareness that you are in a trial. So the fight is not practice. As far as your mind is concerned, you are actually dying. Losing costs you a few days in bed and 100 points. Clearing all 3,000 floors pays 1 billion. And every great Tao insight anyone shows in there, or leaves behind when they die in there, comes to me. I climbed it myself, of course, all the way. Floor 3,000 is an open star field, and standing in it was me. Same techniques, same divine abilities, same laws, nothing held back on either side. We fought for 100,000 rounds. I am not exaggerating for effect, that is the count. There were meteors coming apart around us, and the void tearing open along the lines where we hit each other, and we went from full power down to complete exhaustion together, in perfect step, because of course we did. I won by inventing a divine ability in the middle of it that neither of us had known when we started. Then I stood over myself in the dark and understood quite suddenly and quite personally that a man's greatest enemy really is nobody else. I left my name at the top of the Dao Seed combat power ranking on purpose. The people cultivating my system needed to see in public that their ladder was not the inferior one. 7 years in Qingshan town. Time to move. I went to Liu family village first. Every person in Liu Hai's house had reached innate. The 2 boys who had been chasing each other around the jujube tree were 13 years old and in the late innate realm, and neither of them had any idea who I was. I went up the hill and burned incense for my parents and for Lu Qin. Then I went back down and told Ah Mao we were leaving in the morning. While I was doing that, the emperor of the Jin state was having a bad morning. I have the recording. Dong Zhuo sat on his throne and let his own court scream at each other for the better part of an hour. The system is a demon. Those humble citizens should honestly labor like beasts of burden. My son was killed by a system host. Hundreds of thousands of mu of my family's land taken. Those wretches will not farm properly, and instead they go and practice martial arts. Their crimes are unforgivable. That last one is my favorite sentence produced by any human being in either of my lives. They will not farm properly. They are, in fact, farming at double yield with a technique that makes the work easier, and the crime is that they are also learning to fight. Then the Prime Minister stood up and shut the room down, and I liked him immediately. Gao Ren laid it out flat. The Blazing Sun Sect banned it, he said. The Blazing Sun Sect was slaughtered to the last man. 1 million people died in a season. Do your martial arts compare to Chen Guoji? Does your school compare to the Blazing Sun Sect? And then the part that actually ended the discussion. You do not know who has bound it, he said. You cannot know. Are you going to execute everyone in the Jin state? I will say this plainly. Among those of us standing in this hall right now, there may well be someone who has tried. The censor-in-chief objected that the Jin state has an army 1,000,000 strong. Can you tell me, said Gao Ren, how many of that million are hosts? The censor-in-chief sat down and did not speak again. I want to note something I found in my back end afterward, because it is the funniest thing in the whole transcript. Every single man in that hall had privately tried to bind a seed. Every one of them had failed. Gao Ren's plan was clean, and it was the right plan, and if I had been him, I would have proposed the same thing. Do not fight the system. Discredit it. Have the nation-guarding immortal master publicly challenge and defeat the strongest host alive, in front of everyone, and let the world watch a real cultivator put a martial artist in the dirt. The nation-guarding immortal master of the Jin state was called Feng Quan. Moon-white robes, middle-stage golden core, posted here by his sect to watch the country and quietly flag any child with good spiritual roots for collection. His sect was the Heavenly Revelation sect. He bound a seed before he answered purely to inspect the enemy and completely lost his composure inside 40 seconds. I have that recording too. He made a noise at the enlightenment space. He made a different noise at the storage space. He went quiet at the immortal techniques in the mall and stayed quiet for a while at the trial tower. Then he remembered where he was, put the dignity back on like a coat, and said, Dong Zhuo, what is it you want me to do? He accepted. 3 months out, Fallen Leaf Plain, 100 kilometers from the capital. And then he went straight home and sold every immortal technique he owned except his sect's legacy, 700,000 energy points. He spent 100,000 on 1 cubic meter of storage, discovered instantly that 1 cubic meter is nothing, and then took the entire remaining 500,000 and spent it on 50 seconds of enlightenment space. He came out laughing at the sky. 3 months, he said. Within 3 months, I am confident I can break into the late golden core stage. With this thing helping me, I will reach nascent soul inside 20 years. Then he checked his balance, which was 0. Poor, said the nation-guarding immortal master of the Jin state, alone in his rooms. I am really, truly too poor. It was the first time in his life. He sat down and went through his options, and they were the 3 options everybody has. Convert spirit stones, which he needed for cultivating. Invent something, for which he had no talent whatsoever. Or go out and promote the system for referral points. Asking an immortal master to do sales work, he thought, is really too embarrassing. He got there eventually. They all do. I drove north. About 2 hours in, a mouse started working an angle. Master, he said, you have been driving a long while. You must be tired. Let me take over. You go in the back and rest. You want to speed? I said. He did not deny it. I handed him the wheel and lay down in the back, and then I sat up again and put an illusion over the driver's seat so that anyone we passed would see a man, because a dog behind the wheel of a moving carriage would have started a religion. The forum's front page that week was the challenge. The emperor had made a video announcement himself, which was very modern of him. The comments were not encouraging. Even if he accepts, how can he win? Cultivators fly into the sky and burrow into the earth. How does a martial artist fight that? If Chen Ming can survive a few moves under the immortal master, that alone would count as great skill. My entire reply, which I recorded and posted without commentary, was this: 3 months from now, Fallen Leaf Plain. I will be there. I stopped driving after that because I was working on the law of fate, and that one you cannot do at speed. Fate had been beating me for a year. In the end, I got at it sideways by taking every fortune-telling classic I had ever absorbed and wiring the whole superstitious mess of it into the law of karma, which is the real structure underneath all of it. I walked for days muttering the same line like a man losing his mind. Destiny is impermanent and cannot be predicted. Using karma as the guide, let destiny lead the way. Ah Mao walked behind me the entire time without saying one word, which for him is an act of profound love. Then I heard weapons, and the timing itself was the answer, which is the part that still delights me. I had been using karma to search for people fated to me, and the search had returned a result, and the result was directly ahead of me making noise. Destiny's guidance, I said out loud, tracing the cause to find the effect. The law of fate is complete. Then I looked up. Ahead on the road there was a blood-red demonic cultivator running down 2 people, and the 2 people were the black and white swords, Ye Xuan Xiao and Su Yaoguang, the pair who had once tried to arrest me for banditry and had paid for their lives with a roll of animal hide. I dropped in with the blazing sun star shattering palm, which is, and I want to savor this, the exact move Sunzi bought off my shelf to demolish the first-ranked young expert of Jiangling Prefecture. The demonic cultivator came apart, then he came back together. The blood demon is undying, he screamed, reassembling. 10,000 bloods returned to the origin, rebirth in a bloodbath. The second palm took him down to ash before he could finish reassembling, and the last thing he got out was, "No, I am not reconciled. I only just broke through my realm. How can I fall here?" What was left on the road was a book. I stood there for a long moment before I picked it up. Because I had buried my copy of the Blood Demon art in a wasteland years earlier under enough dirt to hide a house. I checked it page by page, and the content was identical, and the book was not the same book. There are two, I said. Somebody is spreading them. Somebody is putting that thing into the world on purpose, and I could not think of a single reason for it that I liked. The two swordsmen came up the road, both of them at Middle Divine Sea now, both of them on my system, and bowed to me properly. There had been a village. 300 people. The demonic cultivator had used all 300 of them to fuel a realm breakthrough, and the two of them had arrived to no survivors. I want to put something down here plainly, because I have thought about it for a long time, and I have never found the sentence that makes it comfortable. By that point in my life, the deaths directly or indirectly on me numbered in the millions. I know the number. I have run the query. Every single one of them had a reason that I could state out loud, and I have never once harmed an ordinary person who had not earned it. That is the whole of my defense. I am aware of how thin it is. We buried all 300, and I could have looked up their names. I want you to understand that I could have. Some of them were surely hosts, and their profiles were in my backend, and I could have carved the correct name onto every marker in that village in about 4 seconds. I did not. They were not enemies. There was no need. And once you break a principle, if there is a first time, there is a second one. Then I put Amao on watch at the edge of the graves, and I took the second copy of the Blood Demon art in both hands, and I ran the law of fate and the law of karma on the book itself. With the manual as the key, I said, trace the cause to seek the effect. Let destiny manifest. The air in front of me opened. There was a sea of blood on the other side. It went out further than seeing goes. And in it, something opened its eyes. They were blood red, and they were the size of moons, and they were not looking in my direction. They were looking at me. Across whatever distance that was, through a window I had opened with 2 laws and a book, a thing found my face and focused on it. The killing intent came through the gap and went into my soul like a nail. I was thrown off my feet. I came down spitting blood, and the manual in my hands turned to dust between my fingers, and the window shut. So, confirmed. Somebody is spreading the blood demon art deliberately. I still do not know whether what looked at me was the original blood demon who invented the thing 10,000 years ago. I do not know why a power like that is contained instead of loose. And I very much do not know who was strong enough to contain it, because whoever they were, they are not in any history I have ever read. This cultivation world I wrote that night is far more dangerous than it looks. What I have seen is the tip of it. Mao was shaking against my leg. Those eyes were too frightening, he said. I still feel it. I put my hand on his head. Whoever owns those eyes, I said, is almost certainly still trapped and cannot come out. Give me enough time. I will pass him. And when I do, I am not going to suppress him. I am going to kill him properly. Next time, said my dog, we will beat him so hard he will never flip over again. There were 1 million people on Fallen Leaf Plain. Neighboring countries had sent observers. Camps had gone up. Somebody had built actual houses. Vendors were working the crowd. And everyone who could not physically be there was watching it on the system, which was the first time in the history of this world that a fight had an audience of hundreds of millions. The gambling houses had Chen Ming at 5-1 and Feng Quan at even money, and people were still putting their money on Feng Quan at even money, and I was not there. Has he lost his nerve? If he runs without fighting, that is a disgrace to every martial artist alive. In the Imperial camp, Feng Quan was entertaining 2 colleagues. Zhou Ji, nation-guarding immortal master of the Yue state, out of the Pure Void sect, Wang Hu, from the Fire Kingdom. Both of them had quietly bound the system months earlier, and both of them admitted it to each other within about a minute, which I found charming. They had come to see how strong the strongest host actually was, because if Feng Quan won, then every royal court in the region got to keep governing. Feng Quan revealed that he had made late golden core, exactly as he had promised himself in the Enlightenment space. Where did you get the energy points? Asked Zhou Jie. I simply had the Emperor of the Jin state step forward, said Feng Quan, and use gold and silver treasures to buy energy points from the common people. Zhou Jie hit himself in the forehead with the flat of his hand, so it can be operated like that. I have been buried in cultivation all day, and my brain has gone stiff. All 3 of them concluded I was a coward who was not coming. I was 2 days late because of a river. I had passed a village where the locals said the river was haunted, and I got curious. So I split the river with 1 palm and reached in and took hold of the water ghost. Then I spent an extremely productive week finding out precisely what such a thing is made of. I lost track of the date. Mao had to remind me. I would like the record to show that the research paid for itself. Somewhere in the 3rd day of that dissection, I comprehended a thread of the law of the soul. The water ghost did not survive the process, which I feel slightly worse about than I probably should. Over 3 months of travel, I had picked up the law of fate, the law of the soul, and 56 others. 1,271 great Tao laws. I came down out of the sky over the middle of Fallen Leaf Plain and stopped about 30 meters up. Sorry to keep you all waiting, I said. Something delayed me on the way. Feng Quan walked up into the air to meet me, and light bloomed under each foot as he came, which I have to admit is a genuinely beautiful way to enter. I thought you would not dare to show your face, he said. The strength of a cultivator is not something your imperfect Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system can compare to. I hope your methods are as sharp as your mouth, I said, and I did not say the rest of it out loud, so I will say it now. The man floating in front of me was an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Revelation Sect. He had come down from that mountain to sit in a warm palace and quietly shop for children with good roots. And I was the outer sect trash they threw off it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, I thought. Do not bully the poor while they are young. He was late-stage golden core, a full step above what the intelligence had told me to expect, and I gave him the courtesy of taking it seriously. I decided to go all out, minus the divine abilities. Admit defeat now, I said, and you keep your life. Life and death are fate, he said. Wealth is heaven's business. Since I came prepared. Enough words. He launched a flying sword. I answered with the 5 elements palm. 100 meters of 5-colored hand came down out of the sky over Fallen Leaf Plain. It swatted the flying sword aside without slowing down at all, which I think is the detail that broke the crowd, because a flying sword is the entire symbol of what a cultivator is, and it went sideways like a fly. Then the palm kept descending. His shield crumpled, his treasure armor crumpled, and the nation-guarding immortal master of the Jin state was slapped out of the air into the ground and pinned at the bottom of a crater shaped exactly like a handprint. 1,000,000 people made no sound at all. I checked him 3 times with my divine sense, looking for a substitution technique, because I genuinely assumed there had to be one. There was not. And I hung there in the air over a plain with 1,000,000 witnesses on it and thought, with complete sincerity, is it really that simple? 1 palm for a late-stage golden core cultivator? Is he too weak, or am I too strong? In the imperial camp, Zhou dropped his teacup. Wang Hu rubbed both eyes with the heels of his hands and said, out loud, this makes absolutely no sense. And Zhou went cold all over, because he had come within about a week of banning the system in the Yue state, and the only reason he had not was that he had decided to test it himself first. Emperor Dongzhuo's legs went out from under him on his own reviewing platform. It's over, he said. The Jin state is finished. His court knelt down around him and rocked and repeated it back to him, which is one of the more useless things a court has ever done. Wei Yanhua, immortal Linghua, 10th ranked expert in the country, dropped the Fairy Act entirely and jumped up and down on the spot. The Dao Seed martial arts cultivation system is not 1 bit inferior to the immortal cultivation system, said Mo Feng, to nobody. My choice back then was correct. And Mo Ling, who had a lightning spiritual root and top-tier immortal cultivation aptitude and had been quietly agonizing for years over whether he had picked the wrong ladder, stood there and let his shoulders come down. Thank you, he said, for making my heart firm about the martial Dao. Ah Mao could not speak in public, so my messages filled up instead. Master is too amazing, explosively handsome. My admiration for you is like the surging river, endless. I know, I typed back, thrilled. Now that you can talk, say more of that. I lifted the palm off Feng Quan. You lost, I said. Do you want to keep going? He got up out of his own crater and his voice came out with the edges torn off it. Are you really just a martial artist? Not a cultivator? I am a martial artist, I said. My aptitude for immortal cultivation was too poor, so I switched to the martial Dao a long time ago. The facts prove that practicing martial arts can still make a person strong. Every word of that is true. I want you to sit with how true it is. He got on his sword and left without another word. And the thing that Palm actually broke was not a golden core cultivator. Every person in this world had spent their entire life knowing that martial arts are the ceiling for people who could not be more, and that the real path starts somewhere above them. 100 million people watched that go into the ground. That night, I walked the capital in a plain coat and heard commoners in the emperor's own city cheering for me by name. We celebrated at the finest establishment in the capital. Ah Mao, I said, today let us be extravagant, and I want to record one detail from that evening because it changed how I thought about the whole project. The women working there had bound the system, all of them. They were cultivating the martial Dao between shifts and comparing progress with each other, and one of them told me quite matter-of-factly that most of them expected to be gone within 2 years, which means that industry is going to disappear. If there were any other way to make a living, she said, who would be willing to live on selling smiles? My only complaint about that evening was the quality of the service, which had noticeably declined because the staff were all distracted thinking about their cultivation. 3 years passed. The Heavenly Revelation Sect held its Ascension Assembly, which happens every few years and is how they harvest new outer disciples out of the mortal world. About 100,000 hopefuls turned up at the testing ground. The elder in charge, Zhou Peng, went and congratulated Feng Chuan on the extraordinary turnout, and Feng Chuan accepted the congratulations with great modesty while privately enjoying himself enormously because he had advertised the assembly through the system. Then they started testing. Essentially all 100,000 had immortal cultivation aptitude. All of them. And of those, 1,000 had heavenly spiritual roots, when in a normal century, the sect considered it a banner year if they found one. Zhou Peng went from delighted to numb to visibly lost inside about 2 hours. There was one other result in that report, and it is the one that made me laugh until I had to sit down. Almost nobody with 4 roots or 5 elements roots turned up at all, because the forum had worked out years earlier that mixed roots have no future in immortal cultivation, and had said so, loudly, at length, with worked examples. So every mixed root youth in the country had quietly gone off to do martial arts instead. They were sending the sect only the ones the sect wanted, and keeping the rest. Sect leader Zhou Kai could not believe the report. He had Elder Lon retest all 100,000 with a fresh artifact. Same answer. So he made his decision, and I want it quoted in full because it is the single most expensive sentence any man has said in the last 1,000 years. Recruit them all, said Zhou Kai. This way there will be no shortage of people to operate the spiritual chi conversion formation, and we can set up a few more. He also had a read on the river of time that I have never been able to laugh at. A golden age is coming, he told his elders. And a golden age is often accompanied by a great catastrophe. That business in the river may have been a sign. Every other sect in the region did exactly the same thing that season. They all opened the gates wide and took everybody. I spent those 3 years traveling. The Jin State, the Fire Kingdom, the Yue State, 2,312 laws out of 3,000. Space-time control at 30%. 235 billion subsystems. The idle computing power alone had pushed my deduction, as best I could measure it, up to something like the level of an immortal, and I want to be honest that I have no idea whether that comparison is meaningful. I only know that questions that used to take a season now took a walk. Somewhere in that 3rd year, Amao asked me the question I had been waiting for somebody to ask. Master, he said, you wanted to bring the cultivators down. So why did you add the physique display to the system? Is that not just helping the enemy get stronger? I first pointed out that he had spent 4 years with unlimited free access to the Enlightenment space and was still stuck at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm because his reading consisted of short videos, the forum, and the brothel. Then I answered him, because it is the actual thesis. Short-sighted, I said. Do you know that the strongest fortresses are usually taken apart from the inside? 100,000 of my hosts just walked into the sects. They will rise fast because the system makes them rise fast, and within a few decades, they will be the backbone of every one of those places. They need energy points. There is exactly one thing they own that my mall pays well for, and that is their sect's secret manuals, so they will sell them to me. I pay points, I get laws. Once they have status, they get a voice in policy, and every one of them will steer that policy toward the system because their own strength depends on it. And here is the part that closes the trap. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, and very hard to go the other way. Could you give up the system now? That will not do, said Amao instantly. Without the system, I would rather be dead. Exactly. And they will never expose it either, because they are competing with each other. Every one of them knows that the moment the sect finds out, everyone gets it, and their personal edge is gone. Even the nation-guarding immortal masters have not told their own sects. That is not a prediction. That is what happened. The new hosts inside the sects developed a code to identify each other, and I have read it, and it is the smuggest thing ever written. The Golden Core nation-guarding immortal masters, who have the best library privileges in the world, sold everything except their core legacies. My manual catalog went vertical. And the sects noticed nothing at all, except that heaven had evidently blessed them because so many outer disciples were breaking into Foundation establishment. Amao picked his own Tao that year, and I have to admit it was a good one. The great Tao of devouring, he announced. You once told me the story of the celestial hound that swallows the sun. I want to become an existence like that. Then, without pausing, on the brothel question, he added, and I only ever went there because I learned it from you. Do not slander me, I said. The vlog was the funniest thing that happened that decade. An outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Revelation sect, brand new, one of the 100,000, filmed a day in his own life and posted it to the forum. I do not think he meant anything by it. I think he was just proud to be there, up at the hour of the rabbit, morning breathing exercises, then 6 hours on the spiritual chi conversion formation, mandatory, and then, in the sincere voice of a young man explaining his job, do not look down on operating the formation for 6 hours. It is mentally exhausting and physically strenuous work. Only by putting in an additional 4 hours of overtime every day for a full month can we exchange it for 1 spirit fragmentation stone. Converted, that is about 20 energy points. That is less than what the system produces in a day. The comment section demolished a million years of mystique in about 6 hours. This is called cultivation. This is clearly a cultivator beast of burden. I thought cultivators just did secluded cultivation and were weighted on hand and foot. Turns out they have to work. I thought cultivation was the path to the peak of life. Turns out it is just getting hired at a black-hearted factory. This sex exploitation is harsher than the landlords in my county. Thank heaven I did not go to the Ascension Assembly. And Mao came over and put his head on my knee with enormous sympathy. Master, he said gently, you were an outer sect disciple before too, weren't you? And then you did not succeed at Foundation Establishment. And when you got older, you were kicked out of the sect. That is truly miserable. I hit him on the head. If you do not know how to speak, I said, shut up. What do you mean kicked out? I voluntarily came out to start my own business. Understand? Yes, yes, said Mao, rubbing his skull. Master is right. Without Master coming out to start a business, where would we have such a wonderful life now? I met Mo Yang on the top floor of a restaurant in Lingqiao City. Blue robes, a beard he clearly maintained, and a white feather fan he used for punctuation. Quite a bit of a certain famous strategist style about him, and he knew it. In the Jianghu, they call him the know-it-all. He recognized me on sight, and he told me why, which I appreciated. I watched the video of that palm, he said. That scene left me unable to recover for 3 days and 3 nights. Then he briefed me for free on the 2 things I had come to that city to hear about. The Lingxiao Immortal Cultivation Market, which is a trade fair every 10 years hosted by the Immortal Sunset Sect, auctions upstairs and loose cultivator stalls in the street, and a place called the Secret Realm of Creation. He was a former outer sect disciple of the Pure Void sect. He had quit the moment he understood that his aptitude had no future in it, which puts him in a very small club with me. And his read on the world was the sharpest I had heard from anyone I did not employ. The cultivation world still uses spirit stones as currency, he said. It is too backward. This world has not meaningfully changed in a million years. It is as if time has stagnated here. And then look at the places the system covers. There are new things every single day. Follow that line out, and the mortal world may one day become the immortal realm on Earth. He said that to me, without knowing who he was saying it to, and I had to look at my tea for a moment. Then I had to trade him energy points for 100 low-grade spirit stones, because the cultivation world does not accept my currency yet, and I found that irritating in a way that I decided to do something about later. The stalls were mostly ore and fake magic treasures, and on the corner of one of them, under a fake talisman, there was a palm-sized scrap of broken iron with black and white Tao patterns running through it. I did not dare probe it with true force in the open street. The negotiation went like this. He opened at 100 spirit stones. I said 1, at most. He came down to 10. I stood up and dusted off my clothes. I got it for 1. I found out afterward that the scrap had been sitting on that table for 3 years, and I was the first person who had ever made an offer on it. I thought you were about to take a terrible loss, said Mo Yang, walking away with me. I did not expect you to be a hidden master of bargaining. Then, outside a shop across the square, I saw a very familiar shape. Hu Yeye. Foundation establishment now, inner sect, running the Heavenly Revelation Sect's shop at the market. Still round. Still with that specific way of standing where he takes up more room than he needs. Standing next to him were Xuan Rolan and a young man in red I did not know, who turned out to be Xuan Jin, saint of the sect. Fire root, late golden core, 6-striped core, and one of a great many men currently orbiting Xuan Ruolan. Mo Yang caught me staring and teased me about the #1 beauty of the eastern wilderness. Do not let your imagination run wild, I said. I have just seen an old friend I have not seen in over a decade. Hu Yeye saw me and came across that square at a dead sprint. Brother Ming, it really is you. And Xuanjin said, loudly enough to carry, and I am certain deliberately loudly enough to carry, Hu Yeye, the most important thing for you right now is to follow Qing Shui and me and serve us, not to go and reminisce with your friend. What kind of achievements can a loose cultivator possibly have? Xuan Ruolan overruled him kindly and told Hu Yeye to go and see his friend. I want to record my exact private thought, which was this. This brat looks human enough. That high and mighty attitude is genuinely nauseating. When I get the chance, I am going to beat him severely. And then, right behind it, the better idea, which is the one I actually used, I am going to raise Hu Yeye above him, and then I am going to let Hu Yeye do it. We had dinner. I told him my story honestly, all of it, except the one thing, because the master of the system does not get to have that conversation with anyone. I had already begun designing a seal to put on Mao's memory in case anyone ever searched his soul. Hu Yeye told me his, and he was clear-eyed about it in a way that hurt. Mediocre aptitude, no resources of his own. Golden core maybe, if things went well. Nascent soul, never. So he had taken the shopkeeper's post because it paid, and because a man should be realistic. I put a system seed on the table. He bound it without asking me a single question. 130 years, and that has never once moved. My goodness, he said, about 4 seconds later. This fairness system is heaven-defying. And then about 9 seconds after that, with a completely different tone. Damn it. No wonder the 100,000 new outer disciples have been cultivating so fast. They were all on this. Those old foxes. They hid it well. Then I transferred him 1 billion energy points. He came around the table and grabbed my leg with both arms and screamed in a public restaurant, "Grandpa, you are my own grandpa." I yearn for progress so much. It was the identical move. Word for word, the same move he pulled on me in the small woods 130 years ago over 100 spirit fragmentation stones. Not one syllable had changed. Back when I was struggling, I said, when he let go, I got a great deal of help from you. I still owe you over 100 spirit fragmentation stones even now. These billion points are just me keeping that promise. Ah Mao's jaw was on the floor. He had never seen a grown Foundation establishment cultivator scream grandpa at anyone. Brother Ming, said Hu Yeye, wiping his eyes and looking down. Your spirit pet looks quite dull. Come here, call me Brother Qian. You are the one who is dull, said Ah Mao. Your whole family is dull. I have never met anyone as shameless as you in my life. I have truly learned something today. Then, after a pause, however, you are actually quite interesting. They added each other on messaging, and I sat there with a distinct and specific sense of dread, and I was right to have it. 4 rogue cultivators tried to rob me on my way out of the market. Golden Core, all 4, boxing me in from 4 directions, the Black Wolf Quartet. The market patrols had been hunting them for 11 years. The first flying sword came in and met my 5 elements fist, and the backlash put its owner on the ground coughing blood. The target is tough, he said, which is one of the great last lines. 4 golden core cultivators, I said, and I really was surprised actually dare to rob me. 4 punches, 4 directions. I did not move my feet. They were carrying 1,201 low-grade spirit stones, 15 medium ones, a quantity of pills and spirit medicine, and a flying sword. Thanks for nature's gift. The patrol arrived about 15 minutes later and found 4 heads with the eyes still open and no clues whatsoever, and I understand they are still on file. That night, under a defense formation in an inn, I finally opened the scrap of iron. True force did nothing at all. I put my divine sense into it, wired the whole subsystem matrix in behind me, and pushed. The room filled with black and white light. It came up out of the metal in 2 spirals that wound around each other like the 2 fish of the Taiji diagram, turning slowly, and the pattern of them went into my head and kept going. Ah Mao looked at it once, felt his own soul start to come loose from his body, and hid his face in his paws for the rest of the night. The scrap carried the Tao patterns of the great Tao of reincarnation. Reincarnation is not one of the 3,000. It is one of the small handful of core laws that a world is actually built out of. A world without it is not a world. It is an unfinished draft that runs down and cannot renew itself, and all you can do is delay the day it falls into the long decay. I had been carrying a plan for years to eventually build a world, and I had just bought the missing piece of it off a table in a street market from a man who had given up on ever selling it for 1 low-grade spirit stone. I want to mention one more thing from that decade, because it closes something. The new nation-guarding immortal master of the Jin state, Shu Qingshan, came out of a long seclusion and remembered that Feng Quan had left him a strange parting instruction, which was to go outside and look around. He went outside and looked around, and it took him 3 days to stop being visibly stunned. Everyone ruddy, everyone cultivating, including children, carriages that were half machine and half artifact going past him in the street. He bound a seed, and then he found the rankings, and then he found Feng Quan's name on the Dao Seed Combat Power Board at late Golden Core, ranked 2,895th, below a name that had been sitting at number 1 for years. I really regret, he said, not listening to senior brother Zheng earlier. And the top trending item that day was a video from a man called Han Yong, honest face, farmer's hands. His left arm had been dead since he was a child. Every famous physician within 400 kilometers had told his family there was nothing to be done. He had bought the marrow cleansing nirvana technique on a whim because it cost 100 points, and in about 10 days the arm had started to improve, and now, on camera, he held it up and opened and closed the hand. The comments underneath were the best thing I have ever read on my own forum. My right leg, injured when I was a child, is completely healed. The stump where my finger was has started to tingle. I think a new one is growing. It only costs 100 points. The system is simply handing out welfare. Here is what that technique cost me. I built it by blending the law of life with several dozen recovery laws, which took about a year. Then I spent several more years doing the part nobody sees, which was simplifying it from something that takes decades into something that works in days for a man with no cultivation at all. I had intended to give it away free. Then I remembered that things obtained too easily are not cherished and priced it at 100 points, which is a few days of savings for the poorest person on the network. There was an old man on a street corner in Changling County years back who told his neighbor he wished there were something in the mall that could regrow his son's crippled hand. He got it. Creation Mountain opens once a century for 1 month to Golden Core and below. Every Golden Core cultivator in the region was standing on that slope when I arrived. The saints and saintesses of the Heavenly Revelation Sect, the Pure Void Sect with Gu Jinghong and their saintess Sun Mei, the Fire God Sect with Liu Yan and Chu Lingxi, the Immortal Sunset Sect. Every one of them surrounded by their own disciples, arranged like stars around a moon. I stood in that crowd like an ant, completely inconspicuous, functionally invisible. And I stood there and smiled because the artificial heavenly spiritual route was nearly finished. The saint and saintess positions rotate, I thought, looking at all of them. This year, it is my family's turn. The secret realm of creation is 3,000 independent areas, and each area belongs to one of the 3,000 great Tao laws. Inside each one, the ambient energy and the law itself have been grinding against each other for so long that they have evolved into great Tao beasts, and when you kill a beast, it drops a law crystal, and refining the crystal tempers your golden core. The crystals cannot be taken out. Whatever you get in there. And the entry fee for crossing between areas is this. When you break through the wall into a new one, threads of law wrap around you and double your gravity, cumulatively, forever. 2 areas in, you carry 4 times your weight. 10 areas in, you carry 1,000. That is the wall that keeps everybody honest. Nobody goes deep. I landed in the creation law area, which I did not have. I killed something like an elephant with the 5 elements fist, and it came apart into raw energy and left behind a crystal the size of a grain of rice, and when I started refining it, my 129,600 world seeds simply reached out and ate it. The whole law went into my head at once. No comprehension, no process. Just delivery. And I made a note that same hour that I was not going to rely on that, because a law you have been handed is a law you do not actually understand, and understanding is the entire point of the exercise. The real problem was arithmetic. The realm is enormous, a month is short, and I needed several hundred specific areas. So I used the dog. Ah Mao's nose is the single most underrated asset in my entire operation. He can smell a great Tao beast through a mountain. 5 in the first 2 hours, and by the end of that afternoon, I had comprehended creation properly, the long way, from the inside. When we reached the devouring area, I told him, I will kill a few extra, and we will get you the great Tao of devouring. He nearly took my arm off. And then I found the bug. I put Amao into the pet space before punching through the wall into the second area, because I did not want a dog carrying double gravity for a month. I came out the other side with the law threads winding around me, which did nothing whatsoever because a body that has been tempered several thousand times does not particularly care about weighing twice as much. Then I let the dog out. Master, he said, walking in a circle, there is absolutely no change in the gravity on me. It is exactly the same as when we first came in. I stood very still. The realm binds what crosses the wall. The pet space is not a thing that crosses the wall. The pet space is somewhere else entirely, and it comes with me. So it seemed, I wrote that night, that I really could exploit this bug. The second area was metal, which I already had, though a 20-meter late golden core beast the general shape of a small mountain walked into me anyway and donated a crystal on general principle. The third was the wisdom law, and that one I wanted badly, because the wisdom law improves comprehension itself, which means it improves the enlightenment space, which means it improves every single person on my network at once. Wisdom area beasts are intelligent. The first one I saw took one look at me and ran. You want to slip away? I said, going after it. Did you ask my fist first? I was refining the metal crystal when a flying sword came at the back of my head with a shout attached. Stop, put down the law crystal. I netted the sword into the pocket space of the 5-colored divine light without turning around. The owner came down in front of me looking extremely pleased with himself. Zhou Cheng, core disciple of the Immortal Sunset Sect. I told you to stop and you dared to disobey, he said. And my flying sword. Where did you take it? You moron, I said. Who do you think you are? He was fast, I will give him that. Earth spikes came up out of the ground under me, and when I was not there anymore, he threw up an earth wall, and it made no difference at all. One 5 elements punch running the cycle backwards went through the wall, through the shield behind the wall, through the armor behind the shield, and stopped somewhere inside his chest. Spare my life, he said, and this is one of my few actual rules, so I will state it. Once a fight has started, there is no point talking. The only good enemy is a completely dead one. I put my fist through his head. Then I looted him, and I wanted on record that I was disappointed. 1 set of armor and 3 pills. A dignified core disciple of the immortal sunset sect, I said, going through his robes, and this is all the wealth he has? Poor wretch. Even robbing the corpse is disappointing. The sword was a low-grade spiritual artifact. It would do for now. I crossed into the wisdom area and immediately heard fighting up ahead. Ah Mao, I said, let us find somewhere to hide first. And then a voice came through the trees. Fellow Taoist ahead. I am Sunmei of the Pure Void Sect. Please help me block these exotic beasts. She came out of the tree line at a dead run. Green robes, hairpin knocked crooked, hem black with mud, genuinely beautiful and genuinely terrified, and running directly at me. Once we leave the secret realm of creation, she called, Sunmei will certainly reward you generously. Behind her were 12 golden core great Tao beasts. No problem, I said, smiling at her. Come over here first. Let us join forces and kill these beasts together. She came, and the instant she was inside my range, I hit her with the great 5 elements destruction divine light. She was ash before the smile finished moving on her face. What landed on the grass was a scrap of green robe and a medium-grade spirit sword. I don't drink green tea, I said. Let me explain because I do not want to be misunderstood about this one. She was not running to me for help. She was running past me. 12 golden core beasts do not chase you politely. They run down whatever is slowest and softest, and she had spotted an anonymous nobody standing in the open in cheap clothes and had calculated, at speed, exactly how many seconds I would buy her. The 12 beasts arrived, and then they stopped. They stood there in a rough half-circle with their heads tilted, visibly confused, trying to work out why the two-legged creature had just killed the other two-legged creature. Ah Mao's mouth was open. He forgot to wag. For the record, 4 of those 12 were peak golden core, 3 were late, and 5 were middle. 2 peak golden core cultivators working together would have lost that fight, and both died. I picked up Sunmei's medium-grade spirit sword off the grass, put true force into it, and cut all 12 down. 12 wisdom law. Crystals on the ground. Master, said Amao, much later, when he had worked himself up to it. That Sunmei was so pretty. Why did you kill her just like that? At this rate you will never find a partner. I hit him on the head. Sunmei intended to use me as a shield, I said. And you could not even see it. Besides, beautiful women only slow down the speed of my sword drawing. Master is saying one thing and meaning another, said Amao. You look at beautiful women more eagerly than anybody. I hit him again. That is artistic appreciation. Only you have impure thoughts. I refined all 12 crystals under a formation with the dog on watch, and there was an unplanned benefit, which is that standing next to a man comprehending the wisdom law appears to be good for you. Ah Mao came out of that week noticeably sharper. He has never stopped mentioning it. Meanwhile, the Pure Void Sect, having lost a saintess, sent a spirit transformation realm expert named Feng Jian to Creation Mountain to find whoever did it. He is going to be very important later, and he never did find me. Half a month in, I had cleared 2002 law areas, and I was standing at 2,999 laws out of 3,000. I should mention here that I had already designed the next realm above Tao Seed, the Tao Manifestation realm, fully worked out, sitting finished in my notes, and I refused to upload it. Not one person on my network was past the middle of the Tao Seed realm, and a realm nobody can reach is a realm nobody can check. If I shipped something broken at that altitude and it killed the first 10 people who tried it, I would not lose 10 hosts. I would lose the trust of every host alive. So I sat on it, and I tested it on myself. That is the only quality assurance department I have ever had. Amao, by then, was carrying 13 devouring crystals with 15 more already spent, which combined with the enlightenment space was enough for him to grasp the devouring law and break into the Tao Seed realm. I set a formation, put my back to it, and stood guard. With Master as my protector, said the dog, from inside, even if 100 enemies came, they would not be able to disturb my breakthrough. I slapped the formation wall. If that crow's mouth of yours actually summons 100 enemies, I said, you will most likely be caught and stewed in a hot pot. About 40 minutes later, 100 and some people in gold and red robes came over the ridge. I tried to be polite. I want that noted, because it does not happen often. My pet is in the middle of a breakthrough behind me, I said. Please leave quickly. The one in front, who introduced himself as Divine Envoy Wang Sen, looked at me the way you look at a stain. God pities the world, he said. God loves all living things and saves the poor. All living things should give back to God. Sinner, offer all your treasures to God. I tried a second time, still polite. Sinner, he said, you dare to lie in front of a divine envoy? Are you not afraid that God will send down divine punishment? Damn it, I said, you do not understand human language. Then I will send all of you to go and see your God. I cut Wang Sen in half and then 15 more of them on the same pass. God will surely send divine punishment upon you, one of them screamed. God, if I say he is a god, then he is a god. If I say he is a fart, then he is a fart. When they were down to about 50, one of them shouted the thing I had been waiting for. You dare offend our kingdom of God? Oh, I said. Kingdom of God, I will remember that. If I get the chance in future, I will go to your kingdom of God and see exactly how much your so-called God is worth. Then they summoned him. A phantom came down out of nothing over that ridge, a projection of something enormous, and the pressure that came off it put a crack across the ground and made my knees want to bend. It was, I want to be honest, the first thing in about 40 years that had impressed me. Is this the God you worship? Then today I shall find out what it is like to slay one. Thunder of divine punishment, said the phantom. A single lightning spell, I said, dares to call itself the thunder of divine punishment? Then by that logic, this sword of mine shall be the God-slaying sword. I cut the lightning. Then I cut the spear it threw. Then I cut the shield it raised. Then I cut the phantom in half from the crown down. Every cultist still standing coughed blood at the same instant, and then there were none. Kingdom of God, I said, to the empty ridge. God, today I cut down your phantom. Another day I will cut down your true form. Then I went through their belongings and found almost nothing. A bunch of poor ghosts, I said. How is it that everybody who comes into this secret realm is a poor ghost? Inside the formation, Amao was up on his hind legs with his front paws on his hips. Ha 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 ha, he said. I have finally broken through to the Tao Seed realm, and I have comprehended the devouring law. I really am a genius dog. Dare I ask, who else is there? I slapped him on the head. Who else is it? A genius dog, is it? And with that crow's mouth of yours, there really were over 100 enemies out here just now. He grabbed my leg with both front paws. Grandpa, he shouted. You are my own dear grandpa. I am not your grandpa, I said, trying to get free. You do not learn any of the good things, only the bad ones. I saw Hu Yeye call you grandpa and you did not refuse, said Amao, hanging on. How come I cannot? He is a human, I said. You are a dog. If you call me grandpa, does that not make me the ancestor of dogs? The next area amplified the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which produced some remarkable behavior. 2 cultivators glanced at each other on the far side of a valley and were trying to kill each other within a minute. 2 others who apparently had feelings for each other became Tao companions on the spot, in public, at speed. None of it touched me. I have never had a mind that things get into. Do not breathe that energy, I told Amao, and he agreed, and then he did anyway, which we will get to, and then the anomaly, which was the first thing in the whole realm that made me uneasy. For the first time in 2,000 areas, Amao could not find a single beast. Half a day, then another hour, not one beast, not one cultivator, in an area that should have been thick with both. It is too quiet here, said Amao. Staying here makes me feel creeped out. Then the smell arrived. There was a lake 10,000 meters across, and in the middle of it, a black lotus was about to open, and on the shore about 150 cultivators were waiting for it, absolutely silent, in a ring. Xuanjin was there. Xuanruolin was there. Nobody spared me a second look. I was a nobody in cheap clothes standing at the back, and I have never enjoyed anything more. It took 3 hours. The lotus opened, and the light that came out of it went up past the top of the sky, and then the whole flower withered in about 4 seconds and left behind 13 seeds the size of a fist, and the fragrance came off the water and went into every mind on that shore. Amao's eyes went blood red. Master, he said, already moving, hurry and rush. I caught him by the scruff mid-lunge and stuffed him into the pet space. You have been affected by greed, I said, and shut the door on him. The first man reached the seeds. A root came up out of the lake and went through him and drained him to a husk in about 2 seconds and then took him apart. 30-odd people went the same way in the time it takes to say it, because the fragrance was still working and none of them could stop. Then the survivors woke up all at once and attacked the thing together. 2 people on that shore had not charged. Me, because nothing that works on a mind works on me. And Xuanruolin, standing perfectly still at the water's edge, who had simply looked at the most desirable object in the world and declined it. That composure was, I have to say, astonishing, and she noticed me not moving, and I noticed her noticing, and neither of us said anything at all. Then she walked into it and cut the lotus apart with 4 strokes of freezing sword energy, cleanly, professionally, until there was nothing left but the seed pod. Xuanjin was nearest. The lotus seeds are mine, he screamed, and reached out. The 5-colored divine light flashed once, all 13 seeds vanished out of the pod, and his hand closed on empty air. Who snatched my lotus seeds? He screamed at the sky. I will kill you. Xuanruolin found me in about 4 seconds, which tells you how good she is, and sent sword energy at my throat without any preamble at all. Hand over the lotus seeds. Treasures belong to those with virtue, I said, and clearly I am that virtuous person. Then 150 cultivators attacked me at once, which was flattering. I broke the whole wave with 5 elements fists and put several dozen of them into the lake. Xuanruolin, I only staggered, and she came out of it with blood on her lip and no change of expression whatsoever, which impressed me more than the swordwork had. Xuanjin came in over the top with his blazing sun orb, and I flattened him into the water with the 5 elements palm. And then, because I was there and it was still standing, I put one more palm into the black lotus itself and ground it and its entire root system into nothing, and shoved the lake open 10 zhang wide to reach the roots. 30+ people had been drained to husks by that thing, while 100 more watched and waited for their turn to try. I ate the seeds in the wood area, one at a time, because they could not be taken out of the realm anyway. The desire law packed into them was so concentrated that it went straight into the top 10 most perfected laws I owned, past several I had spent years on. And with that, the 3,000 great Tao laws were complete. They erupted together, without asking me, every one of the 3,000 at once, washing through my body in waves, and each wave drove black turbid matter out of my skin that I did not know was in there, and my flesh started going clear like something between jade and glass. Half my blood turned gold. Then it stalled. Because having 3,000 laws is not the same as being a man with one Tao. They were 3,000 separate things I owned. What I needed was to fold every one of them into my own great Tao of the world. They resisted as a block. So I stopped trying to do it as a block. I took them one at a time. I started with space, which was already inside my Tao, so it was less an argument than a formality, then time. And every success made the next one easier, because the great Tao of the world was getting bigger with each one, and a bigger container is a better argument. When the last of the 3,000 went in, the thing turned over and started running the other way. The great Tao of the world began rederiving all 3,000 out of itself, and those 3,000 cycled back into it and then out again, on, and I understood that I had built a loop that does not need me. 10,000 Taos return to one. One Tao evolves into 10,000. The rest of my blood went gold, with great Tao runes moving inside it. Ah Mao was physically pushed backwards across the clearing. Just a wisp of your aura, he said, from the tree line, is almost enough to suppress me. Space-time control, 42%. I spent the rest of the month clearing the last 1,000 areas and picked up 151 more laws that were not on the list of 3,000, which I am still working through. In the final area, Earth, the accumulated law threads finally did something qualitatively different instead of just doubling. 3,000 crossings caught up with me all at once, and the gravity went to 100 times, and for the first time in decades, I felt genuinely heavy, like the mountain was on my shoulders, so I spent the last half day standing in it, using it as a forge. About 1 in 5 of the people who went into Creation Mountain did not come back out. I came out, and Xuanjin was waiting, healed, holding the blazing sun orb, in front of a very large crowd. I have finally found you. How dare you steal my lotus seeds? And then he explained himself to the whole mountain, unprompted, which is the part I want to preserve. In the secret realm, I had 52 strands of great Tao law wrapped around me, he announced. My golden core has broken through to 7 patterns. Today I will let you witness my true power. 52. I had 3,000. The crowd wrote me off instantly. That man is still standing there straight, somebody said. Does he not know he is supposed to run? Xuan Roland advised him to be careful. He brushed her off, and I watched a flicker of pure disgust go across her face and then get put away. I was, honestly, quite bored. I see, it was not easy for you to recover from your injuries so quickly, I said. You had better not get hurt again. It would be a waste of your healing pills. One palm. The 5-colored print went through the blazing sun orb's flames without slowing down and hammered the Saint of the Heavenly Revelation Sect into the side of the mountain. Xuan Ruolan's mouth actually opened. That is the Saint of the Heavenly Revelation Sect, somebody said. 7-pattern golden core, late golden core stage, slapped into a mountain. And the loose cultivators in the crowd, who have no sect and no standing and get sneered at by every one of these people every day of their lives, were absolutely delighted. Stepping on the geniuses of those arrogant famous sects, one of them said, feels amazing. Feng Quan was in that crowd. I watched him let out a breath he had apparently been holding for 3 years. Chen Ming is simply a monster, he said. What was I so conflicted about? I did not kill Xuanjin. Tens of thousands of people were watching, and publicly executing the saint of a great sect is a different category of act, and I have always known where that line is, even when I am standing on it. Mo Yang messaged me from somewhere in the crowd. Why is the gap between my Tao Seed realm and your Tao Seed realm so enormous? It is literally the difference between heaven and earth. It is only that my Tao Seed realm is slightly over specification, I thought, and did not type. Then I messaged Hu Yeye. Old Chen, you need to be careful from now on. I have just beaten up your saint Xuanjin. Ah, brother Ming, you must be joking. I sent the video, holy crap. Then, 20 seconds later. Also, how could you hit Saintess Xuan Ruolan? She is so beautiful. Did you really have the heart? She is my dream lover. The Pure Void sect arrived about an hour after that, An aura came over the mountain like weather coming in, and everyone stopped talking, and a man in gray landed in the middle of the crowd and did not introduce himself, because at his level, you do not. Feng Jian. Spirit Transformation Realm, which is a full realm above Golden Core, which is a full realm above me. My sect's saintess, Sun Mei, died inside the secret realm of creation, he announced. Does anyone know who killed her? Nobody moved. Then his eyes came around to me and stopped. The only one here capable of killing her and leaving her no chance to escape, he said, is you. Come back with me obediently for investigation, and he grabbed at me with a hand of spirit power the size of a house without waiting for my answer. Let me tell you what actually happened there, because it is funny in a bleak way. He had no idea. He could not find the killer, so he looked around the mountain for the person with no sect, no backing, and no one to complain on his behalf, and he decided to take that person home and close the case. He picked correctly by accident. I was the killer, and he was still doing the worst thing a person can do. I broke the giant hand with one 5 elements fist and went straight at him. 300 exchanges, and not one of his spells landed on me. I did not expect you to be an expert in body refining, he said, backing off. But this ends here. Regardless of whether you killed Sun Mei or not, you die today. A prodigy like you should not exist in the cultivation world. I brought out the low-grade sword I had taken off Zhou Cheng and ran the void-ripping sword technique, and I started winning. How can your combat strength possibly be this formidable? There is nothing impossible in this world, I said. The so-called impossible is simply what you personally cannot do. People like you rotted a long time ago, and you have rotted the whole world along with you. Then he decided to leave, which was correct, and he ruined it on the way out. From now on, he said, over his shoulder, just wait to be hunted by my pure void sect. Even your relatives and friends will die because of you. I want to be precise about my state of mind at that exact moment, because I have been asked. Up to that sentence, he was a job. Courting death, I said. You dare to threaten me. Then I will erase you. 129,600 world seeds opened at once. The sword beam tore a crack in the void on the way. It knocked his high-grade sword out of the sky, split his armor, and opened him to the bone, and the great 5 elements destruction divine light came in behind it and ground his body and his primordial spirit into nothing at all. Every cultivator on that mountain looked at the ground. Even with my 9-patterned golden core, said Xuan Rolan, very quietly, to herself, I do not think I could survive a single move against a spirit transformation expert. Who is he? And then, and I only found this in the recording much later, why do I always feel like I know him from somewhere? The forum headline that night was that the #1 Dao Seed cultivator had killed a spirit transformation realm expert, which was accurate and did not begin to cover it. The Pure Void Sect sent a Void Return Realm expert after me, and he could not find a single hair. They tried to calculate my location by reading the heavenly secrets, and the calculation backlashed and injured the man doing it. Because the moment I walked off that mountain, I had used the law of fate and the law of karma together to scramble my own karmic lines and smear my trajectory through the heavenly secrets into noise. Then I flew for 10 days, dug a cave, and did it again. I am not hard to find because I am hidden. I am hard to find because looking for me hurts. Then I sat down in that cave to build the Dao manifestation realm, and to reach it I needed a great Dao Dharma form. Most people's Dharma form is an image of their Dao, a sword, a flame, a mountain. My Dao is the great Dao of the world, so my Dharma form is a world, which meant that to advance one realm, I had to actually open heaven and earth inside a world seed. I had 129,600 of them. Inside the first one, I condensed 4 artifacts out of raw chaos energy and my own laws: a heaven-opening sword, a chaos green lotus, a great Dao jade disc, a cauldron of creation. Today, I said, standing on the lotus with the jade disc turning over my head, I opened the heavens and the earth. I swung the sword 49 times. The chaos came apart. Clear energy went up and became sky. Turbid energy sank and became earth. And then the whole thing immediately tried to collapse back into chaos, which nobody warns you about. And I threw the 3,000 laws over it like a net and held it open by hand until it stopped fighting me. Then the work, sorting its law veins with the jade disc, pointing at the sky and evolving a sun, then a moon, then 365 primary stars, then 129,600 auxiliary ones, and then hundreds of millions more until the dark had texture. The cauldron chewing leftover chaos energy into innate spiritual energy and breathing it out over everything. Then underneath, a netherworld under the earth. An underworld continent, the yellow springs running down into the return to ruins, a nether sun and a nether moon so the dead have a sky too, and built on that scrap of iron I bought for 1 spirit stone off a man who had given up on it, the 6 Paths reincarnation disc, with the gates and the bridge. That is not decoration, that is the world's filtration system. Excess death energy drains down, the springs clean what can be cleaned, and whatever cannot be cleaned goes into the return to ruins and is digested there. Without it, a world silts up with its own dead and dies of it. Then thunder, then rain, then rivers and oceans and evaporation and rain again. The loop closed and the whole thing locked into place, and my consciousness went out into it and settled like water finding a level. And in the heavenly Tao space there was a heart turning slowly with a shallow pool of world origin under it. Then I looked outward, expecting to see the inside of my own Dantian. I saw the boundless chaos sea. My world was in my Dantian, and it was in that sea at the same time, and both were true. And floating in that sea, not very far away at all, was something vast that I half recognized. Could that be the Kanglin realm? I thought. No. The Kanglin realm is probably a subordinate world of the thing in front of me. My world, the world I had just spent everything I had to make, was a speck beside it. And then I felt the other thing, and I have not stopped thinking about it since. Coming off the back of that multiverse from behind it, there was an aura. Evil is the wrong word, and it is the only word. It felt like plunder. It felt like something with its mouth on the outside of the wall. Could it be, I thought, standing in my own new sky? Could it be that the Kanglin realm's spiritual energy keeps thinning, and the sects have to chain disciples to formations to squeeze energy out of the air because of that thing on the back of the multiverse? I have spent a great deal of my life on that question. I was expelled over the answer to it before I ever knew there was a question. My world had just been born. It could not go anywhere near that. So I did the last act of creation, which was to erase the fact of the creation. I went into the river of time and I took out the record of a man opening that heaven and earth. I did not want the things that would eventually live there to know that the world they were standing on had an author. Partly because I did not want to be prayed to, and partly, if I am honest, because I did not want to be blamed, and because a creator who can be found is a creator who has to come back and clean up. I only needed to be a quiet creator. Then I did it 129,599 more times. They are all different. Some are pure stellar universes with nothing in them but burning. Some are clusters of 7 small worlds orbiting each other. Some are built on a 3-realm structure. Some are entire all-heaven systems. A few I left as raw chaos on purpose to see what they do. When the last one opened, the Dharma form was complete, and I broke into the Tao manifestation realm inside a cocoon of great Tao light, while Mao sat outside, watching laws crawl across the surface of it. Just how many great Tao laws, he said, has Master comprehended? I came out at the middle of the Tao manifestation realm, space-time control, 68%. And I found my new ceiling immediately, which is that I cannot actually unleash those worlds. If I channeled the full power of 129,600 worlds through this body, the body would come apart. The engine is now much larger than the chassis. New priority, body strength. That seclusion took 2.5 years on the outside. Inside my first world, about 100,000 years went past. Time runs there roughly 50,000 times faster than out here, which is a number I have checked several times because I keep not believing it. It is 100 billion kilometers across now, with a lake of world origin 10 kilometers wide. I have never seeded it with life from out here. I could. It would be quick. And it would infect a clean world with the Kanglin realm's own decay and kill its independence in the cradle, so it grows its own, or it grows nothing. I have also never gone into it in the flesh, because I am not completely certain I could find my way back out to the right coordinates, and I would rather be a coward about that than be right about it once. I did swallow 1 drop of world origin. It improved my aptitude. I want to say that again. It improved my aptitude, my bone structure, my marrow, my physique, and my soul, all of it, upgraded from 1 drop. The thing I was told for 145 years was fixed at birth and could never be changed, and which they measured me by and sorted me by and used to decide that my correct place in the world was pushing a wheel. It turns out you can just drink it. Fairness System version 6 came out of that seclusion, woven from all 3,000 laws, and I will say without modesty that an immortal might not be able to work out how it functions. Memory deletion on unbinding, so that leaving takes the secret with it. Spatial teleportation, priced by distance, exact if the map already holds the coordinate. And physical goods in the mall delivered directly into your storage space, which put me into the shipping business by accident. And then, going over the origin system, I found the black. Wisps of it, threads, clinging to the surface of the thing, like soot on a lamp glass. I put my divine sense against one and listened, and it had voices in it. I want to earn more energy points so I can buy the next technique. System. Hurry up and speed up the generation of points so I can sell them and live a good life and eat meat. I want to become stronger. System. Help me become stronger quickly. I want to earn more points. I do not want to be looked down on by people anymore. It is negative energy. It is condensed out of the desire and the soul power of 1 trillion hosts, and it is fused with something else, some other power that I could not identify then and still cannot identify now. It runs up the network away from the hosts, which is why the hosts are safe. It collects on the origin system. And the origin system is a separate thing from me, standing between me and them, only because I cut the karmic link years ago before any of this existed. If I had not done that, all of it would be on me. The purification laws barely scratch it. The desire laws barely scratch it. The only thing that works is turning the great yin-yang annihilation divine light into a millstone and grinding it off by hand, personally, 1 pass at a time, which is treating symptoms, and I know it. The hosts keep multiplying, the black keeps growing, and one of those 2 curves is going to outrun the other eventually, and I do not currently know which. I am not shutting it down. I have looked at that option and I am not doing it. Partly because the system is now the thing my whole life is, and a man who abandons the thing his life is does not walk away clean. He walks away with a demon in his chest that he will meet later at the worst possible moment, and partly for a much simpler reason, who does not have a dream of changing the world. For scale, at that point I had over 1 trillion hosts, and the system covered about 1/10 of the Eastern Wilderness, and the Eastern Wilderness is 1 fragment of 1 continent. Ah Mao came running into the courtyard one afternoon carrying a child in his mouth. She was 7 or 8. Her clothes were more whole than cloth. Her face had that specific gray color that comes from years and not from 1 bad week. Her hair had gone that withered yellow color, and one of her legs was broken. She was unconscious. He had found her at the bottom of the slope. I set the leg and ran the heaven and earth creation technique on her, and she came around with color in her face and looked up at me and asked quite calmly, "Big brother, is this the underworld?" Then the dog said something, and she did not scream that it was a monster. She concluded on the spot that if the dog could talk, then I must be a divine messenger. Su Ying, parents dead years ago. 1 brother left, and the brother had been chosen by the divine messenger and taken to the temple to become one himself. My brother said, she told me, that once he becomes a divine messenger, we will have enough to eat, and we will never be hungry again. She had been up in the hills digging wild vegetables and had stepped into empty air. Then her stomach growled loudly enough for both of us to hear it. I had been hoarding restaurant food in my storage space for years, the way you do when you have a storage space, and I took out all of it. "Big brother," she said when she surfaced, "thank you for the food. This is the most delicious meal I have ever eaten in my life." Ah Mao went and looked at her village and came back and reported that it was poorer than the Jin state had been before the system and asked whether we should spread it there. And I said no. I want to explain that, because it is the only time in my life I have looked at a place that needed the system and refused it. I have a premonition, I told him, that it is not suitable to propagate here right now. The time is not ripe. I did not know why yet. I only knew the shape of the wrongness in that place, and I was right, and it cost that village everything anyway. I sent them the 2 free manuals instead, body forging and the old farmer's art. Nothing that would look like an organization. I also gave Amao a jade bottle of diluted world origin liquid. "Do not drink too much," I said. "A small sip each time. If you puff up and explode, do not blame me for failing to warn you." 1 sip took him to the late Dao Seed realm. "Ha ha ha," he said, up on his hind legs. "I am indeed a genius dog. Hu Yeye was still showing off to me about breaking into the Golden Core realm. Want to surpass me? Dream on." Then he hugged my leg, which he had learned from Hu Yeye, and I gave up on that particular battle permanently. 2 more years. I uploaded the Dao Manifestation Realm techniques to the store, and the Dao Seed cultivators who had been sitting at the ceiling for years went out of their minds. I built 2 new divine abilities out of the world creation work. The heaven-splitting divine ability, which is now my strongest offensive move and runs through a blade, a sword, or a bare hand equally. And World in the Palm, which puts an enemy inside a small world and then crushes him with the weight of a whole world, and which I have used exactly 3 times because of what it does to the person. And then, one morning, 8 streaks of light came up out of the cauldron of creation. "Ha ha 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 ha," I said, alone in a cave, to nobody. The artificial heavenly spiritual route is finally complete. After 3,000 failed experiments, let me walk you through the failures, because the answer is the good part. Attempt 1 through several hundred. Refine a root out of spirit attribute materials. Problem: those materials are rarer than the roots. Attempt several hundred through about 2,000. Substitute same attribute materials that are actually obtainable. Result, garbage roots. Functional garbage, but garbage. And then the answer, which had been standing in front of me the entire time, which is that a spiritual root is a medium for talking to ambient spiritual energy, and the purest possible medium for talking to ambient spiritual energy is ambient spiritual energy. I stopped looking for materials. I used the air. I took ambient energy, purified it, and imprinted the attribute laws into it directly. The result resonates better than a natural heavenly spiritual root, because a natural one is an accident of birth, and mine has great Tao laws written into it on purpose, and implanting it is not surgery. You inhale it, like breathing. Then I hit the last problem, which was that refining these by hand would turn the master of the system into a full-time spiritual root factory worker, and I had already done 127 years of that particular job. So I built a production line, 4 stages, all formations, all running inside the origin system. Stage 1 separates ambient energy by attribute. Stage 2 tempers it to purity. Stage 3 molds it into a block, 3 centimeters by 3 by 10. And stage 4 is a formation that works exactly like a precision printer, stamping the matching Great Tao law onto the block. It's done, I said, watching the first one come off the end. Assembly line production of heavenly spiritual roots. I really am a genius. 100 an hour per line. 8 lines, 1 per attribute, 9,600 heavenly spiritual roots a day. I price them at 1 million energy points, which is essentially cost, and I want to be very clear that the low price was not charity. The root is not the product. The schism is the product. Everyone with a bad root buys one. Everyone with a good root buys one for their nephew. And when heavenly spiritual roots are something you can buy in a shop, being born with one stops meaning anything at all, and an aristocracy that is built on being born with one has to find something else to stand on. They did find something else. I will get to it. Ah Mao came back one afternoon with Su Ying and a body. He had gone to her house and walked in on 2 envoys of the Temple of Light delivering her brother's corpse, and they had attacked a talking dog on sight, and he had killed them both. Is that all? I said when he finished confessing. If they tried to capture you, killing them is fine. I told you not to go looking for trouble. That does not mean we are afraid of it. The girl was already kneeling next to the body with her face streaked. Can he be brought back? I examined him properly, and the honest answer was no. He had been dead too long. The soul had already gone. But the death was wrong. Those envoys said he died of key deviation while cultivating. Your brother, I said, had his spiritual root forcibly extracted from him by somebody using the spirit-seizing great method. He died in agony. It is not a quick way to go. I had read that manual off a corpse in a town square decades earlier. I had sat in my own courtyard and admired the cleverness of it. And now it was not one fake immortal running a scam in a market. It was an institution, with a building and robes and a queue outside, harvesting the children of the poorest people alive and telling them they had been chosen. Su Ying's knuckles went white on the edge of the mat. I must make them pay in blood. Then she went down on both knees. Big brother, please take me as your disciple and teach me martial arts. I want to master powerful skills and avenge my brother, and perhaps one day I might find a way to bring him back. And I sat there with the strongest sense of déjà vu I have ever had in either life. Isn't this, I thought, the classic protagonist template? Family destroyed, vow of revenge. And she was already at the innate realm off the free manual in 3 months with no teacher. So I ran my QI observing technique on her. Her luck came up gold, and it did not stop. It ran off her like a river with no far bank, with the specific rising quality that the old texts describe and that I had assumed was poetry. Holy hell, I thought, this luck is so dense it almost blinded me. This girl is an actual child of destiny. No wonder Amao found her at the bottom of a slope and carried her to me. That is not coincidence. That is the world routing her. In which case I thought, have I not just become the legendary old mentor? Fine, I will consider it an early investment. I did not take her as a disciple. I have never taken one and I do not intend to. I gave her a system seed and 100 million energy points as startup capital. She refused the points, twice, seriously. It is a drop in the bucket to me, I said. It is very important to you. Then she asked how a person brings someone back from the dead, and I gave her the true answer instead of the kind one, because she needed something to climb. Cultivate until you can reverse the river of time and fish a person out of it. But your cultivation has to be able to take the backlash. If it cannot, you will not save them, and you will die yourself. She put her brother's body into her storage space and did not mention resurrection again for a very long time. The artificial spiritual roots went live that season, and the forum came apart along a seam I had drawn myself. I bought one yesterday, and after cultivating for 1 day, I broke into the 9th level of chi refining. The implantation is unbelievably simple. You just inhale it, like absorbing ambient energy. Ha 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 ha. I am a genius now too. Those people with innate heavenly spiritual roots always used to hold their noses in the air, and then the one that I have kept. Why is it that just because they have heavenly spiritual roots, they do not have to operate the formation, while we work like horses and oxen? We worked like horses and oxen in the mortal world. Now we have arrived at a cultivation school, and we are still working like horses and oxen. I refuse to accept this. And directly underneath it, right on schedule, the other camp assembling itself. How could an artificial root compare to an innate heavenly spiritual root? Keep dreaming. When we use the artificial root to surpass you, we will let you know which one is more powerful. Perfect. Exactly as designed. 2 camps inside every sect in the eastern wilderness, arguing about which of them is real, and neither of them arguing about me. Inside my first world, meanwhile, 300 billion kilometers across now, over 4,300 perfected laws, of which more than 1,000 had been born on their own, while the world simply ran without me. I built the Chaos Heavenly Cycle star formation in there, out of my own projected stars, to refine chaos energy from outside into world origin, and I want to note where that design came from. It is the spiritual chi conversion formation. It is the machine I was chained to for 127 years, scaled up and rebuilt so that a world runs it instead of 12 men, and every part of it that used to be a person is now a star. The first version survived 3 breaths against the Chaos Sea, the second survived 10. It took about 1,000 iterations before it held, and when it held, it multiplied my world origin production by 10. I also nearly lost myself that year, and I want it in the record because it is the closest I have come. I stayed merged with my own heavenly Tao for too long. When I came out, Amao would not come near me, and I went and looked at my own reflection, and my eyes had the sky in them, cold, even, worlds being born and dying in them without any particular preference either way. If I became a person without emotion or desire, I thought, what would be the point of living like that? I would just be a walking dead man. My state of mind is still insufficient after all. 3 months on, Su Ying had color in her face, hair down past her waist, and she was at the peak of the innate realm. Ah Mao lay in the sun watching her drill. Qianqian's progress is too fast, he said, and her comprehension is shockingly good. I can see a bit of your bearing in her, master. I thought I would be able to guide her with my Dao seed cultivation, but sometimes she asks me things and I get stumped. Master, is the gap between humans and dogs really that big? Qianqian is practicing hard, I said, and you are sunbathing. How could the gap not be big? I am not a cultivation fanatic like you, master, he said without opening his eyes. Life is beautiful. It is not only about cultivating. I gave her a bottle of the diluted world origin liquid with the same warning about exploding, and I sent one to Hu Yeye as a message attachment, and he replied with an animated picture of a fat man hugging a leg and shouting for his grandpa. Brother Ming, how do you always manage to get so many good things? Could it be that you are the legendary child of destiny? I rolled my eyes, standing about 4 meters from an actual child of destiny. Have you ever seen a child of destiny, I typed, who failed foundation establishment after cultivating for over 100 years, got kicked out of his sect, and nearly died of old age? He had bought a metal artificial heavenly spiritual root. His core was at 5 patterns. I really do not know who created the artificial heavenly spiritual root, he added. They are a peerless genius. If I had their portrait, I would enshrine it and worship it every day. I put the phone down and made a face at a wall for a while. Half a month later, Qianqian reached Divine Sea, and 5 men in gold and red divine robes were spotted watching my courtyard from the tree line. The same robes as the ones on that ridge in the secret realm of creation. The troublesome physique of a child of destiny, I thought, is truly terrifying. No matter where they hide, they stir something up. I plucked all 5 of them out of the tree line without getting up and sealed them on the grass. Audacious sinner, said the loudest one. We are envoys of the Temple of Light. The divine punishment will descend upon you. I turned him into red mist without answering. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Feel free. Nobody did. The interrogation was quick. They had found the place by torturing people in the surrounding villages. They were out of the Qingding City Temple of Light. The strongest man there was Temple Master Gu Hong, early Golden Core, and Su Ying's brother had walked into Gu Hong's private chamber alive and been carried out of it dead. Then I did something that I still think was correct, and that I would like to be argued out of. I will give you a chance to survive, I told the 4 who were left. Defeat her, and you live. And I pointed at an 11-year-old girl. My reasoning was this. She was carrying a hatred that was going to sit in her chest and poison her comprehension for the next 400 years if it did not get out, and here were 4 free sparring partners who deserved everything that was coming. They looked at a frail little thing in a patched dress and agreed immediately. I watched at least 2 of them start planning to take her hostage. She killed all 4, one at a time, resting between each, recovering her breath, using combat instincts drilled into her in the trial tower against opponents who could not be talked to. We flew toward Qingding City the next morning, and about 2 hours out I stopped in the air. There was a village below us, and there were several hundred bodies in the square, stacked, already several days gone. Aunt Wang, said Su Ying from beside me, in a voice with nothing in it. Uncle Wang, who did this? It was her village, all of it. Every person she had grown up around, killed by the Temple of Light, for the crime of having been asked a question by 5 envoys who never came home. I had still thought too highly of them, I said, and I meant it. I did not expect them to have no bottom at all. I will destroy the entire Temple of Light, she said, and the God of Light they worship. I will kill him personally. I want to record my private thought, which was not a noble one. It was that if the God of Light ever actually met this child of destiny face to face, he might genuinely die of it, and that I would very much like to be there. Out loud I said the responsible thing. The realm of the God of Light is far beyond what you or I can fathom. I am not certain even I would be a match for him. We burned the village and raised one mound over all of them. Qingding City is under an illusion, and the illusion is that it is beautiful. Underneath it, there was not one set of fine clothes on the street. Everyone in rags, everyone that same gray color, thatched huts and almost no brick, and their eyes came in exactly 2 kinds, hollow and numb, or lit up with something I can only describe as a fever. And that is when my own premonition finally made sense to me. The Divine Kingdom is not a country with a temple in it. The Temple of Light runs it outright top to bottom, no emperor, no court worth the name, and they are extraordinarily good at one thing, which is preaching, and they are rotten to the bone at the other thing, which is governing. And I do not think that is incompetence. I think a full belly is bad for prayer. I have traveled to so many countries with Master, said Amao quietly. I have never seen anywhere this poor. What divine kingdom? It would be more appropriate to call it the poor kingdom. It calls itself a divine kingdom on earth, said Su Ying. In my opinion, hell on earth is more accurate. Then she asked to spread the system there. And I said no, and this is the refusal I have thought about most, because on the face of it, a place like that is exactly what the system is for. Here is why not. Everywhere else I have worked, the cultivators live above the mortal world and look down at it occasionally. Here they live in it, and they run it, and the people are genuinely devout. Put a system in that city, and within a week the temple brands every host a heretic, and then they do not lose their advantage. They lose their lives by the 100,000. It is not worth that many people dying for nothing, I said. For the divine kingdom there is only hope if we destroy the Temple of Light completely and eliminate the so-called God of Light along with it. Then kill them all, she said. If there are 10,000, kill 10,000. If 1,000,000, kill 1,000,000. If 100,000,000, kill 100,000,000. That startled me enough that I turned around. Do not let the outside world move your state of mind, I said. Killing can solve problems, but you cannot only know how to kill. In the end, that harms others and yourself both. The temple was the size of a palace, and there was a queue of believers in the square waiting to be let in. I stood in the doorway and addressed them. The temple has important business today and will not be receiving believers for the time being. Then I shut the doors, put everyone still inside to sleep with an illusion, and started work. 32 temple cultivators in the first pass. Gu Hong came at me, and I caught him in a giant hand of true force and closed it until his dantian and his golden core both went. He had, I learned from his soul afterward, only recently taken possession of a stolen heavenly root and been promised a very bright future by the people above him. The soul search gave me everything, including 2 things I had not expected. The first is that the statues are not statues. They are magic treasures, and they collect the power of faith and transmit it away along channels to a fixed set of coordinates. I put my hand against the collection point and listened, and I could hear individual prayers going up. God of Light above, bless me to be reborn into a good family next time. God of Light, I want to eat until I am full and eat lots of delicious food. I hope my wife gives birth to a big healthy boy. And the second thing, which stopped me where I stood. The power of faith is the same species as the black energy on my origin system. Same base, 7 emotions and 6 desires, plus that mysterious ingredient I had never been able to name, which I finally identified standing in that temple, and which is the power of the mind. The difference is that faith also carries pure will in it, which makes it usable, but it is still poison. Distracted thought has permeated all of it. Thin, it is fine. Accumulated, I think even an immortal would struggle to hold it. And the God of Light has solved the exact problem that I have not solved. He burns faith as a substitute for spiritual energy. He is running his entire existence on the stuff I have been grinding off my own machine with a millstone, which meant that somewhere in that organization was a purification technique that would fix my system. The vault had a mountain of gold on the first level. On the second, there were 2 chests of faith crystals, medium grade at best in a city temple, which told me higher grades existed elsewhere. I came back up into the hall and found Su Ying. Her white dress was soaked red to the knee, There was a smile on her face that I did not like at all, and Guhong was no longer a shape that I want to describe, and Ah Mao was standing very stiffly by the wall. Big brother, she said, seeing my face. I am fine. I just could not control the hatred earlier. Now that I have vented it, I feel much better. Then, with real regret, I just did not expect to scare Ah Mao. I was not scared, said Ah Mao from the wall. I was just a bit surprised. My only correction was a technical one, because there was nothing else useful I could have said in that room. When you kill someone, I said, pay attention to destroying the soul as well, so as not to leave hidden dangers. And then I did it for her, because she had not, and because I did not want her to have to look at it again. I gave her one warning about the crystals, and I made her repeat it back to me. Faith is toxic. One careless move, and you sink into a sea of suffering. If you ever obtain faith crystals, you must absolutely never use them. Then I broke the statue, walked outside, and emptied the entire temple treasury into the streets of Qingding City, all of it. The gold, the silver, every chest on the first level, scattered across the square and down 4 streets while people stood in doorways not daring to pick it up. It was taken from them in the first place. I was returning it. She left 3 days later, and she was the one who decided it. It is precisely because it is too safe following you, she said, that I have to go. If I am always protected, I will never get real training. I gave her 10 jade tokens with one of my own attacks sealed in each, and I scrambled her heavenly secrets so the temple could not calculate where she was, and she walked out of the courtyard without looking back, and I have rarely been prouder of anything I did not do. Master, said Ah Mao, where are we going next? We are going to rob the rich to help the poor. Half a month. 12 temples of light. Every treasury went into the street of the city it had been taken from. Every temple master got soul searched, and not one of the 12 had the purification technique. In Wanya City, the master was a man called Liu Qing, and he was spirit transformation, and he was extremely confident about it. I raised a barrier over the district first, so the fight would not kill anybody in the surrounding streets, which took about 4 seconds, and which he watched me do without understanding what it was. Then I broke him in 2 punches. You clearly only have the aura of a nascent soul cultivation, he said, on the floor. How can you unleash such a terrifying attack? If fighting were only about comparing figures on paper, I said, there would be no point in fighting at all. His soul told me where the technique actually lives. Only the Void Return realm holds even the elementary version, and only the God of Light himself holds the real one. It also told me that the temple had already dispatched 4 Void Return experts after me, each with 4 spirit transformation cultivators attached, and by then I was past 10 trillion hosts, and the negative energy was growing faster than I could grind it off, and I did not have the luxury of taking the safe road, so I decided to catch a Void Return expert alive. I spent a month building the trap, and I want to describe it because it is the best thing I have ever made. The Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dust Formation. Chaos differentiates into yin and yang. Yin and yang evolve the 5 elements. The 5 elements invert and return to chaos. And out of that cycle, the formation births endless dust worlds, each one created and destroyed in a loop that does not stop. It is not a weapon. It is a place to put somebody. 372 flags, 7 main, 365 auxiliary, all forged out of raw world origin and stamped with the 3000 laws, which makes every single flag an innate magic treasure in its own right. Ah Mao watched the test run with his tail between his legs. Master, he said, if you fell into that formation, could you break out? My proud smile froze on my face. That goes without saying, I said. You do not even know who I am. Then, quickly, also, I told you to cultivate properly. You are still only at the late stage of the Dao Seed realm. Feng Jun was Void Return, and he and 5 Spirit Transformation cultivators were staying at the Black Rock City Temple, which made my arithmetic easy. Ah Mao begged me to call it off. I put him in the pet space and set 372 flags around the building. The temple's own defensive formation held for about a breath and a half, cracked under the yin-yang energy, and shattered, and then the whole enormous luxurious building simply dissolved under chaos energy, floor by floor, until there was nothing standing on that ground except the men who were strong enough not to dissolve. Sinner, said Feng Jun, if you have the guts, come out and fight me head on. I will let you have 10 moves. I ignored him completely and worked the formation, taking notes for the next revision, because a live Void Return opponent inside a prototype is the most expensive test data in the world, and I was not going to waste it on conversation. The 5 nascent soul cultivators got ground down first. When Feng Jun called them to him, the distance between them stretched. That is the part I am most pleased with. They were close enough to touch, and they were 10,000 mountains apart, and they died there, in front of him, 4 meters away. Then the formation started evolving the creation of worlds around him. The force of a heaven and earth being split open came down on his shoulders. Then a newborn dust world closed around him. He cut it open with his saber, and the death of that world blasted him, and he landed inside a fresh one, and did it again, and again. This must be an illusion, he said, somewhere around the 9th. I absolutely do not believe a single formation can evolve so many worlds. Then I walked in personally, armed, cauldron overhead, chaos green lotus underfoot, heaven opening sword in hand, because a void return opponent is too rare a whetstone to leave in a box. His face went through the 3 stages in about 4 minutes. Excitement, because if he killed me, the formation would fall. Then shock, then something worse than despair. You clearly only have cultivation equivalent to the nascent soul realm, he said. How can you have this combat power? This defies the common logic of cultivation. Just because you cannot do it, I said, does not mean others cannot. Speak. How do you want to die? If you dare to kill me, he said, the Temple of Light will launch an endless pursuit. Then let them pursue me, I said. I happened to be lacking some pressure to hone myself. Then he tried to bargain. Then he begged. I took his limbs, destroyed his meridians and his dantian, and took him alive. The purification technique, when I finally pulled it out of his soul, is the stupidest thing I have ever learned. You set the power of faith on fire. That is it. You light it and you keep burning it until the negative energy cooks off. There is no elegance in it anywhere. There is no clever inversion, no law being applied, no insight of any kind. The entire process has almost no technical content whatsoever. I went through it 4 times looking for the trick, and there is no trick, which meant I was going to have to run it myself, at scale, by hand. Feng Jun's primordial spirit went next, and the formation's chaos energy ate the body, and the Black Rock City Temple of Light is now an empty patch of dirt with nothing on it. Master, said Amao, coming out of the pet space and looking around. Being able to escape from the hands of a Void Return Realm expert is truly amazing. I patted his head, then I hit it. You have so little faith in your master. I did not escape. That Void Return Realm expert was captured alive by me. Master, I was wrong. Master is the most amazing, unmatched in the heavens and on earth. To actually run the experiment, I needed a working faith supply, which meant I needed a temple that was still standing and still collecting, with staff who would not report me, so I built a divine ability for that. The God-washing technique. Soul Tao, plus the great Tao of desire, plus the power of the mind. It does not control a body. Puppetry is crude and everyone can see it. This distorts cognition at the root, so the person walks around perfectly normally, thinking their own thoughts, in a world that has one fact changed in it. It took a month. I tested it at the Purple Star City Temple. Flattened Temple Master Quibo and 32 cultivators put my thumb on Quibo's forehead, and 3 breaths later, he got up, knelt down, and said, Master, body normal, soul normal. Only his understanding of reality rewritten. Ah, Mao, I said with a completely straight face. Do you want to try one? From then on, you could become a diligent and hard-working good dog. No way. He went backwards across the floor without turning around. I am Master's most loyal Amao. You absolutely cannot use this on me. I was joking. The technique clouds the mind and permanently caps how high the victim can ever climb, and I would not do that to him. And also, although Amao is mischievous and lazy and playful, it is precisely because of that he seems real. Then I addressed the surviving staff. Don't be afraid, I said. In a little while you will all become righteous, upright, good people. 32 more of them knelt down, and then I looked up at the statue at the end of the hall, the one with the channel running out of the back of its head into the sky. I will use your territory for an experiment first, I told it. Later, I will definitely send you a big gift. I burned a palmful of faith the same night, and the stupid technique worked exactly as advertised. White flame, a sizzling sound, black wisps cooking off the top, and then I saw something that was not supposed to be there. Inside the burning negative energy, threads of pure energy were being stripped out and quietly folded back into the faith. Not faith, not mind power, not desire, something else, coming out of the fire. How, I said out loud, could such a change occur? And then I got it, and I had to sit down on the floor of a temple I had just conquered. Energy transforms into energy. Even the most extreme energy has a dual nature. Chaos energy is full of the power to destroy everything, and it also conceals infinite creation, and I know that because I have used it to make 129,600 worlds. Yin and yang invert. Life and death rotate. Death at its extreme gives rise to life. I filmed the substance off with a membrane of true force and ended up with 3 faith crystals and 1 glass bead of something else, and I fed a wisp of the something else into myself and checked my soul about 200 times over the following days. My soul was stronger. There was no contamination anywhere. I named it soul power, which means the negative energy on my system is no longer a threat. It is a resource. The thing that was going to eventually eat my creation is the most valuable substance I have ever refined, and I had been grinding it off with a millstone and throwing it away for years. Around that time, somebody else arrived in this world the way I did, and I did not find out about it for years. A collateral disciple of the Chen family named Zhang Wen blew his foundation establishment attempt, collapsed on his own formation platform, and woke up with a different person behind his eyes. No, he said, to an empty room. Shugang, you absolute snake. I trusted you so much and you actually stabbed me in the back. He had come from a world that ran on an artifact cultivation system, where you treat the body as a magic treasure and body refining is artifact refining, and he had just come through his heavenly tribulation when a woman he trusted killed him and took his space treasure body off the corpse. He got out through the law of space, into reincarnation, into a 15-year-old boy in a middling family in a country he had never heard of. The geniuses of this world, he announced, to nobody at all, are you ready? Do not let your Tao hearts collapse after I crush you. Then he went into seclusion. Remember him. 3 years went past. Peak Tao manifestation, space-time control at 79%, and a design finished for the negative energy problem that I am still quietly proud of. Build a world. Pour the black energy into it. Let it condense into monsters. Then let the hosts kill the monsters, and let the world act as the furnace that renders the corpses down into soul power. Everyone gets paid, the world eats, the system cleans itself, and the thing that was going to kill my creation becomes a game. So I went out into open space and split a fresh heaven and earth with 49 strokes of the heaven-opening sword, and this time a crack opened in the sky above it, and an eye looked out. It was vertical. It was enormous, and it was completely indifferent in a way that I have not been able to stop thinking about, because indifferent is not the same as hostile, and it is much worse, the eye of the heavenly Tao. My 129,600 inner worlds had never triggered it, because they were born inside my own body. This one was born outside, which meant it had landed in the Kanglin multiverse as a subordinate world, on somebody else's ledger. The eye looked at it, then it judged it. And then it dropped an enormous golden light of karma over the whole thing, split 6 ways, 60% to the world, 20% to me, 20% to the 4 artifacts I had made it with. I refused my share. I want to explain that because it looks like humility, and it is not. Karma of that grade is condensed world origin. Taking my 20% would have blown me straight upward, possibly all the way to immortal ascension in one step, as a hollow man, on a foundation with a crack running through it, permanently, forever, in exchange for a shortcut. I have spent 180 years being told that a person's ceiling is set at birth, and there is nothing to be done about it. I did not go through all of that to arrive at the top of the ladder as a fraud. So I poured all of it into the world instead. With my ability, I wrote in my notes that night, I do not worry about failing to achieve immortal ascension eventually. The world drank the entire thing and went up 4 tiers before the light ran out. Grotto heaven, to small world, to middle world, to great world, with its 3,000 laws perfecting themselves at every step. Then I named it, and as its creator, my word there is not an opinion, it is physical law, and the 2 characters burned themselves across that sky in Great Tao script. Let this world be named Xuanyi. Then I copied Xuanyi's superior laws wholesale back into all 129,600 of my inner worlds, which let every one of them finish its own growth, which pushed my inner world up to a small world. The feedback from that nearly forced a realm breakthrough I was not ready for, because the technique for the next realm was still unfinished, and shipping an unfinished technique into my own body seemed like a poor decision to make in a hurry. So I improvised something on the spot. I called it the Nirvana creation art, and I turned the entire surge into a rebirth instead of a breakthrough. I cocooned, I shrank down to an infant, I gestated again. That took a while, and I erased myself from Xuanyi's records too, the same as the others, so that whatever grows there never learns that anyone made it. While I was in the cocoon, Su Ying took the Jinling City temple apart on her own. I have the footage. She was in white with black and red killing lights standing off her, and the word the crowd used afterward was Asura, and I understand why they used it. The Temple of Light commits countless evils and harms the common people, she told Temple Master Fang Jian, taking him apart in pieces. It is a tumor of this divine kingdom. I am currently acting on behalf of heaven to remove it. We are the messengers of God, he said, arrogant right to the end. We are meant to rule everything in the divine kingdom. Those commoners who are like ants should obediently offer up their power of faith. He pulled a phantom of the God of Light out of the statue. It did not help. When both his body and soul were gone, she turned around and punched the statue into powder. Today, I will first destroy this temple of light, she said, into the sky, and shatter one of your statues. In the future, I will definitely kill your true form. I came out of the cocoon without a new realm, but I could comfortably have defeated 2 of my previous selves at once, which is the only measurement that has ever mattered to me. Space-time control, 85%. My inner world was 400 light-years across with innate spiritual liquid pooling in the low places, and the nether region under it was 100 light-years deep. Xuanyi runs at 10,000 times outside time. 3,000 years had passed in there while I was asleep. It was stable and accumulating, so I built it its own chaos heavenly cycle star formation to refine the void turbulence outside its walls. And then I decided that Xuanyi was far too valuable to use as a garbage processor, so I opened another world inside Xuanyi, a grotto heaven, no netherworld, nothing precious in it. Then I dragged every scrap of negative energy off the origin system and put the law of creation on it. It condensed into monsters, billions of them. Two-headed giant bulls, one-legged sheep with too many eyes, things I did not design and could not have designed because they were not made out of my imagination. They were made out of a trillion people wanting things. They hit the ground, roared at the sky, and scattered in every direction. Demons dancing wildly, as the phrase goes, and for once the phrase was accurate. Then I wired the origin system to that world permanently, so that new black energy flows in on its own and becomes new monsters without me touching it. Test kill. I put down a three-headed wolf and it rendered down into pure soul power, identical in quality to what I had been filming off by hand. The loop closed. Fairness System version 7 added soul power to every profile and put a new icon on the desktop. Click the icon and a wisp of your divine sense is embodied in the monster world. Soul power splits 30% to me, 40% to the world because it has to eat or it collapses, and 30% to you. Die in there and you lose that wisp of divine sense for a day or two, and any great Tao insight you have in there feeds the world. The first man in was called Gu Sen, who was bored. He read the notice which said that the monster game world was being invaded and brave warriors were urgently needed, and slaying monsters allowed one to obtain soul power. He spawned into a novice village, patted himself down, and then knelt and tasted the dirt to check whether it was real. Then he spat it out. "It is too realistic," he said. "This does not feel like a game at all." His first monster was a boar with one horn. "So monsters are nothing more than this," said Gu Sen, standing over it. "Today I will let you all see the power of Grandpa Gu." Soul power, 0 to 3. His second monster was a rooster. He walked up to it with his hands on his hips. "So small," he said. "Today Grandpa Gu will send you to the afterlife." The rooster killed him instantly. "Hiss," he said, back in his own body. What a terrifying monster. I had no power to resist at all. It must have reached the Tao seed realm. Then he discovered that the soul power he had earned instantly repaired the divine sense he had just lost, and left his soul stronger than before, and he went straight back in, and has, according to my backend, been in there most days since. The forum on the monster world is one of my favorite things I've ever built. The time flow in there is much faster. I stayed half a day and only a few breaths passed outside. Once night falls in there, the monsters become exceptionally ferocious. Do not go out at night. Is anyone willing to sell soul power? I am willing to buy at a high price. The Tao seed realm is about to be flooded. Divine Sea experts are everywhere now. And then, at the bottom of the page, Chen Ming has not appeared for a long time. Could he have been slain by the Pure Void Sect? I read that one twice. Pure Void Sect. Su Ying came back not long after that. She turned up at Purple Star City intending to wipe out the temple and found me and Ah Mao sitting in rocking chairs in the middle of it, being served tea by the staff. She had grown. She was a young woman now with genuine immortal bearing on her, and underneath it, not hidden at all, an aura of slaughter she had stopped bothering to put away. I poured her tea brewed with innate spirit water. "Ah," said Ah Mao, "the people of this temple have long been controlled by Master." Then he caught up. "You broke through to the Tao seed realm? Your cultivation speed is simply too fast." I hit him. "Qian has already cultivated to the middle of the Tao seed realm," I said, "and before long she will surpass you." "Master," said Amao, rubbing his head and genuinely wounded, "my cultivation speed is already not slow. I have also cultivated to the peak of the Tao seed realm now. Not everyone is as perverted as you and Qian," he added. Then, after a pause, "Oh wait, I am a dog. Is it not completely normal that I cannot compare?" Her account of the missing years went like this. She found a spirit medicine. Temple of Light cultivators tried to take it off her. She counter-killed several of them. She got hunted across the entire country for it. Through a coincidence of opportunities, she obtained some extraordinary encounters. She came out of seclusion and killed everyone who had been hunting her. My mouth twitched the whole way through. Isn't this, I thought, the typical protagonist script? Hunted down, extraordinary encounter, soaring cultivation, counter-kill, and then, because I am a small man in some ways, the comparison, I am a transmigrator too. Where was my protagonist treatment? In the early years, I nearly died of lifespan exhaustion at a wheel. Everything after that I got by risking my life for it. As for extraordinary encounters, I have not seen the shadow of one. I bought the missing core law of my own multiverse for one spirit stone off a table, which is the closest thing to luck that has ever happened to me, and I had to haggle for it. She had comprehended a great Tao law on her own by then, the great Tao of slaughter, so I gave her the only piece of teaching I have ever given anybody. Guard your original intention, I said. Never become obsessed with slaughter, or you will degenerate into a puppet that only knows how to kill. And the great Tao of slaughter is not only destruction. Inside that endless killing, there is a sliver of vitality and hope hidden. To kill is also to save. Wow, said Amao. Qian, you even have a bit of master's bearing. Do not praise it any further, she said without looking up from her tea. If you keep praising it, its tail will stick up into the sky. She stayed 3 months, and then she left again. And when she was gone, I went and stood in front of the statue at the end of the hall. The big gift I prepared for you, I said, is ready. Make sure you catch it firmly. Here is what the gift was. Every batch of faith I had purified since Black Rock City had boiled off negative energy, and I had kept every drop of it, not thrown away, collected and concentrated again, until the result was something an ordinary person could not be in the same room with. A wisp of it would take a mind apart in seconds. I had a great deal of it. So I disguised the whole mass as milky white power of faith, and I laid the power of the mind over it to distort perception at the root rather than at the surface, which my experiments had shown also cancels most of the purification burn on the receiving end. Then I put it into the channel with the day's prayers. God of light, I said, watching it go up. You don't need to thank me. 3 weeks later, in a family compound on the other side of the continent, Zhang Wen came out of seclusion early because his collateral branch allowance had run out. He arrived at the family tournament to find his cousins gossiping in a language he could not parse. Something called a system, a trial tower, a combat power ranking, artificial heavenly spiritual roots, energy points. They all agreed that Zhang Kai would win the tournament because Zhang Kai was 823rd on the golden core board with an 8-pattern core. And afterward, they were going to go somewhere new and spread the system and earn points. Zhang Wen understood none of it and went first out of pure contempt. He beat Zhang Rui easily. Then he faced Zhang Kai, who had been humbled so many times since binding a system that it had rearranged his personality. You are truly fearless because of your ignorance, said Zhang Kai mildly. Do you think you are Chen Ming? Oh, said Zhang Wen. Who is Chen Ming? I would actually like to experience his strength. If your strength is only what you have displayed here, said Zhang Kai, I fear Chen Ming could crush you with a single finger. Zhang Wen won the match by burning a space teleport at the last instant. Then he stood there as the new saint of the Chen family while Zhang Kai, unbothered, walked over and handed him a system seed. Don't tell me, said Zhang Kai, that you haven't bound a system? Zhang Wen bound it and the floor went out from under him. He found the video of me killing a spirit transformation expert. He jumped up shouting that it was impossible. He exited the system and re-entered it 4 times. He ran 2 separate illusion-breaking methods on his own interface, and then he had to accept it. And then, considerably worse, he remembered that 10 minutes earlier he had announced to a courtyard full of relatives that he was invincible. In both his lives combined, my back-end notes record, he had never been this embarrassed. He took the saint's seat with no joy in it whatsoever, and behind him, Zhang Kai and Zhang Rui looked at each other and laughed. Xuanyi had a problem, which is that a world grows life on its own the way a stone grows moss, which is to say it does, and it takes longer than I was willing to wait. So I went shopping. I swept the Kanglin realm for species, flowers, trees, tigers, wolves, lions, birds, bees, butterflies, insects, earthworms out of the soil, everything I could find, into a quarantine transition area inside Xuanyi where nothing could get out and infect the rest. Then I turned the environment up in stages, ambient energy at twice normal for 100 years of local time, which is a few days for me, then 10 times normal, with Xuanyi's own gravity added, and there was a die-off, and the survivors were tougher. Then I dropped the barrier. Most of them died. That was expected, and I had counted on it. The ones that lived changed. Some of the trees went to 10,000 meters and kept going. Some of the tigers grew wings at the waist. And some perfectly ordinary chickens shed their mortal bodies the way a phoenix does when it comes out of the fire, which I did not plan, could not have planned, and have never been able to reproduce on purpose. Then I pulled my attention back out of the world and thought, in one piece, without any warning at all, not good. I was careless. Because an 8-direction formation had just sealed shut around the temple I was sitting in. It truly is a case of being pecked by the very geese I spend all day hunting. The diagnosis took me about 4 seconds, and it was entirely my own fault. I had been mailing concentrated poison up a faith channel from a temple I was living in, and the negative energy had traced the path backwards and come home. I checked my links to my inner worlds and to Xuanyi, both open, which meant escape existed. I did not take it because I was not certain I could find my way back to the Kanglin realm afterward, and everything I have is here. Sinner, somebody shouted from outside. The God of Light has issued an edict to execute you, and that told me the most valuable thing I learned all year. If the God could come, he would have come. He is issuing edicts. Which means my gift arrived, and which means it worked, and which means he is somewhere up there hurt. You say I offended the divine might, I shouted back. Then let the God of Light come down and strike me himself. Then they spent 3/4 of an hour on me. Fire dragons, lightning, meteorites, gales, 3 full rotations of the array. The Chaos Green Lotus and the Cauldron did not ripple once, and while they worked I read the layout, and it was an 8 trigrams formation, which meant it was rule-bound, which meant it was crackable, because anything with rules has a seam. I found the flaw, I said. One heaven-splitting strike cut the formation's space and killed the man holding the anchor flag, and 7 more sword lights took the rest before they finished turning around. Then the real ones arrived. Shu Liang, Dao Integration Realm, and 3 Void Return experts behind him. Relying on the advantage of your magic treasures, you slaughtered 8 Spirit Transformation Divine Envoys, he said. Why have you not knelt down and surrendered yet? You want me to surrender? Dream on. If you have the ability, come and kill me, you bunch of God-pretending ghosts. I broke out of their encirclement and ate a 3-attack barrage on the way to clear the city, because there were 40,000 people underneath us and none of this was their business. And then, in open ground, instead of running, I turned around. Shu Liang had not considered that. You could see it on his face. He had built his entire approach around the assumption that a lower realm flees, and I put a heaven-splitting sword light through him from brow to belly with sword intent riding in it that would not let the wound close. He had to scream his own guards forward, which I enjoyed. His powerful move must have consumed a massive amount of energy, he shouted at them. It is impossible for him to unleash it again. What are you afraid of? I unleashed it again immediately. No, he said. I am not reconciled. I have not yet cultivated to immortal ascension. The 3 Void Return experts went harder. The first one died to a sword light with the great yin-yang annihilation divine light behind it. The second one opened a space crack that came through both layers of my shielding and cut me to the bone, and I looked down and my blood was coming out gold. The last 2 locked together and sneered that I only won through treasure advantage, which is a thing people say to each other when they are frightened, and then I charged directly into the energy storm they were standing in the middle of. You madman, one of them screamed. You are throwing your own life away just to kill us. Then they both burned forbidden techniques, and one of them screamed thunder of divine punishment, which I have now heard from 4 separate organizations and which I have come to find genuinely funny, and 2 heaven-splitting sword lights went through both of them. Master, said Amao, coming out of the pet space into a landscape that no longer had a mountain on it. Did you just say you were surrounded by 1 Dao integration, 3 Void Return, and 8 Spirit Transformation cultivators, and you killed all of them? And I gave him the honest answer, because there is one person in this world I do not perform for. They were careless, I said. They did not figure out my true strength before they started. If it happened again, I would not have any certainty of victory. Managing to escape would be good enough. Then I said I needed to go into seclusion and heal, and that he should stand guard. Said Amao. Go ahead without worry. I hit him. If you do not know how to speak, then say less. The survivors in the region described it to each other for years afterward. A mountain peak sliced off flat as a mirror, 3 gullies cut into the earth. A devil head raided the Temple of Light last night, they said. It was just like gods and demons fighting in the sky. And in the Temple of Light's actual headquarters, a man called Jiang Hao read the report that a Dao integration expert was dead. There were only 3 Dao integration cultivators in the entire Temple of Light, and he was one of them. He went and stood in front of the statue and called his god. While I was healing, Duheng invented rice that eats the sun, not rice that grows in sunlight. Rice that actively absorbs it and stores gentle usable energy in the grain, so that eating a bowl of it feeds your cultivation as well as your body. I paid him 1,000,000 soul power and 10 billion energy points, which was enough to buy him the Dao manifestation realm, and I named it Sunrice and pushed the commendation to every host alive. Ordinary rice was at 4,000 caddies a moo by then, and pushing 5. The sect leader of the Divine Farmer sect had started turning ordinary herbs into spirit medicine, and there were over 100 organizations on my forum all calling themselves the Beast Taming Sect and arguing bitterly about which one was authentic. The real Beast Taming Sect had proposed a joint venture with the Divine Farmers, which I approved instantly, and I want to describe it because it is the most quietly sophisticated thing anybody on my network has ever done. They are breeding a spirit beast purely for meat, fed on energy-bearing spirit plants, and deliberately mindless, not through cruelty, on purpose, by design, from the start. Because there is a rumor on the forum that killing too many sentient beings costs you karma, and rather than argue about whether the rumor is true, several thousand farmers decided to simply build an animal that the question does not apply to. Nobody instructed them. There was no bounty for it. Concrete had gone through 4 generations and was now graded by application. There were roads and bridges and irrigation canals and dams. The gap between this world and the one I died in was no longer large, and honestly both sides had their advantages, since the world I came from had no magic in it, and this one does. And on the forum, underneath all of it, one host had noticed the thing I had been quietly proudest of for years. Every position on the combat power ranking has changed thousands of times, he wrote. Only Chenming remains as steady as Mount Tai. I cooked sunrice for the first time in Xuanyi, and I have to admit it exceeded my expectations, which does not happen often. The wisdom of all living beings is truly not to be underestimated, I wrote that night. As long as there is a platform, amazing creativity erupts out of it. Xuanyi's central continent had gone lush while I was not looking. Ancient trees standing in rows like somebody planted them, 10,000 beasts moving on the grasslands. And, when I looked more closely, many of those beasts had woken up intelligence and formed tribes. Souls were going down through the netherworld and coming back around through the reincarnation disk. Bodies were feeding the soil. World origin was accumulating faster than the projections. The world had started running itself. I planted sunrice in it. Most of the crop failed. The survivors came up a meter tall per grain and stopped being acquired spirit rice at all, and became innate spirit rice, which is a category I did not know existed until I grew it by accident. Then I stole a 20-meter flying white tiger out from under a wolf pack that had been working on it for 3 days, which I feel some guilt about, and then I cooked. Truly delicious, I said, sitting on the grass of a world I had made. This is the first time I have eaten anything this fresh. Ah Mao lay on his back with his belly out and burped. The tiger meat is very tender, he said, and this rice is soft and glutinous and it has surging energy in it. Master, where exactly did you get this? That's a secret. I sent 400 caddies of tiger meat to Su Ying and to Hu Yeye as message attachments. Hu Yeye's reply came back with news attached. 9-pattern golden core, peak golden core, and he had comprehended a great Tao law of his own, the great Tao of wealth. I laughed until my eyes watered, because there has never in the history of either of my worlds been a law more perfectly matched to a man. 813th on the board, he wrote. Brother Ming, I even want to go back to the Heavenly Revelation Sect now and pull Xuanjin down from the position of saint. Then I broke into the Divine Aperture realm. That realm is exactly what it sounds like. You temper your acupoints into divine apertures, one at a time, and most people have a few dozen to work with. I did 31,650 in the first push, and my golden blood turned back to red, which unsettled me for about a day, until I understood that it had not gone backwards. It had gone through, and the space-time realm hit 100%. The membrane that wrapped around my soul on the way across, the thing that had been sitting at 1% when I was 145 years old and dying at a wheel, the only advantage I ever actually got for free. It is entirely mine now. I forged it into a spiritual world, and the phrase that came out of me when it closed was, "My heart is the world, and the world is as large as my heart." Inside it, I can evolve things. Characters, techniques, whole Daos out of the books I read at 2 in the morning in an office chair in a world that no longer exists. They are capped at my own realm, and they dissolve when my spirit power does. But they are in there. All of it is in there. Every story I ever loved, in a small world behind my eyes, in a body that pushed a wheel for 127 years. I uploaded the Divine Aperture techniques, and the forum spent a week arguing about who built the cultivation system, which has become my favorite recurring feature of my own life. I do not know which peerless prodigy created such a powerful system. Do you think it might have been Chen Ming? It should not be Chen Ming. Creating a cultivation system relies on comprehension ability, not combat power. His combat power is too strong. He does not look like a person with high comprehension ability. That's right. I also do not think it was Chen Ming. Who says, I typed and then deleted and then typed again and deleted again, that having strong combat power means you cannot have high comprehension? What kind of warped logic is that? Do I look like the kind of brute who only has combat power? Also on the forum that week, and much less funny, outer sect disciples in half a dozen sects openly making plans in public. I am just waiting for the next assessment to end so I can quit the immortal cultivation school and go and cultivate the martial Tao. I never want to be a cultivation beast of burden again. Then Hu Yeye went and got his rematch, and he live-streamed it. Brother Ming, are you there? Today I will perform tearing a saint apart with my bare hands. For you. He was 752nd on the board. He opened by announcing to an audience of hundreds of millions that today he was going to prove that even those with poor aptitude can surpass those with good aptitude. You have an artificial heavenly spiritual root now, I typed. Your aptitude is no worse than Xuanjin's. That doesn't count, he typed back instantly. My original aptitude was only 3 spiritual roots. Everyone knows that. Any achievement I have today, aside from your help, is all my own hard work, plus a little bit of assistance from the system. A little bit. The audience knew. That is what I want on the record. The bullet comments were merciless. Damn. Who does not know you implanted an artificial heavenly spiritual root long ago, and talking about poor aptitude? Who are you trying to fool? And not one of them exposed him to the crowd of unbound cultivators watching in person because the secret was worth more to all of them than the joke. The whole original cast was in that crowd, and I checked every face. Wang Guang was there. Still 3 spiritual roots, still middle foundation establishment, 180 years on, screaming, how can Hu Yeye be this strong? I also have 3 spiritual roots. Where exactly did something go wrong? I could have answered him. He knows the answer. Everybody on the forum knows the answer. He simply cannot bring himself to buy it, and the reason he cannot is that the system, when he tried it, told him no. Wu Xian was there, rubbing his eyes. Feng Quan was there, betting on Hu Yeye. And Xuan Rolan was there, watching very carefully and thinking about me. I could tell from the recording. The fight itself was 3 copper coins against a blazing sun orb, and the coins ate a 10-meter fire dragon whole. Xuanjin worked it out somewhere in the middle, which I respected. That person is truly formidable, he said, backing up. To be able to raise your cultivation to such a level, you do not need to deny it. But even so, I will not lose to you, because you are not him. Then 5 coins became hundreds, and Hu Yeye bellowed the name of his own technique, which is heaven-filling rain of golden money. And I want it noted that he named that himself and would not take advice. Through the flames, through 2 barriers, through the shield, into the armor. Hu Yeye stood over him with 5 coins orbiting his head like a halo, doing his very best impression of a solemn expert. You lost, he said. On the path of cultivation, aptitude can never represent everything. I lost again today, said Xuanjin from the ground. I could not beat that person, and now I have lost at your hands. However, I did not lose to you. I lost to his hands. Calling it Hu Yeye's victory, said the top comment, is not as appropriate as calling it the system's victory. Saints and saintesses take turns, said the second one. This year it is my turn. In the future, they will have to compete for their jobs. Whoever does not have a system, said the third, will be eliminated by the times. He messaged me afterward with an animated picture of a man with his hands on his hips. I am the first system host with poor aptitude to take down a saint. I will go down in history, and then, immediately, clear-eyed in the way that has always made him worth more than his cultivation. As for being a saint, whoever wants it can have it. That position is just a target. With the system around, you could be number 1 today and face down on the ground tomorrow. The Heavenly Revelation sect argued about it for 11 days. He Jun said the seat belongs to the capable. Shui Hong pointed out he was 3 roots and might never reach nascent soul. Shujian said that deciding sainthood by open combat destroyed sect rules. And also, how did he move that fast? Is it an evil art? Jokai's ruling was that Xuanjin keeps the title and Hu Yeye becomes a candidate holy son, which is a position that did not exist before that meeting. And the argument that carried the room was this. Right now, a golden age is about to begin, and the speed of the disciples' cultivation has already surpassed common sense. That is the sect leader of the Heavenly Revelation sect in his own hall, describing my system without knowing it exists. Every host inside that sect started quietly sizing up their own saint that week. Mao broke into Dao manifestation and did the pose, hind legs, paws on hips, floral trousers, laughing at the sky. I really am a genius dog, he said. Master is also in the Dao manifestation realm. Does that mean Master cannot lecture me whenever he wants anymore? I hit him. I have already broken through to the divine aperture realm. Master, he said, without missing a beat, you are a peerless genius. My admiration for you is like the surging river. You have good eyes, I said. You take after me in that regard. Then he asked for something, seriously, which he almost never does. He wanted the ban lifted. He had never been allowed onto the combat power rankings or into the monster world, because he is the only non-human host alive, and I had not wanted anybody looking too closely at that. I agreed, with one condition. From now on you make it onto the ranking list in every realm, I said, or I will personally drill you. Ah, said Mao. Then, on reflection, perhaps I had better not participate after all. I think I will just be a quiet, handsome dog. No, you brought it up yourself. The matter is settled. And then a mall alert came in that made me sit up. Somebody had uploaded an entire cultivation system, not a technique. A complete system, foreign, coherent, with its own realm ladder, built around treating the body as a magic treasure. I traced the uploader, Zhang Wen, of the Chen family, who had just sold his entire past life's library for 8.5 billion energy points because he needed the enlightenment space and could not afford it, a transmigrator. And by the shape of what he sold, the reincarnation of somebody who had been genuinely powerful somewhere else. A tiny corner of the eastern wilderness, I thought, with a transmigrator and a child of destiny in it at the same time. And then I remembered that I am also a transmigrator. So the eastern wilderness currently holds 2 transmigrators and a child of destiny. This is simply too ridiculous. And here is the part of that thought that matters, and it is the whole thesis of my life, so I will put it plainly. Without my system, none of us would be outrunning anybody. Xuanjin is a natural heavenly spiritual root from a great sect with 4 centuries of resources behind him, and in the world I was born into, he would be effectively untouchable, and the rest of us would be furniture. It is precisely because the system exists that countless people with real talent get to stand up instead of being buried. Even a reincarnated cross-world champion with 2 lifetimes of technique only made it to 534th. He is standing in a queue. That queue is the entire point. Then I went back to work, and the work by then had a rhythm to it. Walk into a city, kill everything wearing temple robes, let the dog finish the building, gather the faith out of the collection point, purify it, and mail the concentrated poison up the channel with the day's prayers. Break the statue, empty the treasury into the streets, 107 temples, then 55 more. By the end of it, the Divine Kingdom's government had effectively stopped functioning, with about 20 temples left standing in the whole country. I only dared to run that campaign because I kept checking, sideways, never aiming the question directly at him, using fate and karma together, and every check came back the same. The God of Light cannot descend. I still would not touch Mount Guangming, in case he came anyway, regardless of what it cost him. And then, on Mount Guangming, Zheng Hao knelt in front of the great statue and called, and a spatial gate opened. A figure came out of it in golden divine clothing and a crown, with a face that could not be seen inside the light. It shrank down to a statuette about 10 inches tall and dropped into his hands. "Respectfully welcome the God of Light to descend into the world," said Zhang Hao, closing his fingers around it, "and kill the blasphemer." They caught me at Guangyao City about a month later. My intuition went off hard enough that I pocketed the dog before I had consciously decided to, and then I ran, and they came after me, and the count was 1 Dao integration middle stage and 8 void return experts. I led them somewhere empty, and then turned around. Because at Divine Aperture, I like the odds, and because there is no version of me that runs when the ground is clear. My opening heaven-splitting strike got blocked, which had not happened before. Johan had studied how Shuliang died and had come prepared for exactly that move, so I abandoned him instantly and killed his escort instead. 8 sword lights, then 8 more. 6 died outright. The last 2 were erased by the great yin-yang annihilation divine light before they finished standing up. Then it went badly. Johan merged himself into his saber and became a saber 10,000 meters long, standing between the earth and the sky. And when we hit each other, the clash tore open a space crack 30,000 meters wide that ate 2 mountains on its way past. Both my shield layers went. My true force shield was cut through. I was opened from shoulder to abdomen, and the only reason I am telling you this is that I cleared the edge of that crack about half a second before it would have taken the rest of me. He came out worse. 1 hand and 1 leg, gone. And then he reached into his robe and took out a little golden statue. "Now," he said, "the God of Light will personally send down a clone to behead you, blasphemer." The light went into him. His missing limbs grew back while I watched. "Sinner," said the thing wearing Johan, "how dare a tiny ant like you offend my divine might?" "Wipe that look off your face," I said. "It makes me sick. We are all cultivators. It is merely a difference in level." And then we had the argument, and I want to give it to you in full, because I have had a version of this argument in both of my lives, and this is the only time I got to finish it. "You actually ambushed me for the sake of these ants? Ants die and grow back in batches. Being able to worship this god and offer me their power of faith is the honor of their lifetime. Humans provide offerings to gods," I said, "and gods provide nothing in return. The divine kingdom is governed by your temple until the people live in misery. I simply cannot stand it. Of course, the most important thing is that your temple should not have provoked me." And then the part I had been carrying since a stone hall with 12 men at a wheel. Who has not walked their path from being an ant? You and I both cultivated up from humble beginnings. If they are ants, then you are also an ant. In the eyes of existences at a higher realm, you are not even as good as one. "This god," he said, "shall be the dominator of the mortal realm, looking down upon all living beings." Good. What a conceited god of light. Today, I, this ant, will slay a god and let you know that ants can also shake the heavens. Reason was clearly not going to work, so I switched to physics. Physics is also a form of reason. The thing that won it, I invented in the middle of the fight. I fused the heaven-splitting divine ability with the law of space so that the sword light does not travel through the air toward you. It travels through the space crack and it arrives in your face from inside the geometry. The first one took him from the right shoulder to the abdomen, and the severed pieces were eaten by the crack before they could fall, and the wound would not close because the sword intent sat in it like a maggot on a bone. And then it became genuinely funny. He could not cross the crack. I could slide along its edge indefinitely, firing the same move, while the technique refined itself in real time on the back of 235 billion subsystems. "Ha ha ha," I shouted at him from the other side. "Stop acting tough. Where did your missing right side go?" "Look, the wound is still bleeding." He spewed vital energy out of all 7 orifices with rage, which I had never seen before and have not seen since. "If you have the ability," I called, "come and kill me. I'm waiting right here." Then I pulled faces at him. He called the divine kingdom itself down and condensed a Dharma body 10,000 feet tall and started wading through the crack toward me, which he could have done at any point in the previous half hour and had been too angry to think of. He arrived at almost exactly the moment my new technique finished perfecting itself. God of light, I said, you false god. Leave this clone of yours behind today, and if your true body ever dares to come down, I will kill that too. The finished strike does not cut. It opens a world inside the target, lets that world expand, and then collapses it. The Avatar and Johan went out of existence together, and then, with a pair of murderous eyes staring down at me out of a hole in the sky, I raised a gesture that is universal across all heavens and myriad realms. You false god, I shouted. If you have the ability, come down here and kill me. The divine light surged, and then it fled. I put one more heaven-splitting sword light after it, guided by fate and karma, and cracked the crystal wall of the divine kingdom itself, and from somewhere behind it I heard, "Damn ant, this god will definitely tear you to pieces. Since you dare not descend," I said, to the closing sky, "then I will destroy the temple of light in the mortal world. I will spread the system and pull the rug out from under you. Without the power of faith, I would like to see how long you last." Then I sat down and forged a set of Genesis battle armor out of world origin, because 4 layers of defense had proved thin. I was still bleeding when a teleport gate opened under my feet. "Not good," I said. "I have been ambushed." And then I landed somewhere that was not an ambush at all. Thick spiritual energy, thicker than the heavenly revelation sect at its peak. A lake full of lotuses, a pavilion in the middle of it, 4 maidservants standing at the rail, and a woman playing a zither. The music had no bewitching power in it whatsoever, which I checked immediately. What it did was calm my killing intent, which alarmed me far more than an attack would have, because an attack I can identify. "Are you the god of light?" I did not expect the god of light to be a woman. "I am not," she said. "My name is Hua Lan." Then she let her aura out for about half a second, and it was like standing at the edge of an ocean, and there was immortality in it, and then she put it away. "I have an inexplicable sense of familiarity with you," she said, pouring wine, "as if we have met before. But no matter how I try to recall it, I have no clues. However, my spiritual intuition cannot be wrong. I am certain that I knew you before, and that we have a deep connection. I want to be precise here. I had never seen this woman in my life. I checked, and I can tell when a person is lying, and she was not. "Fellow Taoist," I said, "are you not mistaking me for someone else?" "Perhaps this is our first meeting," she said. "But who can say what the future holds?" Then she asked, over the wine, whether I was truly not the reincarnation of an immortal king, because my understanding of the Tao was so profound that an ordinary immortal king might not match it. And then she answered the question I had been carrying since I was 145 years old and pushing a wheel: she cannot leave. That is the first thing she told me. The outside world, she said, is shrouded in terrifying seals and restrictions. The entire world is firmly suppressed. If a cultivator above the true immortal realm steps out and uses power beyond that level, they are suppressed. This Kanglan realm is now a place of confinement. It is a prison, used to hold certain terrifying existences. I put my cup down. And then she told me why the energy is dying, which is the part I had been chasing my entire second life without knowing it. "The Kanglan realm is a major thousand worlds," she said, "a top-tier existence among all heavens and myriad realms, and yet during the ancient war, even the Kanglan continent itself was shattered into several pieces. The azure firmament continent, all of it, everything you have ever walked on, is merely one of them. The world is wounded. That is why the ambient energy is thin. That is why it keeps thinning. That is why sects have to build formations to manufacture spiritual energy out of the air at all. That is why 12 men push a wheel for 10 hours a day. Not greed, not only greed. The greed is real, and I have spent 200 years punishing it, but underneath the greed there is a broken world bleeding out, and every sect on this continent is running a pump on a hull breach and calling it a cultivation method." And then she said the thing that has kept me up since. "The Kanglan realm seems to be slowly recovering. Even the seal covering the heavens and earth has shown signs of loosening. Then the things it was built to hold," I said, "could get out." She agreed that keepers most likely exist. She did not know who they are. She also told me that the heavenly tribulation out there is now more than 3 times harder than it used to be, which explains a great deal about why nobody has ascended in living memory. And she gave me the God of Light's real secret. He is at the peak of the tribulation transcending stage. He hides inside his own divine kingdom because he is afraid of his own heavenly tribulation, and because burning faith for centuries has broken something in him that does not appear to be fixable. "You must know," she said, "that faith is poisonous. Even in the ancient era, nobody dared to absorb it in quantity." She would not discuss the ancient war. Your cultivation is still shallow, she said, and she said it kindly, knowing these things would only add to your troubles. She did tell me that the 4 tools I made my worlds with are innate magic treasures, and that they are extremely rare among all heavens and myriad realms, and that I should never show them casually because anyone who recognizes what they are will try to take them. Then she gave me a one-use magic treasure with a single attack of her own sealed inside it, and sent me back. I left with a 3rd escape hatch, a hole in my understanding of my own world that was somehow larger after being filled in, and a plan: sweep the remaining temples, spread the system as I go, finish at Mount Guangming. Master, said Amao, catching up with me on the road afterward and reviewing the season. 1 Dao integration dead, 8 void return dead, the god of light's clone destroyed, and you met a real immortal. My admiration for you is like the surging river water. There is one more thing from that year that I did not do and have never forgotten, and it belongs here. Immortal Linghua, Wei Yanhua, once 10th ranked expert of the Jin state, sat down in front of a mirror in a red wedding dress and painted her eyebrows. Her real name was Wei Ru. Her father had taken in a beggar boy called Wang Wei, taught him to cultivate, raised him, and betrothed his daughter to him. On their wedding night, Wang Wei killed her father, tore her spiritual root out of her body with the spirit-seizing great method, and threw her off a cliff. She survived because she landed on a soul-returning flower. He used her stolen root to reach Golden Core and married into the Wang family. A blood-stained wedding dress, she said to the mirror, should naturally be washed with blood. Wang Wei, you did not expect me to still be alive, did you? Today, I will kill my husband to attain the Tao. She sealed the estate, sat cross-legged in the air over it with a 13-stringed zither, and played. Love wounds the spirit, sorrow separates, hatred drives one mad. I have tasted all kinds of suffering, experienced the 7 emotions and the 6 desires, and finally realized the great Tao of desire, a melody that breaks the heart. Where in this world can one find a soulmate? The music went through that compound and set every feeling in it on fire. People danced, people roared, 20-year-old grudges turned into slaughter in courtyards. The family's old ancestor killed 3 of his own disciples in a rage before he came back to himself. Extinguish the 7 emotions and 6 desires, she said, and the family burst into blood mist. What hatred do you have against my family, said the old ancestor on his knees. I originally had no feud with your family, she said, but you should never, ever have taken that heartless man as a son-in-law. And do not imagine your family is innocent either. The family kills people to seize treasures. Then Wang Wei, on his knees. Junior sister, spare me. The name Wang Qiu is too tragic, she said. I am now called Wan Tong. She shattered the golden core that had been grown out of her own stolen root. She strung him up on sound waves that cut. And then she turned to his current wife, Shu Qiao, and offered her the only deal available. If you want to live, kill Wang Wei with your own hands. She did. They both died anyway when the compound went up, and the reason for the offer was not mercy, and was never going to be mercy. She wanted Wang Wei to know what it feels like to be killed by the person closest to you. Ha ha ha, she said afterward, into an empty, burning courtyard. Wang Wei, you are finally dead. Father, your daughter has taken revenge for you. And there was one clean line of tears going down into the collar of that dress the entire time she was laughing. Then the red dress came apart off her shoulders and left plain white underneath. Goodbye, Wei Ru, she said. From now on, there is only immortal Linghua, Wei Yanhua, in this world. And then she looked up at the sky and said something that I read 3 times in my own back end before I could put it down. Thank you, system. I do not know what kind of existence you are, but you helped me take my blood feud. From now on, I will be your most loyal supporter. She broke into the Tao manifestation realm on the spot, standing there. Her great Tao Dharma form came out as a 13-stringed zither, and each string is one of the 7 emotions and the 6 desires. And her last thought, which my back end recorded, is the one that made me get up and walk around the room. Previously, when I cultivated the great Tao of desire, I relied entirely on my hatred for Wang Wei as an anchor point so as not to lose myself. Now that Wang Wei is dead, I need to find a new anchor point. While I was in that pavilion drinking wine with an immortal, the top item on my forum was a thread called The Most Tragic Holy Son in History. It was about Xuanjin. He had lost again, and this time he had lost to Feng Quan. I want to lay the chain out, because the chain is the joke. Feng Quan is the nation-guarding immortal master I put into the ground with 1 palm in front of 1,000,000 people on Fallen Leaf Plain. He went home from that afternoon, sold his own techniques to my store, spent every point he had on 50 seconds of enlightenment space, and got to work. And now, years later, he had walked up to the saint of the Heavenly Revelation Sect and beaten him. The recording has Xuanjin on his knees with a sword at his throat and nothing at all behind his eyes. How could this happen? He said. Why can even Feng Quan beat me? Am I really a waste? I have the heavenly spiritual root. I am a genius. But why have I lost to others again and again? This is not how one is supposed to cultivate. That last sentence is the truest thing anyone in a great sect said out loud that decade. It is not how one is supposed to cultivate. He is completely correct. He did everything correctly. He was born with the best possible roots. He was raised on the best possible resources. He was given the seat, and the entire structure that guaranteed his position stopped existing underneath him while he was standing on it. The comments were not kind. Losing to Chen Ming is not shameful, but losing to Hu Yeye and then to Feng Quan is truly embarrassing. Xuanjin's suffering has only just begun. The nearly 100,000 system hosts who entered that sect are going to catch up and challenge him one after another, and eventually they will challenge the Saintess Xuan Ruolan too. And underneath that thread, the class war I built, running in the open now with no manners left on it. You are still waiting for the sect to allocate you resources, wrote one host with an artificial root. I already left to spread the system and earn my own points. How could an artificial root ever compare to an innate heavenly spiritual root, wrote another. Come and find out, wrote the first one. I have never had to add a single word to that argument. I built the seam. They do all the tearing themselves. The divine kingdom had 3 real powers in it by then, and not one of them was the Temple of Light, whose people could not bind the system and had been beaten into the hills. I had a favorite. I will get to him. Inside Xuanyi, meanwhile, the wars had started. Tribes fighting tribes across the central continent. Races rising and being erased and rising again. Some of them mutating into what I can only describe as racial talents, abilities that belong to a whole people rather than a person. Some of them waking up bloodline legacies that I did not put there and cannot trace the origin of. And down below, in the netherworld I built, there was a queue at the reincarnation disk, an actual queue. Souls, waiting, moving forward one at a time. I want to explain one design decision there, because it is the only piece of governance I have ever done that I am completely confident about. There are no ghost messengers. There is no Yama. There is no judge, no bureau, no official of any kind anywhere in that entire netherworld. There are only rules. Because if you leave the disposition of every soul in a world to living beings to manage, then loopholes appear. They always appear. Somebody's cousin gets a better rebirth. Somebody with treasure buys a shorter queue. And within 1,000 years, the machine that is supposed to renew the world is just another office with a back door in it. It looks rigid. I know exactly how rigid it looks. It is fairer than management by living beings, and I have been on the wrong end of management by living beings for 127 years, so I get to make this one call without a discussion. Mount Guangming is the headquarters, and it had stood for 1,000 years, and I gave it about an hour. Master, said Amao on the approach, why do we not just wait here and kill their cultivators one by one as they come out? There is no need to worry, I said. Although I occasionally act recklessly, most of the time I am rock solid. He rolled his eyes at me, and I want to note that he had earned it, because my track record is that I look extremely cautious right up until I do not. Besides, I said, I have no intention of fighting head-on at all. Wait here and watch my performance. 372 flags went down around the mountain. The headquarters of the Temple of Light was sealed inside a world of fire dragons and floodwater and falling meteorites and wooden spikes coming up out of its own courtyards. Bold sinner, shouted Zhang Hao from inside. Withdraw the formation, and this leader will plead with the God of Light for you to be spared from death. Then the temple started burning faith crystals into its own defensive array to hold the shield up, which told me their reserves and their desperation in the same gesture. So I made the formation devour ambient energy and sunlight and turned the whole thing into a 5-element grindstone. The shield lasted about 40 minutes. Then a 1,000-year-old temple was dust, and the only thing standing on that mountain was the statue. Everyone, screamed Zhang Hao, pray quickly to the God of Light, and the divine kingdom of light appeared in the sky, still carrying the sword scar I had left on its crystal wall weeks earlier, unhealed. 100 miles away, the city of light went down on its knees in the streets. About half of them prayed for divine punishment on the demon. The other half took the opportunity to pray for a good harvest and a pretty wife, which tells you everything about the state of that religion. Here is why he had to come. If the headquarters of his church falls and the god does nothing, his divine might is broken. He falls off the pedestal, and the divine kingdom gets carved up by rival organizations inside a decade. He was not there to save Zhang Hao. He was there because his position required a performance. Strike first and gain the advantage. Strike later and suffer disaster. I never let him act. Heaven splitting, plus fate, plus karma. 3 sword lights at a time, going through the crystal wall along the faith link, arriving wherever he actually was. 3 of those cost 90% of my energy, so I swallowed a drop of Xuanyi's world origin and did it again, which is a thing I suspect nobody else in the history of this world has ever been able to afford. A spatial gate opened for something to come out. I cut the gate in half and heard the screaming stop. Master, said Ah Mao, watching from behind a boulder, is like somebody playing whack-a-mole. Then the god burned his own kingdom's origin for one beam that could have ended a continent, and I lit all 129,600 acupoints and met it head on, and the space crack we left behind was over 100,000 meters long. Then I fired 3 more sword lights through it. The divine kingdom went translucent and started to leave. Blasphemer, he said on the way out. I will spare you for now, but next time this god will surely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Ha ha ha, I shouted after him. You fake god. You cannot win, so you want to run away, and yet you still spout harsh words. Are you a child? Did you not brag about being omnipotent? And the entire city watched him go. That is the part that mattered, not the fight, the audience. Is the god of light not omnipotent? Why can he only defend? Could it be that everything the Temple of Light told us before was fake? Some of them died on the spot of the shock. Some beat their foreheads against the street. A few killed themselves that night, and I count those against my ledger, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. Inside the formation, there were 4 people left, Zhang Hao and 3 void return men. Your false god will not come to save you, I told them, to break them before I had to work for it. He appeared just now and was beaten by me until he fled, and Zhang Hao said, very calmly, I have thought of a way. It is for you all to sacrifice yourselves to fulfill me. Then he drained his own 3 subordinates dry, and his aura came up, and he had not been middle Dao integration at all. He had been at the peak of it for 2 centuries and had hidden it from everyone, including his own god. And then he told me the truth about the religion he ran while he was killing his own staff to power up. And it is the single most useful thing anyone in the Temple of Light ever said. That sinner was right, he said. The god of light is nothing but an extremely hypocritical false god, a mere tribulation crossing realm, not even an immortal. And he dares to claim omniscience. That false god tampered with the cultivation techniques long ago. We who practice the techniques he imparted are nothing but his food. The so-called ascension to the divine kingdom is merely throwing yourself into a net to become food in his mouth. His 3 subordinates screamed at him not to slander the god while he was in the middle of draining them, which is one of the bleakest things I have ever watched. Facts are facts, said Zhang Hao. It is just that you yourselves are unwilling to believe it, exactly like my master, who was obsessed to the end. His master, the previous pope, had suspected the same thing and had ascended anyway and had left a soul lamp behind so his disciple would know he had arrived safely. The lamp went out in an instant, so Zhang Hao hid his realm for 200 years and quietly doctored every technique he passed down to anyone so that his people would climb slower and stay off the menu longer, and he never told them why. And then, having done that for 2 centuries, he said the thing that made him a villain instead of a tragedy. Since he can usurp the divine throne, why can I not take his place? He was good. I want that on the record. He tore my top-grade divine shield out of the formation space with his bare will, and I had to pull it into my storage to keep it, and he came within 1 step of a breakthrough to the tribulation crossing realm in the middle of a fight he was losing. I was 1 step away, he screamed when it slipped. Then he threw his own remaining men into my attacks as shields. Then he fielded a divine sword and divine armor and a 100-meter Dharma body of light. I spent over 100 years of heart and blood condensing this, he said. It was originally prepared to deal with the god of light. And then my formation did the thing it was actually built to do, which is not damage. It traps. He shattered 8 dust worlds. Then he broke 101 of them at once, and the fused death of 101 worlds went off in his face and took a hand, a foot, and most of the Dharma body with it. My attack just now reached at least the Mahayana realm, he said, on his knees, and it could not even break this formation. Could it be that only an immortal can break your formation? Then he offered me an alliance. Our Daos are different, he said, but I do not wish to slay one false god only for another to appear. Then he offered to serve me. Then he offered secrets. Do you know why the god of light dares not leave the divine kingdom? Do you want to know why he dares not undergo his heavenly tribulation? I already knew both. I had them from an immortal in a pavilion over a lotus lake. I never answered him once. 2 hours later, Zhang Hao destroyed his own treasures, then his sword, then his armor, and then his own primordial spirit rather than let me search his soul. He is worthy of being called an ambitious overlord, I said, standing in the wreckage. Most importantly, he even destroyed my spoils of war. Then I walked to the cliff face on the side of the mountain that looks toward the City of Light, and I cut 8 characters into the rock deep enough that they will outlast the mountain. Whoever is discordant, I shall strike. And I announced it to the whole valley. The Temple of Light is hereby destroyed. The people must no longer worship that false god. The city came apart down the middle. Half of it was wailing, and one voice under it that I have not been able to forget, an old man shouting, "The temple is gone. What is the meaning of my life?" And the other half was laughing. "The one who destroyed the temple is clearly a heroic savior," somebody shouted back, "and you curse him as a demon." I scanned that city properly afterward because I wanted the real number, and the real number was that nearly 30% of them had already hated the temple for years and had never once said so out loud to anybody. The eyes of the common people are sharp. They always were. They just had nowhere to put it. Master, said Amao, coming out from behind his boulder. That was truly amazing. However, you almost acted too recklessly just now. I hit him. Your master here is steady as can be, I said. All things in the world are impermanent. The only constant is change itself. Do you understand? Master is absolutely right, said Amao. Amao has learned. He did not believe a word of it, and neither did I. Then I raised 5 stone houses out of the wreckage of the summit and moved in. On the ruin of the Temple of Light, on their holy mountain, in their god's line of sight, partly so that I would be there if he ever found the nerve to come back, and partly to hold that country still while the system moved into it. And then it occurred to me, standing in my new courtyard, that I had personally done almost everything that Su Ying, the actual child of destiny, was supposed to do. Only the god of light was left. I messaged her. I just destroyed every temple of light within the divine kingdom. Even the god of light was beaten by me until he ran away with his tail between his legs. She did not answer for 2 days, and the reason she did not answer is that she was being hunted through a forest at the time. She had found a 9 nether soul flower. 3 golden core cultivators of the Kangming sect had tried to take it off her, and she had killed all 3. Then an early nascent soul had come, and she had killed him with the great Tao of slaughter. And now Guang Guang, late nascent soul, was running her down through the trees. She was carrying 10 jade tokens with my attack sealed in them, and she would not use one. Because I had told her once that to become a real expert, a person has to suffer, and that cultivation breaks through fastest on the edge of life and death. And every single hunt since has proved me right, which is a thing I feel about the way you would expect. Her mouth, I should say, has picked something up from me that I am not proud of. Stop bragging, she shouted back over her shoulder at a late nascent soul cultivator. If you could kill me, you would have done it already. Ah, he screamed. Damn it. Are you part loach? Then she dived into a formation he told her would kill her, and he sat down outside to wait for it to finish the job. She cracked it in 4 hours. What was inside was an immortal cave. The whole legacy of a void return loose cultivator named Shu Yongkong, who had spent his life looking for a disciple, had never found one, and had died of old age, leaving everything he knew sealed up for whoever eventually got through the door. And she said something to a dead man that I have thought about more than almost anything else on this network. Senior, rest assured, once I sell your legacy to the system store, many people will practice your cultivation technique. There is no need to worry about the legacy being cut off. 25.6 million points. Then she read my message, and she trembled and typed one line. It is just a pity that the god of light got away. Perhaps I wrote back, once your strength improves, you will be able to destroy him with your own hands. Meanwhile, I had started on the next thing, which was manufacturing physiques. My own target is the world Tao body. Melt the great Tao of the world into my flesh until every cell in my body evolves into an independent world, because Qi and Tao are handled, and spirit is handled, and essence has been lagging behind for 40 years, and I could feel it. And for the system, a whole new realm where any practitioner cultivates the physique that matches their own Tao, whatever that Tao is, and it is heritable. It improves the aptitude of your children. The ingredients were 4. The body refining theory from the artifact cultivation system that Zhang Wen sold me for 8.5 billion. The Chui and blood method out of the blood demon art, which I buried in a wasteland pit 200 years ago and went back for. The indestructible golden body, and every physical manual in the store, 200 years, and the technique of the man who slaughtered 60 people in a blood pool under the Black Wind Fortress is finally going to be used to make farmers' grandchildren born stronger. The man who runs Qingding City now used to be a beggar called Chao Hai. On the day I broke that city's temple and emptied its treasury into the street, a gold ingot came down and landed in his broken bowl. He used it to get off the ground. He renamed himself Chao Heng, and he was one of the very few people who took the 2 free manuals seriously when Amao scattered them around that province, back when I refused to seed the system there. Everybody else ignored them because they were free. He reached the innate realm alone, off a manual that cost nothing, before a seed ever reached him. Now he has 10,000 martial artist hosts trained on techniques out of my store, and a program he wrote himself. Take the city, overthrow the local tyrants, and redistribute the land. Buy cheap grain from the store for famine relief. Saturate the district with the system. Collect taxes and energy points. Qingguang City fell in an hour. Bold sinner, screamed a loyalist named Wang Ming as the gates went. Such blasphemy will be severely punished by the god of light. The god of light is a fake god, said Chao Heng, who has never met me and does not know I exist. He was beaten long ago and fled, not to mention that he is not here. Even if he were standing in front of me right now, I would still cut him down. Then he had the temple taken apart tile by tile, and he spared the fanatics, and his reason was not mercy, it was that converted fanatics make extremely stable taxpayers. They get handed over to a Mr. Chenbo, whose unparalleled eloquence and fists reliably produce repentance. And then Chao Heng, who was a beggar 4 years ago, said this in a public square. I only now understand how ridiculous it is to blindly believe in the God of light. Only what one chooses for oneself is called faith. What is forcibly imposed is nothing but oppression. I read that off my own back end at 2 in the morning and had to put my head in my hands. His farmers talk like this now. Whatever I plant is entirely my own, and I can even cultivate martial arts. This is something I never dared to imagine. Old Wang, you used to be a fanatic. I was ignorant and I was fooled. Now that I have learned to read and seen the outside world, if he were standing in front of me right now, I would slash at him with my sickle. And then the exchange that I have saved. You used to worship at the temple 3 times a day. Do you worship the fairness system 3 times a day now? I actually do. I set up a memorial tablet for the fairness system at home, and I worship it 4 times a day. The City of Light is called Heavenly Star City now, and the thing that converted it was not an argument. Nobody won a debate. What converted that city was the neighbor's roof. The hosts ate white rice. They built new houses. They drove carriages, and they cultivated, and their children got taller. And the faithful stayed exactly where they had been standing for 40 years, and could see all of it from their doorways. 30% defected in the first month. I have believed for 40 years, one of them said, and my life is still poor. I cannot even eat a full meal, and I still have to spend money on incense, and not a single wish I ever made has come true. Look at Wang Xiaohu's family, said another. If I could live a life like that, I would be willing to go to hell for it. Lies are not frightening. The truth is, the sharpest blade there is. The divine punishment never came. It could not come. And every month it did not come. The gap between the 2 halves of that city got wider until the last holdouts either converted or died of rage in their own houses. And then the converts became fanatical believers in the fairness system instead, revering it as a true God, firmly convinced that the system is the genuinely omniscient and omnipotent existence. I laughed at that for about a day. Then I stopped laughing and admitted the obvious, which is that compared to the God of Light's claims, the fairness system is considerably more worthy of the title. And that if the version I have now had found me on the day I woke up at that wheel, I would have shouted that it was awesome and bound it without 1 second of hesitation, underneath which sits the honest reflection, and I will put it here because I have earned the right to say it once. Everything I have was forced out of me step by step. If a man does not suffer enough, he only ever thinks about lying flat. I nearly went and beat 2 people that week, because I looked into the monster game world and found that Hu Yeye and Ah Mao had gone into business together. 400 million energy points of capital, a wooden platform built in the middle of the novice village, and a banner hanging over it in glowing spell script. Duo loans, helping you achieve immortal ascension. Is your business really reliable? Said my dog on the recording. You can say my talent for cultivation is poor, said Hu Yeye. But you absolutely cannot question my business acumen. Back when I was in the outer sect, I ran a loan operation, and your master was one of my clients. I am just afraid of being discovered by master, said Amao. If he finds out, he will beat me. 0.5% a month, 3 years, contract witnessed by the fairness system, and breach it, and you are unbound permanently, which is a punishment no amount of money undoes. And the terrible part is that the market is real. Outer sect disciples of the immortal cultivation sects have almost no way to earn points because they spend 10 hours a day on a wheel. So they were borrowing $1 million each at interest from a fat man and a dog to buy an artificial heavenly spiritual root and stop being formation slaves. The entire 400 million went in one session. They had to open a waiting list. But Hu Yeye is a candidate holy son, said somebody in the queue. How can he lower his face to run a loan business? What is strange about that? Said the man behind him. Have you not seen cultivators who run through the streets shouting to promote the system? I did not beat either of them. I watched the whole session twice, because the last man in that queue was an outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Revelation sect. He signed for 1 million points, and on the way off the platform he said, to nobody in particular, that with a real spiritual root, he might make foundation establishment before he turned 140. I stood on the summit of Mount Guangming afterward, on top of the ruins of a god's church, and did the arithmetic on my own life, which I try not to do often. 145 years old, 7th level of chi refining, 5 mixed roots, 1 year left, 12 defective stones a year for 127 years of overtime, and a banner over the door telling me a comeback was just around the corner, and a restriction woven into the machine to take the anger out of me before it could turn into a question. That is the only thing they ever got wrong. They built a device to stop a man from finishing a sentence, and it did not work on me, and everything after that was arithmetic. I have told a god to his face that ants can shake the heavens, and then I watched him leave. But I want to end on the thing I actually think about at night, which is not the god. 200 years ago, standing on white stone with a man I had just kicked off a platform lying at my feet, I watched a river of time open over the heavenly revelation sect. There were people fighting on it, trying to break through and come down, and what they were attacking was my sect, and one of them killed all the others, and stopped and looked across the water at that mountain. And then it was gone. And the sect leader told 10,000 children it was nothing to worry about. I know things now that I did not know then. I know the Kanglin realm is a prison. I know it was shattered in a war nobody will explain to me, and that it is quietly healing, and that the seals over it have started to loosen. I know that means that whatever they were built to hold is going to be able to move. And I know that an immortal I have never met in my life poured me a cup of wine and told me, with complete certainty, that she knew me before, and that we have a deep connection, and that she could not find a single memory of it anywhere. Perhaps this is our first meeting, she said, but who can say what the future holds? Somebody stood on the river of time and looked at the mountain I was thrown off. I still do not know whether they were coming back to stop something that starts there, but I built it. Whatever grows out of that mountain now, I planted, and I have 1 trillion people carrying it in their heads, and 129,600 worlds hanging in the dark with my handwriting scrubbed off them. So if that was somebody writing time backwards to erase the thing that comes out of the heavenly revelation sect, then they were not coming for the sect. They were coming for me, and they have already seen my face.